Who backs her? Do you know?
Well, she's with the Green Party. If you mean financially, I'm not sure. I
Yeah.
don't think I mean, the Green Party has members to it, and I'm sure some of them donate and whatnot, but uh, yeah, I'm not sure what. Oh, what the hell? Hey, God, are you able to check my YouTube live
Yeah, probably. Let me
stream?
try.
So you just have people up in your live stream and just talk about whatever issues that they want to talk about. I know I heard you talk about like movies or making movies.
Oh, there we go. I think it's up. Yeah, I'm a filmmaker professionally.
Have you worked on anything in New Mexico?
I haven't, though I do know that the film industry and TV industry really are booming there.
Yeah, with Albuquerque Studios.
Is that what they're called? What it's called?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I have not. I have not been to uh, New Mexico, unfortunately. But one of my very dear friends. Oh, hi, God, I see you on. Damn, why isn't this is annoying? My chat thing is not working. I wonder. Okay.
Are you
It looked like it
streaming?
was all working over there.
Cool. I saw you. Yeah, do the. Okay, thumbs up. Let me see. It went well. The one who's ruining all your movies, doubtful. H2K. I mostly work in short form content, like commercials and stuff.
Are you on YouTube right now too?
I am. Yes, I'm live streaming to you. Or I'm like restreaming this to YouTube and Twitch. But I'm trying to set up. I'm trying to. Why isn't my chat working? This is annoying. Accounts.
Can
Connect.
I? Do you ever watch the TV shows from Star Wars on Disney?
I've seen some. I've seen The Mandalorian. I haven't really watched Andor. I should. I know I should. Um, but yeah, not really. I'm a big Star Wars fan, or I used to be a big Star Wars. I am. I'm a big Star Wars fan, but um, I started like dropping off of watching all of them during the like latest trilogy. I watched like the first two, and I didn't like that the second movie basically undid, or and I heard that the third movie like undid everything that was set up in the first two or something like that, and I was like, I don't like this. I want cohesive story. I want fucking whatever. But Nos. I'm not sure. I have to reach out. I was doing a little yeah, right, Zen? You're not a real Star Wars fan unless you hate it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I like Star Wars, and I don't
Thank you,
understand
H2K.
how. I don't know. I do. I really
I
don't
also prefer
understand
the
how
third.
good House of the Dragon can
Mm.
be, but then when you compare it to Star Wars and the money that they put behind it and how terrible the TV show's been, even the movies,
Mm.
like
Yeah.
I really don't get it. Like, where is the disconnect?
I don't know. Nas says Rogue One is the best Star Wars out there. Fight me. Rogue One is pretty fucking solid. It's Tony
That
Gilroy.
is actually good.
Tony Gilroy out there.
Outside of 4, 5, and 6, Rogue One is really good compared to the other ones.
Right
Would
now
you
we're yapping about Star Wars. Miyamoto.
would you ever do one?
A Star Wars movie? Fuck yeah.
Like, what
Hell
would be
yeah.
your premise? Like the basic storyline? Would do you have one? Like,
No, I have not sat down to brainstorm a Star Wars screenplay.
is there
But
anything that you're working on now?
I've been documenting protests, but mostly for short. I was maybe gonna do, I was hoping to end up with maybe like enough for like a longer thing. However, yeah, I'm not able to document a lot of the behind the scenes planning stuff just for security reasons. So unfortunately, I'm probably not gonna be able to put together like a longer
How was the
project.
protest today?
It was great. 13 people arrested. It was very peaceful. I posted a video about it. I was very proud of the video I posted because I did I finally got to get in on the demure trend.
Oh, I
So,
didn't see it. I just jumped on. I'm going to take a look at it.
okay, yes, please. You might like it. I don't know. It's none of my protest videos do that well on here, so which is fine. I get it. It's not really TikTok fodder, however.
No, I'm excited. I'm going to look at it.
Yeah.
Everybody, go look at it. Go look at it.
Everyone go watch it. Go watch it, like it, share.
Did you get your YouTube figured out?
Sort of. I mean, I didn't get the chat up on my multi-chat, but it's fine. I have the little one here, so hopefully it'll be fine.
Okay, I've got my notifications set up. Everybody set up your notifications for her.
Well, what protests were you at today?
It was a climate and migrant combo protest against Citibank. And yes, Nas, demure. Have you not seen? There's a trend. There's like a viral kind of meme thing. I saw that you liked my demure post. I noticed it because you don't regularly see my stuff. However, the reason I was saying like demure, very mindful, is because of this viral kind of meme going around. It was a joke.
Have you heard the new thing is your aura?
Yeah, well, that's been around for a while, I think, right? Like aura points.
No, like your aura. So my son, who's 21, said that the younger kids are now like your aura. You're kicking ass. Your aura.
Oh, like you are aura?
Yeah, you are aura. It's a new term that apparently Gen
That's
Z
good
has
to
come
know.
up with.
That's so goated.
goated.
I don't know what all these things are.
God, your aura. Copy.
Yeah, that's your aura.
Your aura.
You're so aura.
You're so aura.
I need to know what I'm like a Nos though. I need to know what the demure thing is.
Demure, yeah.
demure is before that.
So demure means modest, basically. Yeah, and it's this joke that started. This creator posted this video being like, "Some of you girlies like, don't show you're showing up looking like clowns to work and stuff, and you have to be demure, very mindful." And she said something like, "I don't show up to work in a green cut crease. I don't." Show up looking like a clown. I'm very demure at work, very cutesy at work. And she kind of does this thing, and the way she says it is just very like, almost like it tickles the brain, right? Like very demure, very mindful, and it's just blown up. And so everyone's making all these videos about calling things demure and mindful. They're not really demure and mindful. So I made a video basically being like, I'm I'm heading to film a protest. And as you can see, I show up very demure, very mindful. And then I go through and I film like the protesters and I'm like, demure, very mindful. And then when I show the police, I'm like, not demure, not mindful. Like when I start arresting people, I thought it was hilarious personally. But yeah.
I'm definitely gonna have to use that. My daughter hates it whenever I try to use the like goated and stuff and whatever summer. I forget them all, but she's all like, "You can't say that. You're old."
Yeah. H2K, do you want to hop up and talk about it? H2K says you should know that if people can't afford groceries and rent, they could care less about going green. That is a great point. However, going green especially when talking about fossil fuels, will absolutely benefit just about everyone economically.
Yeah, you save money.
Lowering our reliance on God, can I ask you to mute when you're not talking? Sorry. It's literally just for the recording as well. Sorry. I gotta send you a mic. I might send you a mic. Maybe we can do that because I need you on here. So yeah, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, number one, lowers the cost of things like gas, right? So the more EVs there are on the road, the less demand there is for just basic gas, the less they can charge you for it. Number two, fossil fuels end up like decimating huge swaths of land, decimating communities, forcing the displacement of millions of people already. And that affects, like, absolutely affects the economy, but mainly it affects people who are, you know, at the bottom rung, so to speak, of the economy. Like, if you want to talk about a healthy economy, healthy, you know, workforce, you need to like acknowledge that we can't keep displacing and poisoning. Like, people get very, very sick. People pass away. The cost of food rises when you know, make parts of the land completely unusable for agriculture. We are decimating bee populations, which result in, like, if we actually fully like collapse the bee population, we will starve. Our agriculture cannot survive the decimating of all of our pollinators. And before it won't be like one quick moment where that happens, but slowly but surely we are having issues with agriculture in different areas of the world, which slowly but surely are making food harder to come by, making it more expensive. We are making more and more fresh water like unusable, which makes water more expensive, difficult, you know, more difficult to come by. The environment is completely tied to our ability as individuals to pay for things. So if, you know, if you're going to come and say, oh, well, people can't afford things, that's why they're not going to care about going green because they have to worry about like affording things. I agree. But the best way to ensure future sustainable levels of affordability is to go green in as many ways as we can. Like, we are completely fucking ourselves over. You know, like, I'm not even like Miss Rah, like save the trees, save the animals, like in this sort of just like for me, it's, yes, I care, right? Like, I'm not here like, yeah, burn it down or whatever. But like, I'm not necessarily like, oh, save the whales because I have a particular affinity for whales, right? That's not really like who I am. However, I do see the absolutely devastating effects of climate change on the earth, but like especially on humans, you know what I mean? And like, sorry for being selfish, for acknowledging that I'm selfish in this, but we're fucking ourselves over.
We
in
are
every way.
We're seeing that in Utah right now with the Great Salt Lake. We're seeing that in Arizona with Lake Powell. Like, we have some major stuff that is going on inland. We're not talking about Pacific. We're not talking about the East Coast. We're talking about inland waters that are being ruined because of climate change. And Utah is recognized.
And the Gulf South. Let me also just say the Gulf South.
Yeah.
Hey, Coffee and Brenna.
What's up, Biden boy?
Are you both single?
No.
Coffee, are you single?
Very willingly.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Happily single.
I doubt that.
Is that what you came to derail the conversation for? All right.
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool, Biden boy.
Yeah, you're
Goodbye.
you're ugly
Well,
bitch.
I'm
Oh, you
single.
know that's not true, dude. You know you're up here trying to make me feel shitty about myself because you want me, and you know I wouldn't give you a fucking second look.
Yeah, you look like a
Oh,
single mom.
God.
You look like a
Oh,
single
dude, move
God.
on. Move on.
Hey,
Oh,
Biden boy, I'm single, so if you want to take me out to eat, you can. I'm willing. I
there
want
you
some free
go.
food.
You are gorgeous. You are gorgeous.
No,
And I admire you.
I am gorgeous. Thank
You
you,
are.
Coffee.
Well, what you were talking about is a status so that for every one person that moves away due to climate change, the new place that they move into, 10 people
Thank
that
you,
were
Tango.
living in that area tend to leave, and then it will, when you have an influx of new people into
Hi,
a
Shika.
area, it will bring strain upon that area, plus in the job market, because then you're going to have more people competing for like one job. Say prior to a new influx of people, say it was like 10 applications for one job, and then when you have all these new people coming in, it could go up to like 50 applications for one job, and then the employer will be like, hey, I don't have to pay as much because this job is in demand. I could lower the salary, which hurts everybody.
Hey, Izzy, we've actually seen that in Utah with a ton of California people actually moving here. And I'm happy about a lot of them coming here because they're changing the Democrat or the demographic from Republican to Democrat.
Do you think that
But it's happening in Utah. It is happening in Utah with Californians coming here.
that's also happening in well, I think the latest stat showed that I think it was like 167,000 people were leaving California and they were migrating to, I shouldn't say migrating, well, they were moving to Texas, Arizona, and I think the third one was, I think it was Utah. Do you think that with the influx of people from California that is going to change the political landscape of Arizona and Utah? Like maybe like in 10 years from now, so that
No,
those people
so I can tell you, Izzy, right now in Utah, the changes that have happened in Utah is basically the increase in the prices of housing has gone up because of people migrating from California to Utah. So you've got Californians that are selling their properties for whatever amount that they're selling them for. They're coming to Utah and they're purchasing houses, they're bidding for houses for cash. So they're above market. So they're not competing with regular Utah citizens where, first time home buyers, younger citizens and whatnot in Utah, we can't compete because they're coming in with cash down. That's how they're raising the housing market in Utah. They're raising our prices in Utah, which it's okay. It's fine. I think things are going to settle down here soon. I really believe that that's going to happen, especially with the Harris administration. I think that she's going to bring a lot of that down, but that's what's happened in Utah over the last 3 to 5 years with Californians coming here is that they pay house they are literally paying $200,000 over market price for houses here in Utah, and it's killing us.
It's a seller's market because nationwide, 15%, or there's been an increase by 15% of how many people have put their homes up for sale, but actually people buying homes have actually decreased by like 11.4%, I believe, and that that the average house, they're like 5 times as much as the medium income now.
Yes.
So
I
it
bought
is.
my home in Utah 6 years ago for $213,000. And now my home appraises for over $450,000. Now, I don't plan on moving. I don't. This is where I plan on dying. But no, the influx of California residents coming to Utah has made a drastic change in what the affordability of our housing market is. So new home buyers, things like that, it is definitely a seller's market right now. I think things are going to change though, but I welcome them again. You know, I welcome the diversity that Californians bring to Utah. We need that here. But there's some downsides for young homeowners or young people that are wanting to purchase homes or rent properties in Utah. It's too high. It's too high. So I'm grateful for Harris and what she basically talked about today with the economy and wanting to provide $25,000 to first-time homeowners, and for the renters market for basically wanting to attack or make sure that these people can't gouge our renters here in Utah. It's a big deal for Utah. It really is. I've worked in property management, real estate for the last 6 years while owning my own business. And there's some shady stuff that's going on here in Utah.
In regards to the renting or the home buying?
I've worked in the rental side of it. So I've seen property management companies mark up rents. So one property, for instance, the rent on the property was $800 a month. And just after COVID, this specific property management company literally, it's $1,800 a month for an $800 property. And I can show you proof. I can show you examples. I can pull this stuff up off of Rentlers here in Utah. Like, I can show you how the rents were doubled and almost tripled here in Utah. And it's people taking advantage.
Texas too.
In Texas as well?
New York City as well. Yeah, New York City.
It was everywhere.
The rent is insane.
Well, yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah,
prices
corporations,
have gone up.
yes, Homer. Sorry, I was attending to something here, but so I haven't been super closely listening. I apologize. I haven't been fact checking, but Homer, yes, corporations are buying up about 40% of available real estate, like single family homes, I believe, and that doesn't even include like multi-family units or multi-unit dwellings. Sorry. A lot of what's going on right now is that corporations are actually just buying up housing stock, and they are able, because they're a larger sort of like, equity fucking firm and stuff, they can manipulate the prices because they control a much larger share of the market.
They do. One of my clients owns over 800 properties in Utah.
Oh yeah,
And
Badger. Sorry if this is what you were talking about, Coffee, but RealPage is the perpetrator there who's currently being sued. Yeah, so there was also a price fixing scheme, which is currently being investigated, I believe, where not only are corporations that control large amounts of stock able to then housing stock, that is, able to manipulate the market on their own. It was discovered that landlords were actually engaging in price fixing together, where they could use
The
real,
software.
a third-party AI rent pricing company,
Yep.
and basically set prices collectively higher and higher and higher, so that they weren't actually competing with each other. Like, you know what I mean? It's price fixing. It's fucking illegal as shit. And hopefully there will be some, correction to the issue. But yeah.
That's what Harris is promising to do. And I bow down to her right now, because if she can take care of this, oh my God, I cannot tell you how many thousands of renters that this is going to help across the nation. Middle
You know,
class, low class. It's going to help us all.
Tango, what's not entirely true? We fact check here, so if I'm getting something wrong off memory, let's correct the information.
You know what's gonna be kind of scary is that the next generation of Americans may be working for corporations and paying their mortgage to a corporation, so they'll actually never have anything.
I mean,
We've been doing this for years.
Yeah, that's what's happening. We're becoming one giant company town in this country, where our employers are also own our homes, and they can charge us either mortgage rates or rent while paying us wages that make it so that we can barely afford what they're charging us. And yeah, it's one ginormous company town is what this country is becoming.
Do you think Congress will actually put in bills where that they won't allow corporations to buy up the majority of single family homes?
I would like that, but there's money. It's a problem with money in politics, right?
Yep.
A lot of them are benefiting from it, but all right. So Frank, so I'm loving this discourse. However, I don't love it when we're just a bunch of people sitting up here agreeing with each other all night. So let's get some people in here to actually disagree a little bit. Frank, what do you want to talk about? Oh, you'll be right back. Okay.
Well, I get half of my wealth from oil.
You do?
Yeah.
Why? How does that work?
Oh,
Well,
my
H2K, I invited
sister-
you to come up here. H2K. It's a lot easier to actually talk to someone here.
My
just
sister
messing.
married into a wealthy family, and most of their wealth comes from oil. And prior to that, I was working for DoD at Sandia National Laboratories. I worked there for like 11 years, and then so to some degree, I don't want oil to totally disappear.
It won't.
I think the problems with the batteries and EV vehicles, I think those would actually hurt the environment more down the road.
Well,
And
they're already, I mean, they're improving the technology on that every day, more and more every day. Like
'cause
now they're starting, they've made huge advancements with salt batteries. So not lithium, not, cobalt based stuff, which I agree, lithium batteries not great for the environment. Cobalt mining of cobalt and whatnot for electronics, not good for the environment. However, they are making neither is oil. So they are making improvements and developing better and better batteries. But you can't improve oil drilling. You can't improve on that. You got to switch to other technologies, just like lithium is being switched and phased out and stuff. Yeah. What's up, Frank? You unmuted yourself? Frank?
what company is phasing those batteries out that you know of?
Well, it's not a specific company. I'm saying that I don't know who specifically is developing salt batteries, but we are. Did they? No, it's possible.
I'm trying to come up with something that we could disagree on.
Loosen regulations? What the fuck does that have to do with innovation, H2K? In fact, innovation usually happens when you are forced to work within limits because you are forced to solve for new problems. So I would argue that regulations actually often encourage innovation. All right, Loretta's coming up here. Hi, Loretta. Oh, wait, is Loretta someone who said something fucked up the other day? Mods, when we have to drop someone for saying something shitty, can we also block them just to be safe so that they don't come up again? I'm not sure that that's Loretta, but
Yeah, absolutely.
cool. Thank you, guys.
Bitch, I dare you to block me. Don't be blocking me, bitch.
What do you want to talk about, Loretta? Nothing? That's all you wanted to say? That's all you want to add it to the conversation? Cool. Thanks for joining. We don't have to block Loretta, but, you know. I'm saying, you know, when someone comes up here and says something that, like, needs to be immediately dropped, let's, you don't have to, no, guys, we don't have to, no. I just said, you don't have to block her. She didn't come up here and drop the N-word or anything like that. That's kind of what I'm referring to. The people that we have to drop immediately, who are clearly like here to like get us in hot shit and stuff or whatever. Yeah.
I would.
I
Like
don't
to say
care. I don't
it's
care
not-
that she called me bitch. Cause also, guys, I don't mind the trolls. As you know, I have fun with trolls. But only when it's like a boring troll that's just, you know, dropping slurs left and right. Like, sure, let's fucking, you know, block them and stuff. But you know, there's a difference. There's a difference between the people that we literally have to drop like immediately because they're just there to try to get dropped. Those, let's block them so that we don't accidentally add them in the future. But like normal people who just come up here and are shitty, we don't have to block them. You know what I mean? That's part of the fun. Like, let people come up here and try to be shitty. I dare them.
Don't dare them. Something
Oh, I dare
terrible will
them.
happen.
No, I dare them.
I was in this other
Loretta,
live.
I asked you if you had anything else to say and you were silent. I asked you several times, Loretta, what else you wanted to talk about and you were silent. That's why you were dropped, because you requested to come up just to apparently call me a bitch. And by the way, my mods blocked you and I told them to unblock you, so you're welcome. If you have something to actually add to the conversation, you're welcome to do so. But if you're just like hopping on to sit silently and call me a bitch, like, cool, let's have someone else up so that we can actually talk. I don't think you were muted, Loretta. That's the thing. I could hear your mic was on and I could hear background noise, but you were not talking. Senate and House is why. Let's see. Have any answers? Guys, if you're just moving around, Izzy, can you mute yourself if you're not
Oh, so-
talking? Sorry. Thank you. Homeless raids? What exactly are homeless raids? You will never forgive liberals like me for what? Rejecting you, Carl? What's up? Why?
How y'all doing? I think I was here before.
I think so. Yeah. Welcome
I think
back.
that was about women rights and stuff like that.
Yes. I remember.
Yes.
Vaguely. Where do you land on the side of women's rights?
I was for women rights. I was basically
We
for
love
it.
to hear it. Go
I was
women.
arguing with somebody because they were like basically wanting to give, I guess, rights to the states and stuff like that. So we were all arguing.
Yeah, I remember. Truth has a liberal bias. Yeah, isn't that funny how that works? How about all the women who don't have abortion rights? Yeah, how about them, Carl? We should give them rights to reproductive choices and healthcare. I agree. I'm so glad we agree. Dems had 16 months in the last 50 years. 50 years. 16 months of what, Carl? Of what? You don't believe in women's rights? Cool, Frank. Great.
I see somebody said something about the tampons in bathrooms and stuff like that. They acting like the government just put it there, or the teachers' rights just put it there. The kids wanted it there. It was like when kids go like visiting.
Michael.
Yeah, when visiting teams come to that schools and stuff like that, they use the men's bathroom. The girls gotta go to the guys' bathroom because the visiting team doesn't have nowhere to go. So when they have to have tampons in those bathrooms, that's why they are there. It's because the kids wanted them there. It wasn't that the parents or the school wanted them there. The kids wanted them there, and they listened to them. So I don't know why people keep saying tampons in bathrooms. It makes no sense.
Also, like, why does it hurt? Does it hurt your feelings to see tampons while you're standing at the urinal? Like, why are you so triggered by tampons?
Yeah, the kids wanted them.
Tampons. Oh, you know what? Sorry, one sec.
Uh-oh.
Guys, trigger warning. Trigger warning. Ooh. Ooh.
Yep, that done it. I'm out.
Oh no. Oh no. It's a tampon. Oh. What will the boys do? What will the boys do?
I saw an image of a woman that had literally like it was a bunch of bullets strapped to her chest of tampons, like scaring
Oh,
men.
nice. I
And
love
we
it.
know
I mean,
that this isn't true. I mean,
well,
come
and
on.
also I want to say though, like, unfortunately, it turns out tampons are poisoning us, as we recently learned. But yeah, oh my God, I should wear tampon earrings. That's what
Also,
I'm gonna start doing.
you know, I
Maybe I
I
can put it
used
in
to
my
have to
hair.
pay to see that, but you're out here giving it to for free.
You paid to see wrapped tampons, Miko?
Yeah, I mean, like, what the heck?
Boy, have I got a bridge built of tampons to sell you.
This is
Okay.
what happens when states ban books like Judy Blume that don't talk about girls and their periods and, you know,
Oh yeah,
extreme
yeah, and
attacks
this is Judy Blume books are being banned
in Utah.
in Utah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in
Yeah.
school in the 80s and we learned about all them things like girls, men. We learned about everything in the 80s and the 90s.
Fifth grade, right?
Easy.
I am
Crazy thing about
proud. I am proud to say that my son would go to the grocery store and buy his sister her tampons.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's great. That's
Oh,
awesome.
it is,
Good.
and it should be the
You
norm.
did buy her, yes.
It shouldn't be
You did.
anything that's like crazy or sexual. I mean, how is a tampon sexual?
Next thing you know, you're gonna be carded to buy tampons. I don't know.
Or have to
Give it. Oh my God, no. That I can actually give it a few years. That will be. I can almost guarantee that will be introduced legislation because they're trying to ban, trans people. They're trying to ban gender identity. I can almost guarantee you they will start carding people for fucking tampons.
That would
By
be
the way,
incredible.
tampons are great, like in gushing wounds. Oh, you want to talk about why boys' bathrooms in schools need tampons? Like, if you want to ignore that trans people exist in the first place, and you want to ignore, like, that, yeah, sometimes girls also will use the boys' bathroom. Let's pretend, that none of that is true. With the number of school pew-pews in this country, you know that projectiles, GUNs are the leading cause of unaliving for children in this country. The leading cause, more than cancer, more than like chronic illness, leading cause, GUNs. So, of course, you know what the best way to stop a bleeding, gushing bullet wound is? Put a tampon in it. Of course, you're going to have to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. In fact, you should put tampons in every fucking room in a school. As long as you're not going to legislate against pew-pews, against firearms, you need tampons in every single fucking room.
I mean, plus they have that cool string on it. You can swing it around like a yo-yo or something, you know?
Yeah.
That is a guy. That is a guy.
Well, this is one of the. This is
I plead the fifth if I did that as a kid. I plead the
Swing
fifth.
it around.
I have a better one.
I'm so sorry.
That
was
is actually
awesome.
pretty
That was
funny.
awesome.
Like you to have a
Okay,
yo-yo.
everybody get on your screens right now and like. Everybody get on and like.
Like swing it around above your head. Use it like a like what is that thing that
Everybody
you
like.
like? What is that thing that you like
dropping my
sling it
headphone into
around
my
your
teeth.
head and you toss it like in the Bible with
Enlighten, don't be a bigot. Come on.
David versus Goliath?
Oh,
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
a slingshot. You can use them as a slingshot. Throw it, like spin it above your head and let it go.
Look at these
imagine if we
cute
could
little.
use-
These are old. This is an old thing, but it's called like Moxie. Someone gave these to me, my friend, because she was like, I don't
Really?
like these. These are technically tampons. I've never used them. I've had them for like a decade. These
Because
are
they don't have
applicator.
strings.
Yeah, because they don't have. They're applicator-free
Oh,
tampons.
I'm
But
glad
they're very
the ones with-
cutesy,
the
very
ones-
mindful.
The ones
Very
without
demure.
strings are horrible.
No, these have strings. They don't have applicators.
Oh, okay. Well, without the plastic applicators, I mean, the plastic in women's bodies like changes our pH balance, which causes other issues. So I get it.
Wait a minute. What the heck is
Men,
an
do
applicator?
you know this?
Thank you for the rose, Frank. No, I didn't know this. Are we sure about that?
That's a
Look at this.
serious question. What
Yeah,
is an applicator?
it changes the pH balance in a woman's body, whether it's
Yeah.
plastic or whether it's.
Oh my god, this is what I need to do. These are my earrings now.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You're gonna speak out so many people.
I'm so excited. This is so great.
Oh my god.
Next time we'll bring out the menstrual cups, guys.
Oh. Oh god.
Yeah.
The challenge that women have to go through, like men do not understand.
Okay, wait a minute. So from the time you all are 12 years old, and I say you all by meaning, you know, girls, from the time you're 12 years old and you die, you guys deal with like everything. Like, I'm so surprised you're not serial killers. I'm just saying.
Careful with the language.
Careful as
Okay,
every serial
There we go.
unaliver.
Very cutesy. Very mindful. Do you like my earrings?
So
very
trendy.
very demure. Very cutesy.
Now pull out the cup.
Very mindful. I
Actually-
gotta find the cup because I have to like replace my old cups.
Do you have a celebrity doppelganger, by the way?
Yes. Jenna Malone,
Okay.
I believe.
Who's
I almost
Jenna
thought
Malone?
Leah Thurman right there, just based off the lighting and the way you looked. But
Who's
Well, I have
Jenna
been told
Malone?
she's can you Google her? She's in a lot of stuff. She's like in the Hunger Games, but she was also in like Donnie Darko and stuff, I believe. I once did like a face swap. You know those like filters that do like face swap on like a photo? I did a face swap with her and I sent it to my mom, and my mom was like, "Why are you sending me this photo of you?" I was like, "I face swapped with Jenna Malone." She was like, "I didn't even realize you face swapped." She and I both have 5 heads. And yeah.
5.
Well, I just recently had a more respect for women for what women have to go through, especially when they go to the doctor. Like for me, it's just like maybe like 10 to like 15 minutes and then I'm gone. I didn't know like the extent to what a woman actually has to go through when she's visiting her doctors just to keep healthy.
What
Like,
article?
women do deal with a lot.
What article did you read, Izzy?
No, it's just talking with just what women go through when they have to have checks for cancer.
Mammogram.
Cancer, yeah. It seems like very.
I read an article today.
It seems like very intruding on the woman's body, what they have to deal with, just for
I read
basic
an
like
article
checkups.
today, and so I thought you were referring to that article that I read today. I think it was from AP News.
No,
Follow Shorio kidding me.
What was it?
it was just we were just. It was just in the live stream, and the women were just talking about their experiences, like going to the doctor.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, women are often ignored, and their pain and symptoms are not taken seriously. That statistically, that's very common.
Yeah, the thing that made me respect women is when I was in school and I learned about the history of what they went through. So that's why I started respecting them.
Went through. Let's talk about go through.
Yeah, go through or went through. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
went
because
through
back
too.
in the day, they were they couldn't do anything. They were basically just having babies. That was it.
way back in yesterday.
Well, like
I
that's
read-
what they want them to do again. They want them to go back how it was in the old days, just having babies.
Yeah. Forcibly having babies. I mean, women still have babies. That's the crazy thing. Like, you want women to have babies? Great. Empower them to have babies. You know, safely, mindfully. You know, like, but if you're just going to force them, if you're going to make life very difficult, if you're going to make it difficult to have a good life while also having children, trying to afford children, trying to keep children fed, educated, healthy, alive, people are going to have fewer kids. Like, you want women to have more kids? Cool. Fucking incentivize it by actually making a family affordable, maybe, you know?
Like a $6,000 child tax credit for the first
5,000,
year.
but yeah.
Oh no, she said 6,000. Trump
said 6,000?
Yeah, she said 6,000. Trump said 5,000 for the first year.
As
of
a
life.
parent, 6,000 is not enough per kid. It should be at least $1 billion per kid per year. Because children are expensive and they're a nuisance.
We can't do $1 billion. You know that.
Well, that's what
Stella.
I'm saying. It has to be.
I do. No, I have not. I have found the cats, but I have not caught them yet, Stella. I'm waiting on getting some traps. And they still don't trust me, so.
I do have kind of just a male perspective, and it definitely not going to take away from, you know, a tampon swinging earring. I'm 47 years old. I have 0 children. I know that's 100% my fault because I've never been in a relationship that I took seriously enough and or respected a woman enough to decide that I wanted a future, right? So, but that being said, are women that disconnected from men that the concept of men wanting to have children is like I mean, I hear what you're all saying, just with the just with that previous concept of, you know, just, you know, women are willing to even like if you're not incentivized, then we're not going to pursue it, right? So, but for somebody in my position who really wants that now, but it's pretty much too late.
It's not too late.
Well, it's not too late, and I'm still looking and searching, and obviously I'm not here to do that. But are women in general just not Like, is it lost? Like, is it hopeless?
No,
No, women still
I
have children.
Well,
yeah, I
no,
still think women
but
want to have children. You don't have to incentivize them by like a child tax credit. I think just with human nature, people want to have a family, and I think women do want to become mothers. I
Not
think
all women.
yeah,
I would say like the
and,
majority do.
What's
and
that,
I'm
Izzy?
bringing this up because of a bias. A lot of women around my area, my region, especially younger women that are like, maybe 35 or younger, um, have literally expressed that they will not bring a child in this world because of the way we are as a society, and that scares me.
Right. Well, so that's kind of, you're kind of proving my point, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you should work on improving society so that it's making the choice to have kids isn't that much of a crazy, crazy fucking problem or sacrifice.
Yeah, she's even gone so far to say, she's alienating her family because they're conservative.
So you have a
Well,
particular.
it sounds like her family is alienating her because they're not just respecting her to make her
But
choices.
one begat the other, of course. But as she grows up, she's deciding to make that move herself. Like she's deciding to have that conversation with her family. And by the way, it's my boss, and I 100% support her. Okay.
Well, I would say that the majority of women do want to have a family, do
Well,
want
Izzy, well, I mean, we can pull up stats. Please don't speak on behalf of the majority of women. But also, it's not as simple as, oh, do they want to have a family or not, right? There's like an equation of like, listen, if we were alive in a world right now that I was promised when I was a kid in the 90s, right? I was promised a world in which each generation does a little bit better than their parents, right? And at the very least does about as well as their parents, that there's like social mobility, that there's, I grew up with universal health care, good education, there were just certain, like the world I was sold was the world that boomers got, right? With some added, like, we're moving towards more progress as well on, like, giving people more rights. I'm not trying to be like, make America great again in that sense, right? And like, that is what I was sold. If the world was like that, right? If I was making wages on par with what my parents were making when they had me, if I had access to resources the way my parents had access to resources when they had me, I have always loved the idea of having children. I don't think it's a choice I want to make in this world. You know what I mean? Like, there's a dichotomy. Yeah, if everything was great, for sure, absolutely, I would have kids. And I've been told repeatedly I'd be the best fucking mother ever. Not obviously not literally the best mother, but like, I'm also an adult human, like capable of complex thinking and decision making, and I'm capable of saying like, okay, under a different set of circumstances, yeah, maybe I'd be making a different choice, but in this world, I don't know that I do want to have kids. So when you say like, oh, I think the majority of women still want to have kids, it's like, the answer is more complicated than that. Wanting is different. Wanting in a very theoretical sense is very different than wanting in a practical one, and like actively. And I'm sorry, but like the more I look around and learn, like, I don't not want to have kids. I want to have kids. I want that. But I'm actually like letting go a little bit of that. It's like a struggle for me that it's like the more I see and learn and hear, the more I'm like, I think I want it less and less. And that's a scary fucking thing to really accept for me personally. I don't mean to speak for other women, but like, I'm just.
But there's never going to be perfect.
I'm not asking for perfect, Izzy. I'm asking for better. I'm asking for not declining. Wages keep getting lower because they do not keep up with inflation. Housing, completely unaffordable. We have not, somehow this country still does not have universal health care, or like even just child health care. Can you imagine how much better this country would be if you could just guarantee universal health care for children?
Yeah.
That alone would be like astronomical. But you have people, Republicans, who don't even want to give kids free lunch on school days, on weekdays. They don't want to give kids lunch. They don't want to give
Utah.
kids, yeah. I mean, Utah, but several
they
other
just
states.
denied it.
Yeah.
They
They're
took
voting
the-
against it.
Yeah, the governor of Utah was just guaranteed a federal grant from Biden-Harris administration, and he turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Utahns have so many damn children here.
Yeah,
Why?
it's wild.
Why did you turn it down?
And I want to address, Tim says the Conservative Party no longer want to keep the status quo. They now want the 60s back. Except they don't, Tim. They don't, because the 60s already like had more, like taxes were higher than they are today, like a lot higher. And there was not, like, wages were higher. They don't want to pay wages on par with what was being paid in the 60s, you know, if we're obviously accounting for inflation. Like, it was not, they don't want to go back to the 60s. They want to go back to the subjugation of the 60s. They want to go back to the oppression of the 60s, but they don't want the policies of the 60s. They don't want the economic policies of the 60s. No, they want the 60s where women and people of color had fewer rights. That's what they want. That is very different than them actually wanting to go back to the fucking 60s. Hey, listen, I'll happily go back to the 60s. Give me 1960s tax rate. Let's go back to the like economy of the fucking 60s, where we taxed wealthy people more, where we paid livable wages. We can do that without, you know, denying people rights. But that's not what they want. Do not let them fucking, you know, confuse the issue. But they're selling you, by the way, they're selling you the subjugation of the 60s using the economic results of the 60s. But they don't want you to implement the economic policies of the 60s. Like, that's the fucking trick. They're trying to sell you the hate and subjugation and oppression of the 60s without, like, by using the results of the economic policies of the 60s. And they don't want you to actually implement those economic policies. It's fucking bullshit.
Can I simplify
Sorry,
the
someone
word?
was requesting earlier.
Can I simplify the word subjugation? Or I don't think I pronounced it correctly, but the term "no shoe, no shirt, no service" had nothing to do with health concerns.
No shirt, no shoes, no. Oh,
It
okay.
had everything to do with oppression of a certain group of people.
Sure. I mean,
sorry, Brennan,
I
can
would
you hear
say
me?
I don't know. Yes, hi HTK. Sorry, I just want to address that. I don't know that making restaurant etiquette the perfect example of racial and gender, you know, oppression and stuff
Well,
is
it was
the
social,
the
not,
right
not
example.
racial nor gender. It was just
Or
it was
social,
just
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Economic, yeah, like class. Wow.
I thought that was just a Kenny Chesney song.
It's an actual. It's an actual.
Yeah, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Like that was put on restaurants everywhere.
It still
even
is.
grocery stores.
It still is.
Yeah,
But this thing, but also back then there was a much broader middle class, right? So-
it was a slogan put against an ideology that most people that went against the war and most people that, you know, I mean, it was an ideology that was oppressive to people who did not think in line with what the government thought you should think.
Right.
Where did you grow
So-
up, or where do you live?
Myself, I'm in Washington State.
Oh, Seattle, Washington. Okay.
I'm eastern.
West Coast.
I'm the other side, so Please forgive me. I'm almost near Idaho, so yes.
No, it's beautiful up there.
It is
I
beautiful.
love Washington. It's gorgeous.
Well,
All right, sorry. H2K hopped up here. I want to hear what's up, H2K. What do you want to talk about?
Not a lot. I mean, this is my first live. I've never been on live before.
Welcome.
It's just a lot of the stuff that's being said about conservatives. They're not against women's rights. I mean,
They are.
absolutely
Well,
not.
H2K, what do you consider being against women's right to choose?
Well, it's not about women's rights to choose.
But
it's
it
about
affects women's
all-
rights to choose. Yeah.
It's about a woman's right to vote and to look at the important policies
Those
that are
those aren't the
going on
only.
in America.
You're saying that the only rights, the only women's rights are women's right to vote.
No,
Is that what
I'm
you're
saying
saying?
that the one thing that you're concentrating on is minute, and according to all
It's
the
not
other
minute.
things that are
It's
going
not
on in the
minute.
world.
It's not minute. Just because it doesn't affect you, H2K doesn't make it minute.
Well, I'm a Gen X, and I've watched the things that have happened around the world, and the way that we're voting and the way that things are going is not helping the world.
Oh, I agree. Conservative policies are very much harming the world.
How can you say conservative policies when Democrats have been in charge for so long?
How long? H2K? How fucking
Well, I
long?
mean, it's been out of the last 5 presidents, it's been like at least 4 Democrats.
Out of the last 5 presidents, let's list the last 5 presidents.
And on top of
No,
that,
no. H2K, let's fact check this. Out of the last 5 presidents, you said at least 4 of them have been Democrats? All right.
well, I mean,
Joe Biden, Trump, right? So let's do
Right.
Democrats here and let's do Republicans here for the last 5 presidents. Joe Biden, Trump, Obama, George
Clinton.
W. Bush, Clinton, George Bush Sr. It's been
I forgot
back and
about
forth.
George Bush Sr.
It's been back and forth. I mean, that's 6. So sure, out of the last 5, because that's an uneven number, you've had,
Well, I guess
3.
we've all fucking
But out
got
of
it
the
wrong,
last
man.
6, it's been going back and forth.
But do people
You're right,
remember
you're
that
right.
Trump was actually Democrat years ago?
Absolutely.
That too.
I was too.
And why
When Trump
did you
went-
change? But also H2K. Sorry.
When Trump went Republican, so did I.
Why H2K?
Because we lost our values.
What do you mean by that, H2K? What values did we lose?
We were a patriotic place. I mean,
What does
we
that
cared
mean?
about our country. We cared about what
These
happened
sounds
to our
like
country.
these are slogans. These are slogans. This is not. What do you
I don't mean to preach slogans. I mean that from my heart, I'm saying that I cared about this country.
So
and I
you
wanted-
stopped caring about this country, and now because you stopped caring about this
No.
country, you want to go conservative. I'm trying to
No,
let's be clear and specific and precise here, H2K. When you said, I'm trying
Never
to.
stopped caring.
Okay. So, but you said we
care
stopped
more.
caring about our country. Like be precise. What changed that made you want to be a Republican?
Identity politics.
Okay,
People-
define
people
identity
care-
politics.
People care more about what bathroom they use now than they do about how the country's going and whether or not
Okay,
kids
so
can
H2K
afford to live in this country.
Okay, so H2K, I will say, hold on, guys. I'm gonna start dropping people because this is what I do. I go point by point. Okay, so
okay.
you're saying people are complaining that, or people care too much about the bathroom they use, right? So what I'm saying is people have always cared about what bathroom they use, right? I care about what bathroom I use. You care about what bathroom you use, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But what I'm seeing now is that you care about what bathroom other people use, right?
No.
People, yes.
I'm saying people
you
care
want
too much about it. You got a 50-50 split in this country, and you're going to tell me people don't care?
50-50 split of what in this country?
Of people that care more about whether we go to
It's not
war
actually 50-50.
or
It's not actually 50-50, so.
Hey,
Trump won.
H2K,
and
really
then,
quick.
And then Trump and then Biden won. So
It's not
H2K,
what
50-50.
you think.
It's not 50-50
H2K,
split.
really quick. Where are you from?
Kentucky.
Okay, Sorry, I just wanted to know what part of the country you were from. Thank you.
And I mean, no
thank you for
disrespect to anybody.
No, H2K, stay on the call. Please stay here. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what you're thinking. I'm happy to have you a part of the conversation. I wasn't sure what part of the country you were from. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay.
Thank you for joining us.
So, okay, so you're saying, I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said? Something, or the last thing you said that
I was
didn't
just
quite make
saying
sense.
that not going to war is more important
What does
than
that
what
have to-
bathroom we use.
Oh, so then
Is
why are you
identity
so then why are conservatives so intent on banning people from using the restroom that is best for them, for their gender identity, which keeps them safer? Why are conservatives spending so much? I agree with you, H2K. There's a hell of a lot of time being spent, being fucking wasted by conservatives trying to ban people from the restroom that makes them safest.
I agree with you too. If you've read my
Great.
comment.
But you're a conservative. You align more with the party that is wasting all this fucking time trying to ban people from restrooms.
No, I'm saying there's 1,000 policies that we need to be voting on, and stupid things keep blocking the things that are important.
Right. Yeah, I agree. A lot of conservative policies are fucking bullshit. I agree. And first of all,
that's
they're very
not right.
harmful. I don't mean to minimize them because they are incredibly harmful, but I agree. We could be focusing on important things that build this country up, and instead conservatives want to go backwards, and they want to relitigate basic human fucking rights, and they want to go back to they want to focus so much on denying people rights, they don't want to focus on how to actually improve this country. H2K,
So you're
I
gonna
fully
tell
agree
me
with you.
If there are 50 policies that are in place that are to be voted on, and they put that one thing in there, what do you think's going to happen?
What does that mean?
The
What's that?
Democrats are more worried about the one identity politics thing than they are
H2K,
about
but again,
every
no,
other thing that matters in this
H2K, you don't
country.
get H2K, you don't get to be mad at Democrats for being
Oh,
for
come on.
reacting. No, oh, come on, listen to me. You don't get to blame Democrats for reacting to policies that Republicans are trying to pass. It is the
Don't put
Republicans that are
things in
trying.
don't matter.
I agree. Republicans
Those
need
things
to
don't
stop
matter.
trying to pass laws that strip people's rights away. I agree, H2K. But
if you can
unfortunately,
pass as a
unfortunately,
girl
H2K,
and
unfortunately,
you go to the bathroom, nobody's
unfortunately,
gonna say a
hey,
thing.
I'm speaking.
If you
I'm
can't,
speaking.
they
Do not
will know.
interrupt me. Mods, can we please mute him while he's interrupting me? Thank you. You keep talking about how why put it in there if it's like a waste, whatever. It's like a waste of time. Okay. Well, so why are Republicans continuously being the ones trying to pass new laws, add these things that strip away rights that people are already granted? Like, you don't get to be mad that Democrats aren't just laying the fuck over every time Republicans try to pass a law that further limits people's fucking rights, that ban books. Republicans are banning books, dude. Books that have been available in schools, in libraries for decades, centuries even, I believe. Republicans are the ones who are going in there wasting everyone's fucking time with incredibly harmful policies they are introducing, they are pushing for. You don't get to blame Democrats for then having to make an effort to stop that shit. That is not Democrats' fault. You may speak. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You are way more intelligent than you give yourself credit for, but you're on the
Oh,
wrong
I give
side.
myself plenty of credit. Don't you worry.
We're just, the problem is that everybody's combating each other instead of focusing on what we need to be focused on.
Yeah, I
You
agree,
got-
H2K.
listen,
Combating why are people, so you know why people
Democrats
are combating
put
each other?
bullshit into things and into these laws, and Republicans put bullshit
What
into
bullshit?
these
What
things.
bullshit? Okay,
and
but
trying
you're
to pass them
fine. So
back
okay,
and
so you
forth, back
agree.
and
So you
forth.
agree. So you agree.
I absolutely
Republican.
do.
Okay, great. But so you want to align yourself with the party that is taking away people's rights, that is using that bullshit to
No.
try to take away people's rights.
I want to align
that's the
myself
party.
with the side that is trying to stop bad things and start good things
What
and get the
bad
country
things?
back on track.
H2K, what bad things? Let's go, because I can guarantee you that the things you claim to care about, Democrats have a better track record on them. Let's go point by
I
point.
can
What
tell
are
you
the bad
all the
things?
talking points, and it's not going to matter because you're going to say that's
Because
a
you're not going to
talking
listen.
point.
Because
That's
you're
a
not going to
talking
listen.
point.
No, let's hear the talking
No,
points. Let's hear
it's
it.
not that I'm not
H2K.
gonna listen.
No, let's hear it.
H2K, I've been an independent for 25 years. Let's talk. Let's talk about your issues. I'm
Everybody knows the
independent.
I
basic
want to hear it.
issues.
H2K, what are the bad things?
The
Please.
issues that matter, nobody cares about.
What are the issues? If you can't tell me the fucking issues, then yeah, I'm not going to care about them. Because if you're just going to say the issues, of course I'm not going to care. What do you fucking mean? What are you asking me to care about? Tell me what you want me to care about,
If
and
I
let's
say
care
that
about
the
it
border
together.
is the problem, if I
Okay,
say
let's
the
talk about the
is a
border.
problem,
Let's talk
you're gonna
about the
say-
border.
You're going to say it helps to let people in.
Let's talk
And
about
I'm
the
gonna
border,
say, no, it
H2K. Let's talk about the border, H2K. You want, I
If
assume
I
you
say
are
the needless
against
wars, you're
H2K.
gonna
No,
say
let's go
they don't
point by
matter.
point. Okay, let's write this down then. Or mods, can we fucking make a list? You want to talk about the borders? You want to talk about war, right? Is that what you want to talk about? Let's talk about them. Let's go point by
Both
point.
of
You
those
don't
are
get
good points.
great. Okay, so let's talk about the border. Let's start with the border. Okay, let me guess, sir. You are a I don't want open borders kind of guy.
Correct.
Cool. So do you know that the policy, do you think that Biden opened the borders? Is that what you believe?
They're trying to say that they didn't, but they encouraged it.
No,
They
HK,
even
we
sent
fact check.
people down
HK,
to pull people
H2K,
in.
H2K, we
check
fact
it.
check here. We fact check
check
here.
it.
I
it.
will be. I will be. I
You don't
absolutely
come-
will be.
You don't come across the border with shirts on saying that Biden and Harris without being talked to and saying, hey, come across, vote for us, we'll help you.
I mean, there are plenty of Firstly, you understand that immigrants can't vote until they've been here in a very long time and get
That's not
and
true in
get
all
citizen.
states.
It's actually
That's not true in all states.
There are some. They're allowed to sometimes.
Exactly. In the states that
Hey,
matter,
H2K. Let's be fucking precise here. We are
I'm being
precise here with
precise.
facts. We're being precise here with
bringing
facts.
it down to 3 states.
Legal immigrants who are residents, legal immigrants who are legal residents of this country are in fact allowed to vote in some local elections for like school boards and stuff because their children attend the schools. So that makes sense.
Legal immigrants don't vote for Democrats.
Legal immigrant. You're saying
Legal immigrants don't
okay.
vote
So
for
why?
Democrats.
So what do you have against them then? Why do you fucking hate them so much?
It's because they were brought in with
Okay,
no
so
intelligence
no,
of
no.
our system.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? You are saying that migrants coming across the border are a problem because they're wearing Biden Harris shirts. I mean, I'd love to fucking see what you're referring to, but say they are. Let's say they are, right?
I'm referring to that they're being told what to do so that they will get help.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm not.
Okay. You're saying that the problem is they're coming across the border and they want to vote they support Kamala and Biden and whatever blue presidents. I'm saying, well, they can't vote. They can't vote, right?
Why
So
do they?
and you said, well, they can vote in some states, and I said, well, actually, only legal residents. Immigrants can vote in some states on very small local elections like school boards. And then you said, well, those
No,
legal
illegal immigrants should
each
vote on everything. Legal immigrants should be able to vote on anything they want to vote on.
Okay, but right, because
They
they're
live here.
conservative, according to you, because they're conservative.
No, because they have
Because
rights.
they're conservative. You just said
They
it
wasn't-
yourself. Okay, so
they're
you
not
want
told what to
immigrants
do.
to vote. You want immigrants to vote then. That's not a problem for you.
I want legal immigrants to vote so that they know that they have rights and they can vote for what they want to vote for. and
Okay,
not what
okay,
they're
cool.
told to.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So then what's the fucking problem? Because undocumented immigrants cannot vote.
When you got 20 million people running around here,
They
half
can't
of
vote.
them are criminals, half of them are not, and none of them
That's
know what
actually
the hell's going
H2K.
on.
Actually, immigrants commit crimes at a way lower rate than American citizens. Next fucking point. If half of them
Not
are
per capita.
criminals, then there must be over half
Not
of
per
Americans are
capita.
criminals.
You said
Actually,
you
yes,
fact
per
check.
capita. Actually, yes, per capita. Please Google it. per capita.
Well, I
Per
don't know
capita-
anybody that rapes and kills people over here. I'm sorry.
Oh, but you personally know,
community.
but you personally know and are friends with your
No,
acquaintances
it's in
with
the
immigrants.
news.
H2K. So you don't know people. You don't
It's just
personally know
suppressed.
H2K. Zip it. You don't personally know
Okay.
any Americans who are going out here essaying and unaliving people, but you do personally know immigrants who are, right? That's what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
If
So
my
you don't
community did it,
personally
it
so
would be
you
in the
don't
news.
personally know. So
My
you
community
also
doesn't do that.
So you don't personally know immigrants that are running around essaying and unaliving people. So the stats, the actual numbers show that immigrants commit crimes at way lower rates than Americans. Your feelings, you saying, well, I don't know any Americans that do that. Cool. You also don't know any immigrants that do that. What the fuck does that prove?
Actually, the number
Yes.
is the number
Let
is
that guy go.
23. Well, the number is 23, and 2024, updated July the 15th of 2024, says unalive by non-citizens. The total number is 23. For breaking and entering is 532, and you could get it
H2K,
from the.
where are you
Yeah.
getting this? Where are you getting this data from? You're reading
I'm
this
Sorry to
down.
say it, but this is mainstream media.
No, wait.
No, H2K, you're lying. You're lying.
Well,
No.
the stat.
Yes.
I'm
Hey,
not.
H2K.
H2K.
Listen,
just
Izzy
have,
has fucking numbers. H2K.
It is 23 unalive by non-citizens. That's the total number, and it was by the border. I forgot the website, but it's the borderimmigration.gov website. There's
Okay,
23
entity per capita is percentage, bro. I mean, per capita you can figure out percentage is calculated based on per capita.
And
Entity.
how many?
Don't
Well,
like
how
don't
many
come in here
terrorists?
trying to fucking challenge math when
Well-
you clear fucking you don't understand basic ass math.
you talking to me or him?
H2K, it's 23 up to July the 15th, 2024. And breaking and entering, because Republicans always say that we need to protect their property, it's 532 for
Where
the
are you
entire year.
where are you pulling this data from so that I can look it up right now?
And if you're a Democrat, you would say one is too many.
It is
One.
no,
One is
it's
too many,
20.
right?
H2K, let them fucking speak.
It's the
Sorry.
border. It's the border patrol numbers.
Okay.
Cool.
So you're on the Border Patrol website.
Yeah, for 2024.
Are you looking at the
Right.
June
Entity
report?
per capita is per capita means per head. So per capita doesn't necessarily mean per every single person in the
I don't
country.
think he's
Per
speaking per
capita,
capita.
means per head. So you can talk about immigrants, and status or in stats of immigrants per capita, and that means per capita of immigrants. So like per head, per immigrant head. It doesn't per
There's
capita doesn't
360
require.
million citizens.
No, it isn't,
and
entity.
20
No, it
million-
fucking isn't, dude. No, it
and
isn't.
there's
All right,
20
H2K,
million.
H2K. Let's go. Yes. So H2K, the numbers show that immigrants commit fewer crimes per capita, percentage-wise. A lower percentage of immigrants commit crimes, lower number of immigrants per capita, however you want to fucking phrase it, than Americans. So your feelings, like
May I speak?
assuming that immigrants are committing more crimes is incorrect. Your information is incorrect. So
Can I
next
say
point.
one
Go
statement?
for it.
There are 360 million Americans. There are 20 million illegal immigrants.
There are not. H2K. That is also a false number that you are
Were you
hearing
like
from
12,
Trump.
13?
H2K. No. Actually, no. Not even. And by the
Well,
way,
you all
Trump
report
can.
12 and 13.
H2K has.
That's all you report.
We can look up the total number of immigrants. Sure. But like there are
have
not
nothing
Trump
against
keeps saying
immigrants.
20
Not a word.
millions 20 million like illegal undocumented migrants coming over the border. I don't know. He keeps changing the number, but
Well,
the
you
number
looked
keeps
up
rising.
how many terrorists? You look it up. Tell me the
How
truth.
many
How many
terrorists are in the
terrorists did we
country?
caught? Yeah, coming through the border. How many? You
Oh,
tell
okay.
me.
So you're calling migrants T.
You
right,
fact checked on the live, right?
Yeah, migrants are not terrorists.
You're right. Migrants are not.
Okay, cool. So
Illegal
you're asking me.
immigrants can be.
So can actual citizens. Citizens can be terrorists too. Funny enough.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them. One lately.
Yeah, exactly. So again,
He got what he deserved.
and there's a higher number of American T's in this country. If T rates follow general crime rates, which I actually don't know, that's probably going to be hard to look up. There are probably, because there are more American criminals, citizen criminals in this country, per capita, percentage wise, then
I mean, how many do we catch?
H2K, why are you ignoring the facts? Why are you pivoting?
I just
Why
want to
are
know
you
how many we
pivoting?
caught. How
Why
many
are
did
you
we catch
pivoting?
coming across? Because if you look at how many we caught, you will understand there's many we probably did not.
Oh God. So like you just want to ignore that we have actual ways of collecting data that account for that. You just want to ignore that,
No.
H2K?
No,
I mean,
we-
if
we have
H2K,
ways.
you
We
keep
don't
pivoting,
use it.
you keep refusing to accept basic facts that completely like derail your argument. Like if you want to keep fucking playing this game, like it's pointless to have you up here. Like let's have a discussion, but like you have to actually
Hey,
like you actually
I'm
have to
not
acknowledge
angry.
facts, dude.
I'm
I'm
not
angry.
angry,
I'm
dude.
angry because people like you
I
want to
know,
take
but
my
why?
rights away. Because people like you want to
No.
take my rights away. Yes.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
No,
You
we're-
want to take away my right to control my body. You do. In fact, your party wants to take
Do you see how
away.
you pivoted?
Y-
You pivoted
Yeah,
about
well,
something that's really
I'm pivoting
important.
because it's a fucking waste of time to talk to you about facts. You asked me why I'm angry, and I'm telling you why I'm angry, H2K.
Because you want
asked me
to
a question,
ignore
I'm
all the other
answering
things
it.
that there are to
I'm
vote
answering
about,
the question
and
you
you wanna
asked
vote
me,
on that one thing.
H2K. You
That's the
asked me,
problem.
no, you asked me why I'm angry, and I'm answering your fucking question.
Mind
Okay?
if I address H2K real
Right,
quick?
because your priorities are off.
H2K.
My priorities about my rights are off, H2K. Just because you don't give a fuck about my rights doesn't mean they are low priority.
No,
I
you
get
wanna
it.
burn
You
the
have
country
all the
to
rights in
ground
the
because of
world
what
that you
want.
fucking want. I get it. You are very comfortable. I am so
Screw
happy
America,
for you.
right?
I am screw America. I am an American. My
you don't
rights
wanna
as an
be.
American are being fucking affected by your bullshit. Yeah.
Because of the
And
stupid
my rights
policies
as an
we have to vote
American.
on.
Yeah, thank you. Why are conservatives insisting on taking away my fucking rights?
Because
Thank
we have
you.
to vote against
And why are you telling me
to
and stop
accomplish
pivoting?
good
Like
things.
so number one, so first it's that it's a low priority, that I have the wrong priorities, giving a shit about my fucking rights. Okay. And then next, once I say, well, yeah, they're my fucking rights. Why are my rights as an American
other
woman
ways to
low
accomplish your
priority?
rights.
I like then you pivot to, well, it's a waste of time. Like you're talking about policies that are a waste of time. Like
Birth control and contraceptions work really well.
yeah,
I
you,
think
and
that
and
there
and
are other
Republicans,
things that are more
H2K, and
important.
Republicans are trying to make it illegal to
I
have
don't care whether
contraception.
you use a condom
They
or not.
H2K,
fucking
they have
cares about that
presented
shit?
H2K, they have literally presented legislation. They
That's
have
extreme
literally
Catholics.
that's Republicans, babe. That's
No,
Republicans. That's
no.
the party
That's
you are a
extreme
part
Catholics.
of. That's H2K. You know the KKK
You
is
know how
also
you get
part of the
far
Republican
left?
Party,
We
right?
also have the
H2K.
far right.
Yeah, the far right
there's
is
the
part of
same.
H2K. The far
Right.
right is part of your party. That is the party you support.
Yeah, and the far
So
left is part of
congratulations,
yours.
you are
That's why we're
aligned with
supposed
the
to
far
find middle
right.
ground.
You are aligned with the far right on your party because your party is introducing legislation on behalf of the far right, and it has
Hey.
multiple members of Congress
Hey.
that are on the far right.
I
So
love you
yeah,
as a human
you are
being.
aligned.
Hey,
You don't get to
hey.
disavow. No,
Hey,
no, no, no,
calm down.
no. I'm not going to calm down. I'm not going to calm down. This is my fucking live, and I get to get mad if I want to.
That's right. It's your life.
It is. Welcome. Your party is not only aligned with the far right, but it has multiple elected officials that are proudly members of the far right. They are presenting legislation on behalf of beliefs and policies pushed by the far right. Your party is the party of the far right. I'm sorry to fucking tell you. So as long as you're voting for the party that is pushing for those legislations, you are responsible for that bullshit as well. Like you are. You can't tell me that you don't support the far right when you are voting for a party that has multiple fucking members in charge that are from the far right. You don't get to fucking wash your hands of it. You just
Can
don't.
I have-
That's not how responsibility
Can I have closing
works.
arguments, please.
Sure. Closing arguments. Yeah, because you have no
Hey.
facts are not on your side. Logic is not on your side. Empathy is not on your side.
That's
Go for
okay.
it.
And that's okay.
It's not okay. I mean, yeah, it's okay. You can be a bad person. I defend your right to be a bad person
Yes.
that wants to take away my rights and the rights of millions of other Americans because
Absolutely.
for
You're
a
an
reason that
American.
you
Believe
can't
what you
even
want.
for a reason that you are like still somehow incapable of like describe you still have not given me a reason why you think it's okay to take my rights away. You just keep
Hey.
saying it's pointless and it's a waste of time to care about the fact that my rights are being taken away. So I want to
Abs-
know why you're okay, what defense you have for taking my rights away. Why do you care so
Hey.
much to vote against my interests? Give
I've
me
said
one
that you're-
fucking reason.
I've said that you're an awesome person. I've
No,
said
you-
that you're
okay.
very intelligent.
Stop pivoting, dude. Answer the questions.
I'm not pivoting. I'm saying the truth.
I don't need you to tell
said-
me that I'm awesome and intelligent. I know I am. I don't need you to fucking tell me. Tell me
glad you're
why. Tell me why. Tell me what is worth it to you to vote for and support people trying to take away my rights. Tell me, what is it? What are they offering you
I
that
want
makes
to fix this country before we have to worry
What do
about
you
the
mean by
other
that,
things that are real
H2K?
problems.
What the fuck do you mean by that? You cannot even tell me what you mean by that.
I don't know how to explain it to you without
Yeah.
you having something to come back on.
Well, H2K,
I mean, you're
yeah,
obviously
because
going to have something to say because you're
yes, I am
intelligent.
because facts are on my side, H2K. Because the thing is, the problem is you keep bringing
They're
up
not.
things that are factually incorrect. You keep legitimizing your stances using things that are factually incorrect that I can absolutely fact check, pull up, and show you the data challenges
right.
your statements. Yes, H2K. I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry
said
that
you're
facts
right.
don't care about your fucking feelings. No, H2K. Facts are
Hey,
facts.
I love Ben Shapiro. He's
You know,
I'm sure you
H2K,
fucking do,
You have
H2K.
monopolized everybody's time here. We have just
I would like to-
listened to
I'd like
you
to ask
for like
H2K
20 minutes now. It is
just the one
time for you
question.
to give up or leave or answer our questions. We have
I answered her
over
questions.
80 people
and
here.
I'm fine to
You-
leave.
you
It's
haven't,
fine.
H2K.
You have monopolized this live.
I'm not trying to.
Give up
you
or
just give
leave.
me time because
I don't
it's
care.
things
I
that
mean, I don't
hate.
care, Miko. I don't care about focusing on one person at a time. I do that all the time. But yeah, but H2K, I'm getting to the point where you are
but
constantly,
there's
you are
84 other people here.
you are consistently. You are
Brenna,
consistently
hey.
rejecting facts, H2K. I can't have a conversation with you in
Let's
good
put
faith.
let's put politics aside.
No,
I'm glad I
no.
got to meet you.
No, we're not
Both
putting
say
politics
it, man,
aside,
in a
dude.
political lie.
H2K, thank you for coming up here and showing that you have no legitimate arguments and you are unwilling to accept facts.
You're
And you
welcome.
you are not acting or speaking in good faith. In fact, you are simply out here to repeat what Ben Shapiro tells you to say in order to take away the rights of millions of Americans
You
for
proved
no
the
fucking
opposite of
reason.
your
You
point.
can't even give a good reason
I wanted
for
to
it.
end on a good note,
You
but you
can't
proved
even.
the opposite
Yeah,
of what
we're
you
not.
want to preach.
H2K, I'm not going to end on a good note with you. I'm not going to end on a good note with someone who wants to take away my fucking rights. No,
I'm
what
sorry,
the
that's
fuck?
not the most
How
important thing
dare
right now.
you? How dare? It's not the most important thing right now. That's the fucking problem.
Do you wanna
Thank
go
you
to
for
war?
proving my point.
Do you want to go to war?
I will go to war with you, sir. Yeah, you are
No,
you
not
are
with
waging
me.
a war on my fucking rights,
You
H2K.
want your
I don't
children
owe
to go
you.
to
I
war.
don't
I
owe
have
you
kids.
politeness.
You
I
don't.
don't owe you. I don't owe you.
I have kids.
Like
You don't.
I don't give a fuck. I feel sorry for your kids,
I don't
dude,
want
because you
them
are
to fight
making
in
this
war
country a worse
that you're making
place for
possible.
them. You are making this country a worse
No,
place for them. You
you're
are also,
making
by the
them
way,
go to war.
voting against the actual interests
No, I'm
of
voting
your
for people
children.
that'll stop
You are
wars.
voting against the interests of your own fucking children. Okay.
I'm
Shut up,
sorry, you don't
H2K.
agree.
Don't apologize. I am not ending this on a good note with you, H2K, because I don't like the fact that you keep saying that it is not my rights are not a priority right now.
Right now,
and
war is a
that's why you are
priority.
perfectly fucking
That's where
comfortable
you're wrong.
with voting against them.
You
You've
need to
actually
vote
been
for
I don't
talking
owe
over
you
him the whole
shit,
time.
dude. I don't.
You haven't allowed him
Yeah,
to talk.
logical. You can. I don't know who let you in here,
I've
dude.
not talked over you.
You never had a right to do what you're saying you did, so that's what's funny. You're like,
All
my
right,
rights,
bye,
my
H2K,
rights, my
you're not
rights,
accepting.
my rights,
Later.
my rights.
I had okay, logical. Let's fucking hear it. Let's fucking hear your garbage.
Oh, let's hear your listen how you start off. Like
Let's
you
hear it.
already start off combative. You're
Logical. We've been at this for a
rude.
while. Logical. We've been at this for a while. We did not start off combative. I invited
Well,
him
you
to
just
talk
did with
about it.
me.
Well, you
You
came in
just-
here combative. Yeah, you came in here combative. I'm returning your fucking energy, dude.
because you
Well,
asked the man a
Let's have a
question, and the
conversation,
whole
Logical. Let's
time you
let's
were
have a
actually
conversation.
talking over him. Okay.
Well, it is, yes, because he repeatedly interrupted me earlier, and yes, it's my live. I get to talk over whoever the fuck I want. Welcome. This is a matriarchy. What do you want to talk about, Logical?
well, I do have the numbers for the Customs and Border Protection. It says from January 2024, there was 124,000 encounters.
Oh, sorry, God, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It was a 50% decrease from December of 2023. And you could get that number from cbp.gov.
ID.
And again, the
Oh,
numbers
yeah,
is,
we have all the numbers. We'll pull up all the fucking border numbers.
it was
yeah.
124,000 in January 2024, a decrease by 50% from December of 2023. And you can get that from cbp.gov, which is the Customs and Border Patrol or Customs and Border Protection website, where you can get these numbers from. And non-citizens who committed the crime of unalive, updated July 15th, 2024, is 23 total. For breaking and entry committed by non-citizens is 532.
Ja, this is literally
Updated
coming from the
to
Border
July
Patrol
the
numbers.
15th. And that was updated July the 15th, 2024. And
Thank
again,
you,
that's
Izzy.
from Customs and Border Protection.gov.
Thank you. It is literally, yeah. What other source do you want? People fucking whining here. No, Willie, they didn't. Stop trying to cope. Cope fucking harder. Hey,
So
Logical, where'd you go? Logical, where'd you go?
Bro started hearing
Oh.
facts and said, I'm good. I'm out of here.
No, you heard
You know what I
facts, and it's
like
like
about-
facts are like fucking bug spray for MAGA.
A government
Jesus.
agency
You know
said
what
that.
I like
Oh, no,
about
I can't
those
deal with it.
numbers? The thing I like about those numbers is they're so minor, right?
It does
they're-
H2K.
They don't even mean anything. But furthermore, that people who believe that what we're doing without Trump is they're chasing ghosts, right? Like they believe in ghosts. Like that's all. That's how I describe it. Like they believe in something that does not exist.
Oh yeah, no, I love to say when they start arguing against a point I did not actually make, or start putting like they're arguing against like these invisible arguments that no one is actually making or whatever. I say like you're arguing against ghosts. You're picking fights with ghosts because no one here is saying that. No one here is actually like arguing that with you.
At least the ones the other day, like I feel like they weren't going for personal attacks. It seems like H2K and that other guy were definitely just like, oh, you made me mad. I'm just going to attack you, even though that's not what this conversation is about. But, you know, what are you going to do?
Mega can never. They get really angry when you start asking them about facts, or when you ask them questions in regards to what Trump ran on in 2016. Like he said on the second, like in the second presidential debate, he said he was going to close Wall Street loopholes to offset the tax cuts that he was proposing, and he didn't close any. And then they get upset. And then when you ask them, what healthcare plan did he replace the Affordable Care Act with?
Louis.
They don't have any answers. Or they say, well, what had happened was
Replaced
actually
with anything because he couldn't get the
People,
Yeah, 'cause,
to answer the questions, yes, earlier, sorry, this is a little bit off, but to answer your questions I'm seeing in the chat. Yes, these are tampons. Someone was very upset earlier about tampons being in boys' bathrooms, and I brought them on because I thought it was funny that so many people were so scared of tampons, of seeing tampons. So, yeah.
You're such a fashionista.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very demure, very mindful.
Tim Walz would approve for sure.
That tax bill was introduced to Congress and the Senate on December the 15th, 2017. And then that entire bill had nothing stating or trying to eliminate Wall Street loopholes. So Trump failed, and he didn't keep his promise. And when you show that to mega supporters, they get really angry because they had to admit that they are wrong and that he failed and he didn't keep his word. And again, that date is December.
Rose of Alabama.
It's December the 15th, 2017, when they introduced that bill both to the House and to the Senate. And it was actually Paul Ryan's and it was actually Paul Ryan's and Mitt Romney's tax plan. Because you guys remember Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House, and he got so excited he broke the gavel when it passed in the House.
We have some other guest requests if you're ready for them.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey man, I'm just trying to get my bag, Alabama.
I'm sad I came in at the tail end of that debate. It sounded like it was pretty interesting.
Oh, which reminds me, I keep forgetting to put up the thing. Yeah, I mean, so we do free flow debate here. You're welcome to come up here and, I want to hear what you want to talk about and we'll talk about it, but we fact check here. And I'm only going to put up with a certain amount of bullshit. I put up with a lot more bullshit than I need to, if you ask me personally. So, hold on one second, MAGA.
My name is Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Hi, how you doing? Can I speak?
Hold on. Sorry, one sec. I'm just trying to set up. I forgot to set up my little. Here, wait. One moment. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. I keep forgetting to set up the little tip jar thing. I appreciate your patience, guys. Sorry. I'm just trying to do this so that
It might be funny if it came back with the background of my face.
There we go.
Oh wait.
Of your face? Oh yeah. There we go.
Wait, what is this? Tip jar? How's that work?
There we go. If you want to help the girlie out. There we go. Tip jar, yeah, so to speak.
No, you need to raise it a little bit. They're overlaid on top of each other on my screen. There you go.
Oh, they are? Oh, they're okay.
Right there, that's good.
Oh, whoops.
It's also backwards, isn't it?
Oh, is it backwards for you?
No, maybe not.
No, it's not. It's the text is the right way.
Can you make it a little bit bigger? Because my eyes are.
Yes.
Put it above the plant. Put it above the plant.
Well, so the problem is that everyone's screen is different sizes and stuff. So everyone's UI works differently.
Yeah.
It's perfect for me, but I don't know about everybody.
Okay. Just from my perspective, it's just small writing.
Okay. Hold on. Small writing. Okay. Whoops. Not my face. I don't want to grow my face.
But your face is awesome. Ah!
For some, okay. That's so annoying.
Perfect.
That's so annoying. Okay, fine. That's perfect. Can you guys read that? Is that legible?
It's good. It's good.
Are you sure about that?
No.
It's big on your end. Okay.
It's fine. I think a lot of people can see it.
Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Sorry. I appreciate your. I'm not zooming in more. This is already too zoomed in. Okay. Anyway, MAGA. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
My name is Mike. Is this a left live?
No, it's on. Well, I'm left, but actually, I have people come in here from all walks of life and beliefs, and we have discussion. But we fact check here. We do fact check here, and we go. I like to go. Thank you, T. Thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you.
I want to read something to you. It's going to make a lot of sense, and it's going to shut down this live probably. But I want to first off say that.
Well, don't try to shut down the live. I hope it's not because you're saying.
I'm going to prove a point.
Don't say anything inappropriate.
Okay.
I'm going to land my plane.
Thank you,
what I'm
T.
saying. I've been kicked off TikTok. I had a big account, and they banned me for things I've said, so I'm very careful. So
okay, I appreciate
that. I want to first say that what you're wearing on the. Can you say that word? What you're wearing on your ears? Can you say that nowadays?
I think so. Why couldn't you? It's a tampon.
Oh, you can say
headphones?
It's good to go.
You could say tampon now?
Could you not say tampon before?
Yes.
No, TikTok, they banned every word, but you have to be careful. I'm trying to watch your live.
I've never heard of that being
All right, read what you got to read, brother.
Okay, number 2. I think it's the most oddest thing wearing. That's very insultive wearing that. But let me get started here.
Why is it insulting, MAGA?
it's just not something that you see every day. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I agree. Well, it's something that you don't see every day, but many people in this country do see these every day.
Yeah, but usually it's kept in private, kept in. Anyway,
Right, but if I had a roll of toilet paper here, would you be also insulted by that?
No, because everybody uses that.
Right. Okay. So
In private, though.
half of us. I mean, technically not, because people are in menopause and there are
Well, let's just say
younger
I've
women.
never
But
seen it as earrings. I've never seen it as earrings. But I want to read something to you.
right. Well, I put it on just so you know, MAGA. I put these on. I don't actually wear these as earrings in my day-to-day life. Maybe I should start. But I put these on because people were talking about how they're offended to see tampons, and I think that that's funny. I think it's a little bit silly to be offended by the sight of a very simple thing that half the country uses at some point in their life.
Yeah,
Multiple times a day for several days a month.
In polite society, they're kept in the back of the cabinet in the bathroom. I mean, anyway.
In polite society, you accept the fact you don't shame women for something that's very, very fucking natural and just part of being a woman. In polite society, you just acknowledge the reality. And unless you hide your toilet paper too. Are you afraid of seeing the toilet paper? Is it hidden at the back of your cabinet?
No, I said everybody uses it.
Okay, right. Okay, but so
It's
the
just,
fact that
it's just-
but if it's like specific to women, then all of a sudden it's rude. So
I mean,
all of a
just-
sudden
I
it's
mean,
not
what I'm
polite.
trying to say
Maybe
is, like,
men should.
No.
Maybe that's an issue with men thinking that women existing as women is rude. Like, you know what I
No,
mean?
I think you misinterpret what I'm saying. I just think men and women have their own little areas. That's all. But can I read this right here? Okay, listen
Go
very
for it.
closely. Between 1892 and 1954, Ellis Island processed over 12 million. Are you aware of Ellis Island?
I'm aware of Ellis Island. Yes, I live in New York City. Thank you, MAGA, for checking.
Okay, from 1892 to 1954, they processed 12 million immigrants. My point being, in the last 4 years,
Right. How many of those are still alive?
Hold on. You're not. I'm making my point here. Okay.
Go for it. Okay. Apologies.
Between 1892 and 1954, Ellis Island processed 12 million immigrants. It's an island in New York. I don't know exactly. It's by Statue of Liberty, if you're not aware where it's at. But what I'm saying is the last 4 years under the Biden administration, 12 million migrants have came over in 4 years. Do you get my point?
Yeah, I'm fucking fact checking this shit because
Is your point that the world population is a lot bigger than what it was?
Oh my God!
yeah.
Stop the
Because I get
deflection.
that
What I'm
point.
saying-
Also, you're talking at her and not to
So
her.
also okay, so that's
I
not
got you. It's not a got you moment. I just want you to be aware. I'm not here for a got you moment. Okay, that's all.
Well, we just gave out the numbers from 2023 to 2024, and there was a decrease by 50%. There were in January of
Hold on, I said
2024.
1892.
Well, wait.
We're
This
talking
is during
Ellis Island.
Biden. This is during what? This is 2024. We're under the Biden administration. 2023 is under the Biden administration. So in 2024.
Hold on.
Wait, in
The last- hold on,
2024,
please,
can
you
you
don't
let
have
me
people-
finish?
hold on.
In 2024, there was 124,000 encounters. That was a decrease by 50%.
okay,
from
but encounters is different,
2023.
Izzy. Encounters
Oh.
is different.
I think Izzy is not.
Let me.
Izzy-
I'll get the. Well,
All right. I'm not sure if Izzy's from California. Maybe he had some gummies. But what I'm
What
saying,
the fuck?
I'm
Hey,
from-
MAGA, what the fuck does that have to do? Stop. What? Ad hominem?
I'm
Really?
from
Your fucking points are so weak. You're gonna start.
no,
just
he doesn't know what
insulting.
he's talking about. And I just.
He's
I proved-
literally just
I-
reading out numbers, dude.
I proved a
from
fact right now.
customs and he's reading out numbers from customs and border patrol.
Okay, I apologize. What I'm saying is 12 million immigrants in 4 years and 12 million in 50 years. So something's wrong
Where
there.
are these stats coming from, by the way? Where are your numbers coming from?
These are just government stats, really.
No. Okay, so tell me the exact page I can find them.
Hold on, I think. Let me see. Let me. Whoa! I got it right here. You can't dispute this. You cannot dispute this source.
It's
not a gotcha moment.
Bro, I'm just asking. Okay, so then why are you fucking hooting and hollering? I'm just asking you for the source. I just check sources here, dude. Like it's not.
I know, but let me give it to you
Calm down, dude.
because I
What?
got you finally. I got you guys. Hold on. It's from the Ellis Island Foundation. Check that out. Ellis
Okay,
Island
so not a
Foundation.
government. So not a government
Oh no.
resource. Not okay.
It's the foundation of the island. Don't you get it? Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Wait, what is no?
Hold on,
They're
hold on.
so where are they? Where are they
Hold on.
like reporting on
It's from
on
the I got-
immigrants
hold on.
from the last 4 years?
Hold on. Forget that one. This is from the Library of Congress. Library of Congress. That's in Washington, D.C., if you're not aware. So actually, it's from the National Congress, the Library of Congress. So I
What
proved my-
is what
the 12 million, I'm telling you.
which 12 million?
Oh God.
The ones from 1892 to
See, you guys try to you guys try to confuse-
1954?
You're
No,
trying to confuse-
MAGA, I am asking you fucking questions. Let's be precise here. Calm the fuck down,
Well-
dude. Just
well, I
I'm
found-
asking for, like, it's not an attack to ask you a question.
Well, I
Oh
found
my
it
God, what a
from-
fucking
well,
like
from
waste of
Homeland-
energy,
Hold on.
dude.
Wait, wait,
Hold on.
The Ellis
Homeland.
Island
well,
immigrants
well,
were
wait.
from mostly Northern Europe,
Hold
it
on.
says.
I'm just asking you to cite the source so I can pull it the fuck up, dude.
Here,
But
I
let me
have
give you the
one
date.
home.
1892
Izzy, chill. Izzy,
and
chill, please.
1954. Let me get the right dates. 1892 and 1954. Alice
Yes.
Island processed 12 million people.
Okay,
Period.
and this is from.
Period.
Just tell me what fucking website that is. Great.
I just told you
that's-
3 times. It's from the Library of Congress. Look up
Library of Congress. Okay, what page on the Library of Congress? You don't go to Library of Congress and then on the front page it says this.
No, you just Google it. Google Library of Congress. What I'm just saying.
It's like
Just,
freaking.
I mean, come on, please.
Library.
Okay.
Work with me.
I
You
am.
know
I am.
that.
I am.
I'm
MAGA. Me asking you questions is me working with you. Okay.
But you know, I
Stop
got
getting
you.
fucking weird about it, dude.
But
Like,
you know, I got you. I finally got you, people.
no, you didn't.
No,
I'm just
Megan-
asking you for information. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I'm not even saying you're fucking wrong. I am asking you so that I can pull up the exact fucking page you're looking at. And the fact that you are like trying to turn that into some sort of like, I gotcha. Like, I'm just asking. Yeah, cool. I'm like not even saying you're wrong, dude. Dude, I'm literally asking you, like, cool, let me just pull it up. I trust that you're looking at a page. Show me the fucking page. That's
Okay,
all. Just like, Jesus
he's wrong.
Christ, what a
You're getting
fucking waste
upset.
of time it is to
No,
like.
please. I know what you're doing.
Okay,
Let
so
me
Matt.
run.
Okay, great. So I'm pulling up. Ellis Island through America's Gateway. That's the page I pulled up. That's the first
say
result.
total.
Is that the page you're looking at, or is the
Look at-
page
just say,
titled
what was
something
it?
else?
All you gotta say, what was the total through Ellis Island? I mean, I don't know what more you want.
Okay, you can't.
need
You
to
don't
do
know.
more than that.
Yes,
MAGA, you need to read the whole thing.
MAGA. I'm asking
Hold
you
on.
for
Okay,
the
I got it.
page title, homeboy.
www.loc.gov Ellis Island.
Well,
And
on the home, on the
what's your name?
homeland, homeland.house.gov, key facts since the Biden administration.
That's not a website.
Okay,
LOC.gov.
https://www.loc.gov
OC.gov.
and then Arrow and Ellis Island. I mean, I
Arrow
can't.
Ellis Island. What do you mean
Oh my
Arrow
God.
Ellis?
Can you give me
Arrow
a
Ellis. I
Your name-
literally. I'm like
Wait, your name Brand? Are you Brandy? Brandy?
Brenna.
Listen. Okay, Brenna. Listen. Just Google how
I
many.
did, and I was asking you and I pulled up a page, and I asked you the page title, and you refused to answer me if that was the page title that you were on. There's several pages on the Library of Congress about Ellis Island. There are multiple fucking pages on Ellis Island,
Pick anyone. It doesn't matter.
but they don't all have the exact same information. Otherwise, it would be pointless for them to have multiple pages. You see what I'm saying? It's just a basic, like, we're just trying to, like, what is so difficult to
Do you have
understand?
Google? Do you have Google in front of you? Just humor
Yeah,
me.
I
have
do.
Google?
Listen, look. Jesus, I just fucking unplugged
That's
this
what
thing.
she's doing. She's humoring.
I'm
you. She's been-
All she
literally.
has to ask Google is how many people went through Ellis Island total. That's all you got to do, and you won't
I'm
do
on
it.
the fucking page you sent me to, and this has no fucking. This is the Ellis Island page on the Library of Congress website. I know you can't fucking.
No, but go to the Google microphone. Ask through the Google microphone. Ask through the Google microphone what the total through Ellis Island. I know what you guys are doing.
No, we're not doing anything, dude. I'm trying to pull up your fucking page. It's so simple. Here's the thing. I don't doubt you're wrong. I'm just asking you for the fucking website, and I can't believe we're wasting this much time because you're like incapable of telling me like the page title or something simple. Like, Jesus.
Okay,
I did Google it, and this is the page I'm getting, and so I'm asking you to just be fucking precise about the exact fucking page.
Okay,
This is loc.gov/item/914821888. So
Okay,
what is the item you're looking at?
Okay, well, let's go to another website then.
No, Maggot. No. Let's do this. Look at the browser. Tell me what this is. Item on the Library of Congress. This is item 914821888. So how about you tell me what item you're looking at so I can just pull it up?
Okay, let me get it. I pulled up the whole story. Okay,
I had the. Well, I had
understand. I know you're confused. It's called the Library of Congress. It's called the Library of Congress.
I'm on the Library of Congress, bro. I'm literally on the Library of. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry, guys. Am I like? What is the fucking? Am I speaking? Am I not making myself clear here, guys?
All you have to do.
It's like about 10 pages. It's 10 pages long.
Well, I have it just on one page. So all you had to do is go to homeland.house.gov.
Okay,
scroll down to the middle of the page. It says key fact. It says key facts. It says 9.5 million encounters nationwide. At the southwest border is 7.8 million encounters. U.S. Border and U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded 837 encounters nationwide in April, including
right. But Izzy, while I appreciate what you're doing, encounters is not immigrants. That's a different metric. I appreciate what you're doing, Izzy, but that's a different. But MAGA, look. Okay, so I just Googled Library of Congress immigration through Ellis Island, and I'm looking at several fucking pages, and I'm just asking you.
Pick any total.
I'm just asking you to tell me which one of these you're on so I can fucking find the total. Like,
let me see
what
it again.
the fuck?
Let me see it again.
It's literally, this is why I'm asking you to look at your actual browser to tell me the item number. Because it's the way. What's up?
Let me help you out a second.
The second one.
Mark, shut up. Okay, Brenna. If you do 1892 Ellis Island, the exact article should come up.
Great.
I just read it.
Yeah.
Great. Amazing.
And for
That's
the guy
all we
who brought
needed.
up the article, please hold on 1 second.
Oh my
if
God.
you will
Why
read
so
the
exhausting?
entire
What a waste of
article.
Wait, what's the amount though? What's
Mr.
the
Guy that
amount?
brought it up. I don't
We
give
just
a
wanna know the
about
amount.
the amount. Hold on. See, that's your problem. You just read the amount without reading the whole article. Go read the whole article.
We're talking
and
about
you
the
will see
amount
the
only.
thing.
The amount only. This is what
Sir,
you do.
Sir,
This is what you guys do.
Sir.
Oh my God.
Dude, MAGA, you
I
can't
am
even.
not going to read the whole article for you. I just read it for myself. You should have read it before you brought it up. I'm sorry that you are wrong.
About
Sir.
12 million.
Actually, you know what?
It's not
I
your
really want to know
deflection.
what your point is. So,
My point is,
you know,
So
numbers
I'm seeing
from
so
200
sponsored.
years
Okay,
ago.
so on
I just
the
proved my point.
So okay, hold on. I'm on a page. I searched what you said. I'm on item 00530541. By the way, every fucking page, or just about every page on the Library of Congress is an item because it's like sourced documents. So they're numbered because it's a
Just said
library.
9 million. I'll go with that.
No,
He just said
no,
9
no.
million. The guy got.
Okay, so and I'm seeing now sponsored by. Okay, so this site contains a searchable database of more than 22 million passengers and crew members who came through Ellis Island and the Port of New York between the years 1892 and 1924.
There
so
you go.
I have
What's that
22
number
million. 22 million
Okay,
between
okay.
1892 and 1924.
So you misspoke. You said 54. So
No,
Well, you also
1892,
said 12 million. Earlier, you said 12 million between 1892 and 1954, and now I'm seeing a different one. Well, here's the thing. This is why I want to be precise about the page, because the way the Library of Congress works, right?
What's your amount, though? Excuse me. I'm sorry. What's your amount?
22 million between 1892 and 1924. And the reason, by the way, this is why I'm trying to be
Well, that's
precise about
1924, though.
MAGA.
It's
Yeah,
1924. It's 1954 I'm talking about.
MAGA, how about you fucking listen for a moment, okay? I don't think you understand how the Library of Congress works. The Library of Congress is a library, right? So it has a bunch of different
DC.
items. Stop interrupting me, dude. Stop, like, we've just wasted so much time trying to like get to the page, and you don't even. And now I understand why you didn't know what I was asking. You know how I said if you look at the browser,
it's my point.
Stop interrupting me, dude.
But your numbers are higher.
This is what y'all do. Y'all
Your
run in a
hold
damn
on.
freaking hamster wheel and never
Wait a
get to
minute.
your point and
But her
interrupt.
numbers are
somebody.
higher.
Naga, you are wasting our time. You are wasting our fucking time,
It
dude.
makes my point. The numbers are higher. Your figures are higher.
It says 22 million between 1892 and 1924. Yeah,
And
that's
I said
higher.
12 million. And I said 12 million.
Right.
So your numbers are higher, which is better for me. I proved my point. There's too many people here.
22 million between 19. The point you were trying to prove. Firstly, the fact that we have two different numbers is important. Let's have a conversation about that, right? Secondly, your point was you were saying, 12 million came between
Those are just
18.
gotaways. 12 million
Stop
gotaways.
interrupting me or I will fucking boot you because this is a waste of my fucking time. And it's a waste of your time, by the way. It's a waste of your time to continuously interrupt me.
I won't interrupt, but I
Right,
made
you
my
don't.
point.
Right. You're not here to actually have a conversation. You're here to speak and then not let anyone respond to you. That's what you're here to do. That's not a conversation, dude. That's how I fucking know you don't have you have incorrect information because you're not willing to just fucking listen to the person. I heard you out. And I have been continuously asking you for more information so I could actually like dive into the numbers you were giving me. I am giving you so much fucking respect, dude, and like willing to meet you where you are. And you are incapable of even allowing me to do that. Okay. So if you want to have a fucking conversation and like stop revealing yourself for the person who is unwilling to actually like investigate your own beliefs and even my beliefs and stuff, then fucking sit down, settle, zip it for a moment and let me fucking speak. I don't need an okay from you. Okay. The reason I was asking you, firstly, I always ask for sources, okay? We fact check here. That is now a literal motto of this page. Like someone is fucking printing up merch as we speak. We fact check here. We check sources here. And so the way the Library of Congress works, if you go up to your actual browser and you click and you see the page you're on, you will more than likely see that it says like loc.gov/item/ and then a long string of numbers. Okay. So the Library of Congress is a library. It has a bunch of documents in it. The Library of Congress isn't actually like necessarily out here researching necessarily the documents, but it is an archive of different documents. So the reason those documents are numbered is because those are the reference numbers. You have to be able to look up each individual like document reference, whatever. So the reason I'm looking at a page on the Library of Congress that says it has a list, this item includes a searchable database of more than 22 million passengers and crew of the people who went through Ellis Island, the port of New York between the years 1892 and 1924. And you have a page on the Library of Congress.gov that says, I don't know the full paragraph that it says, but you mentioned they say 12 million between 1892 or 94 to 1954. The reason there is a disparity is because those are two different documents that are archived in the Library of Congress. And so the reason it is important for me to know exactly what fucking document you're looking at is because we have to know like what that document, like it's not, the Library of Congress is not saying outright, oh, this is the total number. The Library of Congress has like various different pieces of fucking documentation that each document different things, and you can find different fucking lists that are different sizes and whatever. It's a library. It's an archive of documents. So this is why it's so fucking important to figure out what page you're looking at. And it's not just, on the Library of Congress. Cool. Well, I found that the Library of Congress like is, refuting what you said, but I'm not going to fucking say that because the whole point is that that's not how the Library of Congress works. Cool? Great. So if you want to tell me the precise item that you are looking at, I'm happy to pull it up. But again, that's the problem with that is that unless we pull up every single fucking document that is held by the Library of Congress and then cross-check every single document and every list against itself to know that we're not seeing any duplicates of names and stuff. The Library of Congress is not going to be the one that provides us with a single like comprehensive list. I mean, unless there is specifically a page that says we have cross-checked every single list available and this is the comprehensive list. But we have to find that list, and neither you nor I have found that list. Okay? Great. So glad we're here together. Can someone fucking...
May I say something?
So Kari said it wouldn't be on the Library of Congress if it's not valid, right? So again, Kari, I'm not sure when you came in. The way the Library of Congress works is that it's a library, it's an archive of documents, right? So the documents, don't necessarily, I'm not saying that the documents are invalid. I'm saying that there may be a book, like a booklet from Ellis Island with a bunch of list of names, right? That is one item in the Library of Congress. And then there may be a different book that includes some of the same names from that book because maybe someone was recording people with red hair. I'm making that up, but maybe someone else was keeping a list of people with red hair, right? And so that is also archived in the Library of Congress. Those documents are valid in the sense that those are archival documents, but just pulling one up and not cross-referencing and checking and understanding exactly what document this is and whether it's a full list, a partial list, a specifically tailored list, without actually going through that and figuring that out, we can't just be this tells the whole story. Okay, the Library of Congress, those are primary resources, primary sources. That doesn't always tell the full fucking story. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and can't anyone submit something to that? I think there's freaking late night shows on there and stuff. There's
right. Well, it's an archive. It's an archive of documentation, which yes, the library, it archives documentation, but that doesn't necessarily inherently make it factually anything.
Unbiased.
But also even again, the data, I'm not saying that this list of names is biased in any way. I'm just saying that it's various different books were collected over the years, and each one of those is a different item. And then there's different lists that were created from those books, which are also each of them a separate item. So it's not as simple as being let's go just tally up all the numbers, because some of those are going to be repeat names.
Yeah. I got the audio.
What's your name?
I found the audio.
What audio?
To prove my point. You want to hear the audio, please?
Well, I do have some. I do have. Well, I do have. Well, I do have information. What green card holders?
Hold on.
That's 12.9 million.
Izzy, that's also not green card holders. Is also not the full thing.
No,
I appreciate what you're
mean-
doing, but again, it's a separate. This is kind of what I'm saying, right? We can look at individual numbers of things, but that's not.
Well, I mean, that's compared to the unauthorized migrants in 2022.
But unauthorized. There are plenty of authorized immigrants to this country that are not green card holders.
Ellis Island saw more than 12 million immigrants pass through its gates at a rate of up to 5,000 people a day.
Okay, that's the
Sorry,
audio.
Can we hear it from the beginning? Sorry,
okay,
can
I gotta redo it. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. What? Yeah. That audio is. Are you just having a speech to text? That just sound or text to speech.
Ellis Island saw more than 12 million immigrants pass through its gates at a rate of up to 5,000 people a day.
Okay, that's from the Library of Congress audio. I just played it to you twice.
Can you find me? So can you?
Wait a minute, please.
No.
You asked for sources. You asked for sources. I could play it again if you'd like.
Can you tell me where I can find it? Can you tell me the page it's on? Because I can type that into Google. Yeah.
No, it's from the Library of Congress. Hold on.
Bro, just seriously. Okay, you did. Okay, so this amount of immigrants here, right, in this amount of days.
Ellis Island saw more than 12 million immigrants pass through its gates at a rate of up to 5,000 people a day.
Okay,
now
so
listen,
that doesn't tell me the fucking page there.
Wait a minute, it's not a gotcha moment. It is not a gotcha moment.
What is your point?
I want to prove my point.
Oh my god.
What
You just
is
did
it?
everything
I just did.
said, just
I don't really I truly don't
Wait,
know
your
what
point is to prove your point. That's it.
You heard the audio. You heard the audio
Like,
from Library of
You
Congress.
made no point though. What
what-
relevance does it have to anybody?
My 12 million I was
What is
telling you
your
about. The 12
relevant-
million.
Okay, good job. Goodbye. Like seriously,
No, I
leave.
just
Donald Trump is a doo-doo-head.
I found
Is that
that on
from-
the Library of Congress.
It's true. It's true. Can I just
Trump is
like
a
what?
doo-doo-head.
I found that on the Library of Congress. Just trust
What
me,
is-
bro.
Like seriously, do we have any mods here? Just this guy is just
Apparently-
running circles, and I'm tired
No,
of
it's-
listening to him. Get rid of him.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
that's
bro.
fine. We
Get
run
outta
in
here.
circles. When I get bored, I'll fucking boot
Like,
him.
what
I'm
is
getting
the-
there. MAGA. Okay.
Oh, I was just
Was
gonna
he-
ask.
Did someone boot him or did he boot himself?
I did not boot him because I didn't
Okay.
have my turn with him yet.
Okay, that's fine.
I
I
was
read
just
the whole
gonna-
article.
Thank God.
He didn't.
Meow. Please block me. I don't fucking want you in here. Please.
If he would, I hope he's still in here listening. Dude,
Guys,
go
the
read the whole article. If you just read the headliner of a paper, it tells you nothing. That
Also,
means
I'm trying to, and like, I'm not even calling him wrong. I'm not even saying his facts are wrong. I'm just asking him to give me the ability to pull up to see exactly what he's looking at so that I know for a fact that he's actually telling me the fucking truth. That's it. That's what fucking citing sources is about. Someone should be able to look up the source and see, did you cite it correctly? Is it genuinely there? And also, did you selectively quote bits of it that misrepresent what it's actually saying? Because otherwise, I can sit up here and I can say, I found the audio. I found the audio on the Library of Congress. This is what it says about Ellis Island.
Dude, at
Donald
least,
Trump is a
like,
doo-doo-head.
That's
at
on the
least-
Library of Congress.
At least, like the people.
If
that
I'm
are
not
on
willing to,
here-
and if I'm not willing to fucking show you, point you, like empower you to pull this up on the Library of Congress, then that is an invalid fucking source that has been cited. Okay, so
I found the same numbers that you had from 1892 to 1924. There was over 20 million that went
I
through
just-
Ellis Island.
Here's my
if
thing.
you
What
read
is-
the article, you want to see
what
that the
is the-
numbers are. Wait a minute, Luke. Just hold on, please. Let me
Okay,
try
you're
to
good,
clear
you're
this
good.
numbers thing up. If you will read the whole fucking article, you will see that the building for the records burned down, so no one is sure about those numbers. This is what I've been trying to say for 30 fucking minutes. I'm sorry.
thank you, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry
My-
that I kept fucking
My bad,
yelling
God.
at him.
I wasn't trying
I
to
think
interrupt you.
Mega
or nothing.
wanted to say that how many migrants went through the port of New York is less than how many are crossing into the border or the southwest border. I think that was his point. And then when you said 20 million, he got excited because he was thinking, "Oh, that's more." Like he was like off.
Yeah. Well, but he didn't want to listen, and he doesn't know how libraries work. He doesn't know how an archive works. H2K is saying if you're not willing to disprove yourself, you won't find it, and you're accusing me that I will only find what I'm looking for. Actually, H2K, like I have fact checked myself if I'm not like sure that I'm remembering like a number and stuff, and also if sometimes people will come up here and be like, that's actually not entirely true. I fact check myself too. I pull up fucking sources all the fucking time, so. But welcome, I guess.
My whole thing is like, even if all of that is true, what is the relevance of immigration from
I agree with
130 years ago on a completely different like side of the country? Like, okay, I guess.
H2K was in here earlier, Yvonne.
Dude, that was like actually like
He was in here earlier.
the
It was a waste of
question.
time.
That was the question he did not
overview.
want to answer.
It's overview and history. They don't give me a page for that library, the State Library of Congress. It's just called Overview and History of Ellis Island.
Also, my bad, God. Earlier, I wasn't trying to interrupt you or nothing.
I'm sorry. I listened long enough, and the same thing. People do the same thing with scientific papers. They read the headline and they think they got something when they don't.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I
that's
feel you.
again, and that's why we need to, and it drives me crazy because like everyone does this. Like even journalists and stuff. They do it, and which is why, like, here, fucking, we practice what we preach. We say, go to the just check the source. Just fucking check them, even if you trust the source. Like, there was this one thing. The perfect example I have is, like, do you guys remember a few years ago? This is a little bit off of a tangent, but also we're not even like, we're just talking about fact checking. A few years ago, there was all this hullabaloo because of this policy that was being pushed in, I think, California, that was like about freelancing, and it would like be classifying independent contractors differently, including like Uber and Lyft and stuff. And so there was all this like hullabaloo because it was like, this new law would actually make it so that independent contractors, I wish I remember the arguments it was making. It was basically making these claims of like, you won't be able to be an independent contractor if XYZ, or it'll require independent contractors do blah, blah, blah. And all these sources, like big sources, the New York Times, were like citing this, like quoting this. And so I went to the actual law. I wanted to look up the actual legislation to see like the context of that fucking thing in. And here's what I believe happened, right? I believe whoever was writing about this doesn't understand how to read the law. And I think someone somewhere fucking misquoted it somewhere. And then every other news organization picked it up because they kept quoting the same few words and kept saying the same thing. So it was people who aren't good at reading legislation, who can't understand it. So I pulled it up and I saw that actually this thing that they kept quoting was this teeny tiny little clause that was part of a long list of things that said like, oh, you won't be classified as an independent contractor if this, and all of these requirements are met, something like that. But everyone was like, oh, if you won't be classified as an independent contractor if this one thing. And everyone was, of course, naturally up in arms about it because it was like, hold on, like you're about to fuck over a bunch of independent contractors. But that's not the actual, like, that's not actually what was happening. And it just so happens also, it's also possible that the New York Times knew what they were doing. I mean, they're like relatively good in many ways, but obviously they also have biases. But because it just so happens that they hire lots of independent contractors because they have a lot of freelance journalists writing for them, and the law would actually harm them if it were passed. It would actually harm it because they would have to pay independent contractors more if that law passed. And it just so happened that their journalists were quoting it correctly, but very selectively and completely misrepresenting what the fuck was in the law. And it happens all the time. This is why we check the sources, guys. It's a fucking basic media literacy thing we can do here. It's so fucking easy. We all have these supercomputers available to us and we can Google. It's like so fucking easy. It should not be as hard as it was.
I mean,
anyway.
You learn like freaking Comp 1 in high school, you know what I mean? It's like, not, you know.
Well, there's the numbers for illegal crossings since the Biden administration. It's been 7.8 million with 1.5 million gotaways, and that was by CBP.
Yes, Izzy, I've pulled up those numbers before. I have the link to the page, in a list of links to go
and
to.
they define encounters as border patrol agents running into people, at the border. They either turn them away or they arrest them or process them. So, because I looked up what it meant to border encounters, and that was the term. When I looked it up, it says...
No, I know. We've defined border encounters here. Encounters include apprehensions and expulsions. So the number of encounters does not translate to the number of immigrants. It just doesn't. That's not what
we had like a whole debate with a guy about that. It was something.
Thank you, Alabama.
Yeah, and then
All
it
right.
says
Let's move the fuck on. Does anyone want to come up here and talk about something else? You regret renting the Cybertruck, Enlightened? The lady with the food truck. What are you talking about, Brady?
I do like the conversation about unconscious bias.
Sure. I mean, but I don't know that there's much to debate there, right? Like,
well, there's no debate. I
think,
just
yeah,
like,
everyone up here right now, we all agree with each other. So let's get some people. I might ask some of you guys to drop if you've been in here for a while. Let's get some people that we don't agree with to fucking talk to. I hate it when it's just a bunch of us agreeing with each other for a few hours. Sorry. Not that I don't love you all, but
I think your eyes are on backwards.
my eyes are on backwards.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. That's the best argument I could come up with.
Oh, you're trying to disagree with me? I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing. I'm not an expert in eyes, so if you tell me that my eyes are on backwards, I'm not going to disagree with you there.
Something from the
Chaos.
Library of Congress backs that up, I think.
Vegan Bolshevik wants to join. Cool.
I would be happy to step down if you need the confrontation, but I do appreciate you very much. I think you're one of the most logical people I've ever met on TikTok.
Thank you.
And your panel is okay, but
Okay.
Wow. Okay, I see how it is.
Wow.
Dang.
Wow.
I didn't do nothing to you, bro.
No,
You're
like
part
you
of the panel, boy. Like,
Yeah,
what is going on?
Well, you see, I'm setting the bar low, though, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I do appreciate you a lot. You're awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate when you come up here as well. Damn, already blocked.
Yeah,
You got
yeah,
blocked. Oh man, Alabama. Okay, sorry. A Sperry guy came up here. What do you want to talk about?
Hi, yeah. I might not be the best person for this. I came on hearing a lot of people arguing for the reasons for closing the borders further. I'm trying to get better about arguing, so I was going to go and try to argue for why open borders are actually a necessity, but that might be too much of a hard ball.
Unfortunately, we all kind of agree with that. So
Okay, that was what I was worried about.
yeah.
Wait a
One
minute.
thing I guess I
Is
could-
it a necessity?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, well, it actually benefit our economy actually relies on the migrants coming in, including
And-
undocumented one.
But I would also go further to say that the way in which that we do want to use open borders, at least largely discussed on the liberal side, is part of the same unconscionable kind of problem that leads to it with the entire economic system being largely justified around these abuses of people and using of people largely more as machinery themselves. Even often our pro-controlled border conversation ends up being something that is just, further impressing people in the system.
Right. Well, because we always hit immigration at least once a night, but it's usually multiple times. I believe like closed borders, that's not the fucking answer, right? But also people who are here yelling about open borders, which are not a fucking thing.
No question.
Are also, I always have to point out, Biden's policies did what you want from the border. What you wanted to close down the border. Biden basically did do that. So I don't love that. But if you can't come in here and whine about Trump when all these open border policies you keep whining about were actually the policies put in place under Trump by Republicans. And on both things, on both counts, that doesn't mean that I'm saying yay, close the borders, thank God, thank you, Biden. But if that's something someone stands by, then they should fucking love Biden for what he did. This is so simple.
I fully agree. It's one of the things that was making it hard for me to vote for Biden and is making it very stressful for me thinking about voting for Harris.
Sure. I mean, the only argument, it's I know lesser of two evils. I fucking hate it too. I fucking hate that that's where we're at. And I hate the two-party system. However, I'm also this is the reality I exist in. I have to operate according to the reality I exist in. And yes, I will work to try to change that reality. If you check out my TikToks today, I was actually filming a MART, a direct action, a nonviolent direct action against Citibank. I've been documenting them all summer. And this week's theme, they're mainly climate direct actions, it's climate protests. But every week has a theme. And this week's theme is how is immigration and migrants and how displaced peoples are related to, you know, climate change. And so it was a combined migrant and climate change anti-Citibank policy, basically fighting for the defunding, or at least the decrease in funding fossil fuel expansion that Citi is like one of the biggest leaders of and stuff. So yes, I'm going to vote for Kamala. I'm not going to argue that Democrats have like this fucking pristine record on the policies I want to see. However, while I'm voting for the party that is going to protect us from the downfall of our fucking democracy, I am also going to be present and working in other ways and through other avenues to change the worlds that we live in. But yeah, thank you, Maddie. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you. Delusional. Ooh, love to hear it, Slop. Do you want to come up, Slop? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm trying
Thank
to get
you,
that.
Maddie. Thank
you very much for that,
you very
and
much.
very much agree on all that stuff. I think there could be different ways within it. I absolutely agree on the, at least right now, I agree on the need to vote with Kamala and with the Democrats, but, you know, I think we largely agree on that thing. The setup of larger actions need to be our focus, and I think that over-focusing on the actual two-party system itself and the horse race in it could probably be one of the largest dangers of the Democrats themselves, is probably where I'd go about it from. We need to be far more focused on what's outside of that, and sometimes they become...
Well, and also, like, I mean, I think that's why, like, protests that, like, and direct actions that target financial institutions, that is the best fucking way you can actually implement change. Because who owns the politicians? The financial institutions. Like, and not just that, like, it doesn't even have to be a matter of politicians, but like financial institutions put the money behind the actual world changing things that we're doing, right? So if you get financial institutions to start divesting from things like fossil fuels, like that is the biggest, that's going to do a hell of a lot more than asking, you know, the government to implement regulations that will just like slightly decrease, you know what I mean? Like, go for the wallets.
I definitely agree with that.
I do want to, I do want to let you respond, but I saw someone comment something. Question, Norm Ellis, are you in here? Norm Ellis asks, why can't Americans vote without a card, but someone without an ID can? Okay, how does that work in your mind? Americans show up to the ballot box, right? And they say, I'm an American, and so someone says, oh, you're an American, show me an ID. And when they can't show it, the American is turned away. But when the immigrant shows up and they're like, hi, I want to vote, I'm an immigrant, they're like, okay, no need to show ID. Is that what you're saying is what's happening? I don't know if you're still in here. I assume you're not, but that's a fucking weird thing to say. Why don't Americans need why do Americans need ID to vote, but not immigrants? Immigrants can vote without it. How the fuck does that work? How the fuck does that work? You don't, okay, but you can't register to vote if you're not a U.S. citizen, Norm Ellis. And also, you don't actually have to show a voter registration card, I don't believe. I mean, maybe in some states it's different. Let me look that up. So, and also, by the way, if you have to, okay, but Norm Ellis, if you have to show a voter, please mute yourself if you're just, you know, if you got stuff in the background, I guess. So Norm Ellis, you're saying you have to show a voter registration card to vote, but you're saying, but for some reason, immigrants don't have to show a voter registration card to vote? How does that work? Either you have to show it when you show up or you don't.
What I found across the nation is that most people have to show ID when they vote. Obviously, we've got mail-in ballots. If you do not have identification to vote...
That's what the Dems are pushing. No, Norm Ellis. The Dems are not pushing for immigrants to not have to show voter registration, but American citizens having to show voter registration. Because, firstly, immigrants cannot vote in most jurisdictions. They cannot vote for in federal elections unless they have become citizens. in some cases they can vote for like school board elections, but even so, you have to like show like you have to prove you're a resident and whatnot. However, but yeah, Democrats are not trying to push policy that requires voter registration cards from American citizens, but not voter registration cards from immigrants. How the fuck would that even work? Because if I'm an American citizen, right? I'm also an immigrant, but I am an American citizen. And if I showed up to vote and I lost my voter registration card, like I have ADHD, it happens. I lose a lot of things. I actually have lost my voter registration card now that I mentioned it. I don't know where it is, right? I show up to vote and I don't have it. And you're saying that they would be like, well, okay, you can't vote. You're an American citizen. Okay, you can't vote because you don't have a voter registration card. But if I then say, well, I'm an immigrant, so I don't have to show it, they're going to be like, oh, okay, walk on in, madam. Is that what you're fucking saying? That's how that is supposed to work? No one's trying to fucking implement that.
No, for anybody that shows up without an identification, in most states across the United States, if you do not have ID, if you go to the ballot box, you have to submit a provisional ballot. That provisional ballot is going to be checked against your state ID. And if you don't have a state ID, they won't count it.
The second line just says, just trust me, bro. Wait, who's saying this? Maybe there's two lines when you go up to vote. Yeah. Immigrants, yeah, one line for immigrants who are not allowed to vote and one line for citizens who can vote but are required to show proof. Yeah.
It's like a practice, like
Jesus Christ.
God, what is going on in this
Some
world?
of the shit Republicans come up with is fucking wild. I'm like, are you guys sure? Like, this takes a lot of thought. Like, this version of reality takes a lot of thought to come up with.
Earth 2.
Are you sure
Earth
you guys
2.
aren't the ones who are like
Yeah,
daydreaming about implementing this sort of thing? Because, like, I don't know any Democrat that sat around fucking daydreaming about how to set up voting in America so that citizens have to show proof, but immigrants don't, and immigrants who can't vote legally don't have to show proof of shit.
It's drive-through.
Oh, thank you, Maddie. Thank you so much.
they really do take after Trump with just like the like fantasizing like Trump with like he wants back in. He wants back in. It's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. You can't even get a birth cert copy. I know, right? Yeah, okay, so I've got some guy named Brad on Twitch. Brad says it's art. It's intense brain rot. I agree. By the way, guys, I am on YouTube and Twitch. This is my alt. I can't go live on this account yet because I don't have enough followers, but if I am able to go live on here, I'll be able to be a little bit more daring with my lives, if that makes sense, because this is my main account. I can't afford to lose it. This does help me pay my bills with my posts. My normal TikToks help me pay my bills. So and then if you wanna tip me, tip you waitress, feel free. Thank you all for being here. I believe I am fully by the way, I have to pay taxes on everything I get from this also, including anything there. I believe in paying taxes on tips, but I do believe that servers should make at least fucking minimum wage. I also believe minimum wage should be a hell of a lot higher than it is. About 3 times the fucking size it is, because whatever.
No, we need to just get rid of the tipping system altogether and just I agree with you. I don't no.
Yeah.
At the same time, so many of those larger changes within that can happen.
You did Enlightened? How did you do you like that? Sorry. Enlightened de Torrijas.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing up here.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I just got distracted.
No, I'm just sorry. This is nerve-wracking. I don't know why.
Welcome. It's fine. It takes a while to get used to it. I know. And it's fine. I'm wearing tampons on my ears, man. Don't worry. You can't fucking embarrass yourself any more than I have already on here daily. You're fine. So hold on. You ate torrijas. So the other day I was explaining what torrijas are. Thank you, Maddie. They're like a Spanish version of Portos. I love Portos. I got taken there by a friend. Portos is so good. I don't know if I didn't have torrijas there. I had like actual just like a Cuban there. Portos is great.
Wait, are we full or are there just no Trump people trying to get on?
I think we're full. I think we are full.
For sure, if you need. I don't know what I'm doing here.
No, it's all good, dude. It's all good.
Okay.
Drop me off. I'll stay
You
on.
want me? Okay.
Yeah, drop me off.
Okay. All right. How do I fucking do that?
I don't know how
Disconnect.
to
Here
get
we
rid
go.
of my
All right, here we go. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you. And thank you for the hopping off for the sacrifice. Anyone else down? Maiko, you've been on here the longest of these guys. Can I drop you for now? You're welcome to hop back. Just
like, I would prefer to get dropped actually in a way. Would you?
okay. Yeah. I can. Yeah, absolutely. I can
I'm
drop
sorry.
you. No, it's fine.
Thank you
It's
for all
totally
that. You guys-
fine. It's totally sorry. I totally cut you off when you were saying thank you. Thank you for coming up, and feel free to request to come back on too. You know, I'm only when we drop you guys. I mean, if you're being a dick and I dropped you because of that, then yeah, you're dropped. But you know, when I ask people to drop, you're welcome to request back up later if people have come off and stuff.
I heard it helps the algorithm if you don't leave as opposed to just being dropped.
Really? Okay. I don't know why that would be
That's
true.
what I heard.
Is there a reason?
Alabama Blues wants to come on.
Algorithm magic.
Magic.
At last.
Also, I believe in the
How
power
you
of the
doing,
tap on.
guy?
All right. Anyway, so who wants to come up here? And I want people who disagree with me, guys. Please welcome. I welcome any and all subjects. Come up here. You tell me what you want to talk about, and we'll discuss it.
I bet if we dug deep enough, we could
thank
come
you for
to a
liking the
mutual
live.
disagreement.
I guarantee.
I'm sure we would
Probably.
agree.
It's probably some very
Alabama, are you a lady? I'm sorry if I misgendered you. Okay, I totally thought you were not. I totally assumed that's me. My brain still defaults to male, unfortunately.
That's cool. I
Thank
grew
you,
up in the
Maddie.
South. I'm used to dating closeted people.
Yeah, that happens. I'm sorry, to presume. I also don't mean to like lock you into the binary. I was surprised to hear your voice because I was like, oh, I totally this whole time I thought you were a gent. Great, which is great. I love having another. I'm sorry.
A female veteran, first generation Cuban, queer in the South. Like, man, I'm a talking point Yahtzee. I lived in Caracas, Venezuela. I lived in Panama City, Panama. I've been around the world. We can
That's
go
amazing.
head to head, baby.
I love it. You check all the. I mean, not all the boxes. You check a bunch of boxes, like all across the fucking spectrum. We love it.
It makes them go crazy instantly. They're like, oh my gosh, so much lived experience.
Abortion. Yeah, H2K. I already know you don't want me to have rights. I get it. Also, earlier, I didn't even address this because people were talking, but you said, I complimented you. That doesn't, do you really not understand that complimenting me does fuck all when you're trying to take away, no, not you, sorry, H2K in the comments, take away my rights? It doesn't fucking matter. You're trying to butter me up with compliments. You think I'm that stupid, dude? You really think I'm that stupid? That I will let you butter me up with compliments and then forgive you for trying to take my rights away?
Speaking of, did y'all
Man.
see
Here's the thing. Honestly, I understand why people like you want to take my rights away. Like, if you really think I'm that stupid, I get why you want me to have no fucking say in anything. Jesus Christ. Hi, Coffee. I do want to leave some slots open, but please, by all means.
Yeah, I just want to see if I could. I sometimes just see if I can get people to come up, let me up, because they normally don't, because I'm fair in the comments.
No, I'm a pretty equal opportunist, letter upper here.
I just got a lot of it's just being a veteran, especially right now. It's like, what, man? You guys, I didn't. You roped me into this one from the jump. I never stood a chance.
Sorry,
but,
thank you, popping down.
All right, I don't know. I'm going on.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'll see you around.
You subscribed. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Alabama,
you.
you're a veteran?
Yeah, Alabama's a veteran.
So how do you feel about everything that Trump and JD Vance is basically going down on veterans right now?
I did not read all your comments, H2K. Don't worry. Love Ukraine. What are you saying? I haven't been seeing. I'm not seeing your messages. Love Ukraine. So I think your messages are being filtered. By the way, some messages get filtered automatically by TikTok. By the way. Oh, Alabama hopped off. Okay. Thank you, Maddie.
Oh, I'm bummed.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
So, like, if a message gets filtered, will it show? Like, will it still show on your screen? Like, once you send it?
It doesn't show to me.
But it shows it to me, so I might not know if something gets filtered.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you'll
pretty
see
sure. I
it, but
think
the
so.
yeah, that's the way it works.
Like silly, but
Yeah, I mean, and I think because sometimes also the only reason I figure out that someone's comments are being filtered is because they're like, "Why aren't you responding to me?" And I'm like, I can scroll through. I haven't fucking seen anything you said. Or they'll be talking. It'll be like they'll start a point halfway through like a sentence, and it's clearly like a continuation of something else. And I'm like, just to be clear, these are the messages I've received. So if you said anything else in between that, like I haven't received it, but I don't always catch it. All right, what's up? Hi, Simon. Hi, Simon. Simon? All right.
Hey, sorry. Thank you.
Okay. All good.
Sorry.
How's it going? You've been up here before. Also, well, do you have something specific you want to talk about? Also, this person is new, but we can go with you first.
Oh, no, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Online. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I just noticed Coffee has a interesting profile picture.
It interests you that she's supporting Harrison Walls. Yes, it's very interesting.
It used to be something else. I had to change it because I got a stalker on here.
So you're not voting for Harris?
Oh no, I'm definitely voting for Harris. I had a stalker. So I changed it I'll change it back. Give me just a second. I'll change it to me.
Oh, I mean,
You don't have to, Coffee. I don't want you to put yourself at risk. I don't want you to put yourself in danger.
I just meant I was interested in talking about that topic. That's all.
Sure, let's talk about it. What do you want to say about it?
I was just curious as to why she was voting for Kamala. I don't care what her name is. She comes.
Okay, well, are you a child, or are you capable of pronouncing
Kamala,
very simple
Kamala,
words?
Does it really matter? Tomato.
It does. It does. Online, it's a very, very basic fucking thing of respect. If you're so
I'm
incapable,
not saying it incorrect on purpose. I'd be understanding.
Kamala. Okay, so we'll just practice. Just say Kamala, and I will correct you when you mispronounce it.
So online,
your mom would be ashamed, dude. If you're just gonna come up here and like be disrespectful.
No, it's fine, but you're being condescending by telling me to correct something that I didn't purposely mispronounce. I didn't purposely mispronounce.
Online, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was purposeful or not. I correct Simon. Hold on. I correct anyone who mispronounces it. I just correct it, and I'm gonna keep correcting you until you do it correctly. And I think you're capable of pronouncing it correctly. But if you're not,
online.
Got it.
So online. So this is Coffee. So yesterday I joined the live, and I'm from Utah, and we pronounce a lot of shit fucking wrong. And I still cannot say Kamala Harris. Oh, did I say it right?
Kamala.
Kamala. See, online, I don't say it right. So I will always get corrected.
I just wanted to ask why you voted.
But she's trying to get it right.
To vote for her. I don't really care about the pronunciation of her name. I feel like that's really insignificant.
But don't be disrespectful.
Kamala.
With that.
Which one?
Kamala. Really insignificant? Okay,
Kamala.
let's call Trump Drumpf then. Let's call him Drumpf.
Kamala.
Cool. So am I correct in assuming you're voting for Drumpf?
Super disrespectful.
I mean, I don't care. You can call him whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
As long as we can have
So
it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Great. Let's
clearly
fucking.
I'm voting for Trump. Yes, obviously.
So you're asking.
Obviously.
So So even though you're being disrespectful, because
I
we
am?
all, well, you know, I'm from Utah and I still can't pronounce her name, even though I try. So I usually refer to her as Vice President Harris now.
Okay, well, I'll
Because
just
I
say
can't
that
say her
then.
name.
I'll
So
just say that.
so she is the vice president. So let's at least give her that
She's
credit.
basically the president.
And okay, no, she's not the president.
Well, she might as
President
well
Biden.
be.
President.
No, Biden is the president, and I was an independent. I'm recently converted a Democrat. I was an
Why is that?
independent. I was an independent for the last 10 years,
What
15
changed your
years.
mind?
Well, I'm going to speak to the most current candidate because that's what we're talking about right now. I'm not going to talk about what changed my mind
Yeah,
6
Maddie, I've
months
said that
ago.
before.
So basically with Vice President Harris, because I still can't say her name right. So obviously women's rights is going to be at the top of the game, but I also have younger kids. So I have 5 kids. I'm from Utah. And one big thing for me is basically prices on food, the
What do you
economy. Wait, don't interrupt me. I'm speaking.
But like, where do you find this information?
Because I do my research.
Because like, has she
online?
has
I just want to say
hang on,
she.
but hasn't
No.
been vocal-
Online. You're saying
hasn't-
where does she find online?
All right.
Hold on.
Y'all just
where
have
does
a
she?
combo.
You asked where does she find her information? She hasn't actually made any specific. She
This
just
is
said
really
that
stupid, like-
this is what she votes based on. So when
No,
you ask
this is
where
really
did she
stupid.
find her?
No, that's
Where am
why
I
I'm
getting
asking you
my
question.
Where am I getting my information from? I'm getting my information. I'm
Simon, you
getting
keep interrupting people.
I don't give a shit. Like,
online. I teach each and every one of my 5 kids that when you're researching information about politics or whatever it may be, you need to find at least 3 or 4 good sources online that match, not that match, but you need to find at least
That
3 or
corroborate.
4 that corroborate each other. So a lot of my resources right now is from PBS, crazy enough, BBC, The Guardian, NPR, AP News. I'm not following mainstream media. A lot of us are
Those are
being,
mainstream media sources.
well, yeah, some I agree. They are, but I mean PBS isn't mainstream media.
It's pretty mainstream, I think.
Well, I mean, it has to be in some ways.
But yeah,
I
it's
agree with
public.
you.
It's the public.
But
Yeah,
it's more conservative.
publicly funded.
Yeah, it's publicly
BBC is
funded.
pretty. The BBC is conservative as well.
Yeah,
but it is mainstream. It is mainstream media, in the
but
same way
they're-
that Fox News is mainstream media. By the way.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm finding my media through I'm finding my information through different sources, but I also go to the government sources. So I am completely always on Congress. I'm always looking at the House votes. I'm always looking at the Senate votes. When I'm looking to vote for somebody, I go to basically look at their history and see what they're voting for, yay or nay. Congress.gov, you can go there. You can look at everybody that's running for the Senate. You can look at everybody that's running for House reps, and you can look at their voting histories. I've got to do that in Utah right now. I've talked about this yesterday. Utah, we're replacing Mitt Romney.
Thank you, Izzy.
So with Mitt Romney basically not going to run for the Senate position in Utah, all of us have got to decide who are we going to vote for in Utah to run for the Senate. So there's a site that I go to, which I won't mention on here, that basically lists everybody that's running in Utah and who I'm going to run for. I go to Ballotpedia. On Ballotpedia, I can see their voting history. I am literally doing my research
You
in
just
Utah.
love here. Like, you should start a podcast and make it just you on the panel.
No.
Online.
No,
Okay,
I
online. You
love-
asked her a question and she's answering the fucking question.
She's nowhere
online.
near answering the question. She's on a full-blown fucking rant. She's
Okay, so
talking about nothing.
reiterate. How about? Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Online.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're fine, Coffee. He asked you a question and you were answering it in full. Online, you can whine about.
I'm asking
receiving
why
the,
you're voting for Kamala Harris.
and she has been saying
Also ask
this.
what sources
She has been
she got her
answering.
information from.
Yeah, and then you asked what
All
sources
she's saying
where
is,
she got her
I'm
information.
pulling shit out of my ass. I'm reading stuff.
No, she's not online.
.gov
No,
and all this
online,
shit.
online. Okay,
I asked her a simple question.
Online. You can have a shitty take all you fucking want, but
I
you
haven't
don't
been
get
able
to
to have a single
misrepresent. No, yeah, because you keep what
'Cause
you're not.
she's been yapping.
Dude,
What?
Dude,
what fucking
online
resources? What
Coffee,
fucking
hold on,
resources
hold
are
on,
you
hold
looking
on,
at?
hold on, Coffee, hold on.
Okay.
I'm muting
I love
everyone.
you.
Okay,
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you. Online. Okay, you just swiped out. I don't know if you can hear me, but we can't hear you when you're swiped out. Just FYI. So you asked her what her beliefs were. Why she's voting for Harris Waltz. She answered you. Then you asked her like where she gets her information from, and she started explaining to you
one thing she said?
where she gets information on. Online, I'm saying you can have as many fucking shitty takes as you want, but you
One
don't get
thing
to
she-
misrepresent. You don't get to misrepresent someone else's stances. Okay, you don't get to put words in other people's mouths, and you don't get like if you have a belief or you have an actual response to it, let's fucking hear it. But if you're just gonna sit up here and whine about the fact that other people can like speak and answer your questions, like I'll just boot you because it's a fucking waste of time.
Could you actually host? Could you fill me in on one reason why she's voting for Kamala Harris, really quick?
Well, she just said she's like voting for
One
in
reason.
large part because of her kids.
The only thing
In
she
large part
said
because
was
of her
women's
kids.
rights, and then after that, she listed off a bunch
That's
of random
okay, that's a
statistics, and that
reason.
was it. And
Online,
she
that's
listed
a
off a bunch of
reason.
random shit.
Online, that's a fucking. Firstly, women's
She said
rights is a
one thing
perfectly
and then she
valid
went on a
reason.
rampage.
Online, you asked me to name one
That was
thing.
it. Besides that, what did she say?
Okay,
Besides that, what she said?
Process. She said
Online.
food prices and various different other things. She weren't listening.
No, remove rights.
And then
Yeah,
I asked her
'cause-
where she got her stats, and she just went on a fucking rant
Yeah.
about random ass media.
She told you about 50
She
different
answered your fucking
50 different
question,
places.
dude. She answered your question, and I'm sorry that you don't like
So,
it when
Coffee,
people
what's
answer your
wrong
fucking
with
question.
Coffee, what's wrong with leaving it up to the states? What's wrong with that?
Well,
Regarding
what's
what?
wrong with leaving it up to the states?
Regarding what
Look at
Yeah.
Idaho right now.
All right. Sorry.
Look
Yeah,
at-
she was giving you a thoughtful fucking answer. I'm
does that
sorry that
mean?
she speaks in more than
Elaborate.
just slogans online.
Online. Look at Idaho right now. That
Elaborate.
is the state that borders my state here in Utah. A state where women's rights have been completely taken away. Idaho women are coming down to Salt Lake City to Planned Parenthood to get female care. Not just abortions, but female care.
You didn't
They're
answer
coming
my
to
question.
Salt Lake City. What's
You
your
gave me an
question?
emotional answer. Coffee is what you did.
Wait.
Online, I'm about
What's
to
the
fucking bait you
problem
for
with-
just for being a dick that's not saying anything.
Well, I'm
Okay,
asking a
how about
question,
this?
and
Can
I want an
answer?
answer.
Can I answer? I will. Can I answer the state
Leaving
question?
it up to the states. What's the problem?
Great. Here's I will happily answer this. When I believe in rights for people, my belief in those rights doesn't end at my state line. So when I believe that women deserve the right to choose, I believe that women all over the country deserve the right to choose, not just women in my state. Okay? So yeah, I'm going to fight on behalf of women in Idaho, in fucking Arkansas, in fucking Mississippi, in Georgia, in wherever the fuck, in Texas. I believe that they deserve as many rights as I deserve in fucking New York. Does that answer the question?
Oh, I mean, you'll get all the
I mean, it
rights you
doesn't.
want in New York.
But if you leave it up to the states,
You can throw that thing in the garbage
Online,
can if you want to.
online. So I answered your question. Like, okay, so that's your retort. I,
that's
get all
fine.
the
That-
rights I
that's-
want in New York.
that's
yeah,
cool.
Pretty
because
good
it's
to
blue
me
and
online.
yeah.
Getting all
That's
the
fine.
rights you want. I'd like that too.
Online, what is
Yeah.
your online?
Hang on. It's
Online,
left up
no.
to each state. It's left up to each state. They vote. They all decide on what they want to do. If you decide that the state I'm in is too red and I don't like any of the legislation that's being passed, then move to a different state.
What
Really
move?
simple.
And how much is
Okay,
that?
but online,
cost?
but
Don't
okay,
cry
but
about it.
online, that's not good
Yeah,
enough
but,
for me
so
because
online-
again,
Online.
okay, there's too
Cry
many
about
people
it.
talking over each other.
My
I'm gonna
bad.
start booting people left and right. I'm sorry, but like, let's be fucking, let's approach this tactically, and strategically, point by point. Online, you asked me why I'm not cool with the states. I answered you and you said, okay, but then, if you're in a red state and you don't like it, you can leave. Well, okay, that's not a great, that I don't care. Okay, online. I believe that people should have rights no matter where they are. That's my belief. But I'm so glad that you're comfortable. Your principles are so flexible that your principle only extends as far as like it affects you. That's the only thing. You only care about affecting people's rights in your immediate like vicinity, but you don't care about your beliefs outside of your state. Okay? Cool. Thank you for proving my point. You are like fundamentally fucking unprincipled. I am operating on a principle that applies there. I think women all over the fucking world should
I'm
be
an
able.
adult.
Oh,
I'm an
you're not-
adult, and I can
oh,
have
okay.
safe sex, and I know how to not have children accidentally.
All
'cause I'm
right,
not an idiot.
online. That's
Pretty
wow,
simple.
wow. You got me there. You got me. The fact that women
not-
successfully avoid getting impregnated by you, you really fucking got me. Cool. All right. Do you have anything else you want to fucking talk about? What a fucking. Yeah, it really isn't that complicated. I believe in
I
women's
disagree
rights.
with my own. To make you feel any better, I disagree with my own state's legislation.
Why does that make me feel better?
But because it exceeds rape, incest, or harm to the mother. It exceeds those. It's a
What do
complete.
you mean by exceeds? What do you mean?
So it's a complete abortion ban. Those are not included.
So it doesn't allow exceptions for SA.
Sure, right.
Incest and
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Which I do
right.
disagree with that. But if you're going to go on and just be
Cool.
selfish and have an abortion for no reason because you're an idiot,
But
then
it's not
that's
selfish.
fine.
It's not selfish.
Oh, it
Don't
is.
call women
1,000%.
idiots. Don't call women idiots. Don't call women idiots.
1,000%.
Don't call women idiots. No, it's not fucking. It's not selfish.
selfish for like
Yeah, if you can't
What-
use
I-
proper protection, you're an adult.
Online, if
You're an
you're
adult.
okay, but you
For
know
the 1%,
accidents happen, right?
1%.
Online.
Fuck the
You know,
1%. Don't make an appeal to minority. That's stupid.
Online,
Fuck
you
it,
know,
idiot.
you know that fucking accidents happen, right?
Oh yeah.
You can do everything right. Cool.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so
Whoop-de-doo.
how is it more selfish for a woman to say I cannot take care of this child? What is
Give it up for
not a
adoption.
child?
Simple.
Online.
Adoption's better.
How is it more selfish for a woman to basically, and also by the way, like some of these women
Adoption.
have kids. Can you fucking let me speak? Some of these women have children already, okay? They have as many children as they can raise and take care of and, you know, whatever. And they get pregnant again and they cannot take care of this child. But pregnancy is a big fucking deal. It takes a huge toll on the body. It puts the body at risk. It puts you at risk of passing away. Even if you don't have a complicated pregnancy, even if you don't have an ectopic pregnancy, pregnancy is a dangerous fucking thing. And it is a major medical event. And
That's fundamentally false.
It's actually no.
The
it's
idea
not
that
false.
so
Dude.
what
It's
you're saying
not
is
false.
there's
No. I'm not gonna let you deny
No.
fucking fact. I'm not gonna let you deny facts. Pregnancy is dangerous. Pregnancy is an inherently dangerous thing. It absolutely is. Women pass away giving birth all the fucking time.
Do you know
all
what
the
rate
fucking
that is?
time.
You know what rate that's
all
at?
the fucking time. I don't care. That doesn't dude, that doesn't fucking disprove me. Even if it's like doesn't matter the rate. The fact is that it can be dangerous. It can cost you your life. But also more than that, it can cause you irreparable fucking harm and damage to your body. It can actually change your body permanently, often in a very harmful, very painful fucking way. Okay. And so if a mother wants to be able to fucking provide for her kids, continue raising her kids safely, healthily, and a pregnancy that she cannot ultimately like bring to term and then care for another fucking child, after it's born, can put that at risk. It is not fucking selfish for her to terminate that pregnancy. It is more selfish. It is far more selfish for you to think that your beliefs should dictate what other people do. And so I have a question for you online. Why are you against women's right to choose? Is it religious or like what's the reason behind it?
No, I'm for your right to choose if something bad happens to you or you could be unalived due to the pregnancy. But beyond that, you're being completely selfish.
Okay. But in the other thing, okay, but why? No. So why?
I'm answering that, but you're asking me why? The reason is because you're being entirely selfish or irresponsible.
That's not no. That's not a why. Online. That's not a why. That's not a why.
I'm still answering.
That's not a why. Saying that because you're selfish does not explain what makes it selfish. Why are you against the termination of a pregnancy?
I'll explain it. If you'll let me talk, you're going on like a feminist rampage.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you if I'm asking you a question. No, not right fucking now. I'm speaking. It's my live. I'm in charge. Welcome. I'm asking you a question. I'm not gonna like let you just say because you're selfish without fucking challenging that. Like, come on, be
Again,
fucking
I'm trying to answer,
respectful.
but you just
But you're
keep
not.
yapping.
No, you're not.
Can I
You're
speak
not.
or no?
You
Let me know.
you cannot speak right now. No. That's why I
Why are
muted
you
you.
asking me a question then if I can't answer it?
Because I'm responding to you, like asking me why I'm not letting you speak. And I'm telling you, dude, I'm not going to let you say because you're selfish unchallenged. Okay. So when you answer my question, when I ask you a very polite question, by the way, I'm inviting you to share your reasoning and I'm willing to hear you out if you're going to be fucking respectful. I'm asking you, why are you against the termination of a pregnancy? You don't get to fucking start it with because it's selfish. That's not a reason. That is your conclusion. You're concluding that it is selfish because you
Can I answer?
think that there's something wrong.
I understood
Hold
the
on.
question.
No,
Can I
the
answer
thing is here's the thing online. The more you keep interrupting me, I was about ready to fucking let you speak, but I'm not going to let you speak after interrupting me, okay? Every time you interrupt me, I'm going to keep talking for another 10, 15, 20 seconds, okay? Now you may speak.
You're an adult. You know that, right?
I am. Yeah, and I do.
This is crazy.
That I would fucking here again. You're just being disrespectful again. You're just being disrespectful.
Answer it.
It's my fucking lie. It's my fucking life.
I'll explain it to you.
It is not disrespectful for me to fucking demand respect from you. And the fact that you find it disrespectful that a woman takes up space and fucking demands respect from you tells me everything I need to know.
Let me speak.
Now you may fucking answer my question.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Jesus fucking Christ.
So the vast minority, we're talking 1% of the cases are accidents. If they're using birth control, they're using IUDs, they're actually taking proper precaution to not have a child because they do not want a child.
That's not an answer to my question.
Can I finish any sentence without you fucking speaking? Like,
not if you're just going to be pivoting and like meandering. It's a very simple question. Why are you against the termination of a pregnancy? What is wrong with terminating a pregnancy?
Listen, I'm not getting into where the stage of life begins and all this fucking.
Why not? That's what I want to know. If you don't want to get okay, fine. I'm booting you because you're unwilling to answer the very simple question. You're unwilling to fucking answer it. What a waste of fucking time. If someone wants to come up here who is against women's right to choose, I welcome it, but you better be ready to fucking just explain why you're against it. Don't meander. Don't fucking pivot and say it's because it's selfish. It's because you could have made better choices. That doesn't tell me the fucking basic answer to the question. Why are you against the termination of a pregnancy? It's fucking simple. If that is your belief, you should be able to fucking justify it and explain it.
Honestly, I think they're going the direction. I think they're going the direction of slut shaming.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They're not.
Let's fucking.
They just know how silly they
slut-shaming.
sound whenever they just. If they just say, "Oh, my book says so," they know they sound silly.
Here. Dunce says, "I'm just chasing views at this point." Yes, Dunce. I make more money the more views I get. Congratulations. Welcome to social media. Come on. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you. If someone's against women's right to choose, I invite you to come up and talk about it in a respectful way. Okay, I've got requests. All right, let's see.
Do you need me to drop?
JJ. No, it's fine.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, JJ. Welcome. Please, let's approach this fucking mindfully, demurely, and respectfully. Cool?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel about women's right to choose?
I think they should choose. I think that they should choose to keep their legs closed and quit being out there fucking around and doing this.
Okay, so so why are you against the termination of a pregnancy?
Because you're killing a human being.
Okay, according to what? Is it because you're religious? And also careful with your language because you can't like use violent language like that. You gotta kind of be careful about it. Are you religious?
You go around it. Okay.
I think your service is low.
No, I'm not religious at all. I just don't.
Okay,
I think that
so then what are you basing your?
if you're gonna go out
What are you
You're gonna
basing?
have sex. You need to be responsible.
Okay, so the reason you
You
don't
need
think
to
women
be
should, so the
responsible
reason,
if you're gonna go
okay,
out
so
and
the
do that.
reason, so the
Otherwise,
reason you believe a pregnancy should not be allowed to be terminated is because you believe they should punish the woman who is pregnant. That's why you want pregnancy to be a punishment. Cool. That's not a great fucking reason. I'll straight up tell you, I'm not even going to pretend to have empathy for that. That's bullshit. You just want pregnancy to punish a woman.
no, not at all.
Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you for the hat and mustache.
No, you make it.
Well, JJ, that's what it sounds
No,
like.
but I
That's
didn't
you're
say
saying.
that. I didn't
You're
say
saying that you don't think that a woman should be able to terminate a
Yeah, it
pregnancy
is.
because she went out and got pregnant in the first place. So you want
You're
her.
putting words in my mouth.
Well, I'm trying to get at the fucking heart of the issue, JJ. I'm going to. I'm going to push back on your beliefs. If you're not ready for that, I'm going to clarify them. I'm going to clarify. Okay, JJ, but you're saying that a woman should not be able to terminate a pregnancy because she accidentally got pregnant. So, and you're saying that's why she shouldn't be like allowed to do it. My point is, well, that sounds like you just want her to be punished. You just want her to be punished. Okay, cool. That's fucking bullshit, in my opinion. And it belies, by the way, the like heart of the issue, which is that this isn't about anything. This isn't like about a principle outside of the fact that you want to punish women for doing what they want.
Not at all.
Like,
I think
for making her own choices. You see the opportunity to punish a woman. You see the opportunity to punish a woman
and then your
for
underwear accidentally fell.
your underwear accidentally. Is that what you think underwear does? You think underwear? You think underwear?
Then you know what? It's not the kid's fault.
Okay, but you say you're not religious, JJ. Science says that there's not a child in there that is beyond a fucking cluster of random fucking cells for months.
Anybody.
Okay, but a cluster of cells that can't feel anything, you're not punishing. You're punishing the woman in favor of a cluster of cells that literally like is nothing. It's a blob of cells. It's not a child at that point. Science says it's not a child at that point.
It doesn't accidentally fall off.
Can't hear you.
No, you can't hear you, JJ. You keep cutting off.
He's breaking up.
JJ, I think your connection is poor.
Imagine if.
All right. I mean, can we get someone else on here, JJ? If you can't, I'm happy to have you back on if you solve the issues, but you keep cutting out. All right, let's drop them. Let's replace JJ. You're welcome to request to come back up later. Okay, King David here.
You there, David?
What's up, David?
Yeah. Hey,
Hi.
Brenna, did I say your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay, hi. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Welcome. So are you coming up because I asked people who don't support women's reproductive
Why
rights
you're
to come
asking why abortion is bad?
up? No, I wasn't asking why it was bad because it's not bad, but I was asking why you
is
don't
bad.
want women to have reproductive rights. That's your opinion, man, but
I mean,
you don't
at
want-
the end of the day. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just gonna correct and precise. Be precise. You oppose women's reproductive rights. You're welcome to think that abortion is bad, but I'm not asking you why it's bad because
Well, I mean, that's
I
a very
fundamentally
broad-
disagree that it's bad.
That's a very broad, as far as birth control, forms of contraception. I'm totally not against that. I mean,
Okay, well,
there's
you
very-
understand that. Do you vote Republican?
I'm not really, when it comes to political affiliation, I vote
for the
for who's the
phone,
best
Cindy.
qualified. So it doesn't, I voted blue for most of my political life, but definitely wouldn't say I'm Republican. I mean, I could be, but it depends on the candidate. I don't really vote on political party. I'm not no puppet to do any political party's bidding.
Sure.
I think the voters have more power than they know, and we shouldn't be doing their work for them. Essentially, my philosophy, the highest bidder gets my vote.
The highest bidder.
Qualifications.
Okay, I'm sure.
And
But
qualifications.
so, okay, I'm just checking, David, because I assume you understand, and this isn't the point of the debate, but Republicans are introducing legislation in various states and Congress and stuff to basically ban and limit access to birth control. I just want to let you know, because you support that. So I just feel it's important.
Which ones to be exact?
Which states? Can I have someone
Educate
look
me,
that
because
up?
I honestly genuinely don't know.
Well, so firstly,
I
Clarence
live in
Thomas.
My bad.
So, so I'll have you jump in just in one sec, Luke.
Okay.
Thank you, because it sounds like you know.
I think Alabama is one of them.
Arkansas, but also Clarence Thomas.
Arkansas, I
Hold
actually
on.
just looked at that for
Clarence. So
AD.
Clarence Thomas, when they overturned Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs decision, Clarence Thomas, in his opinion, said. I don't know how familiar you are with the actual opinion and like what it was based on and stuff.
Yeah,
and what
I
Roe v.
actually
Wade
was
was
just
based
looking
on.
that up. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so he wrote the thing that it was decided upon was the right to privacy, and the thing is there's which sounds like it's not related, but it is, and
I'm listening.
and part that sort of ruling and precedent determined a lot of other cases, including the right to contraception. So when Clarence Thomas, when they overturned Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs decision, Clarence Thomas, in his opinion, said, by the way, because we're basically undoing this precedent that that Roe v. Wade was decided upon, we should also go back and re-examine whether we should undo all of these other cases. And he listed, among others, the right to contraception. So Clarence Thomas himself, the Supreme Court basically signaled hey, we overturned Roe v. Wade and you can use the same process and approach to also overturn the right to contraception. So that's number one. State-wise, Luke, please.
And also,
I was just gonna. Oh, can I go? I'm sorry.
I'm reading it right now.
Words?
Based on, because I actually was just looking this up. So Arkansas is
Wait, we lost you. We can't hear you, David.
Do you want to wait for him to load back in, or can I?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to let Luke speak next. Simon, I know you also want to say something, and I'll let you hop
I
in
mean,
in a second.
I was just gonna say, I know for the fact that's happening here. Not only that, RAG is suing companies that advertise for ordering it online and stuff, which is fully out of his jurisdiction. And it's just the companies are just yo, that's not how that works. So I mean, it's crazy here in Arkansas.
Yeah. All right. He hopped. I think his phone might have died or something. David, if you come back in, if you request in, we'll let you back in. All right. We got a bunch more requests. Why Watts? I don't know. You Watts. Oh, gone offline.
What's with all the freaking bad internet with these guys, man?
I don't know. Well, they're in red states, and we know that the power grid is broken. I assume their internet.
I've been
also
doing all
sucks.
right. I think. But no, it goes. The power goes out here so much.
Sorry, Simon. Also, sorry, Zayden. 1 second. Simon was also trying to say something earlier.
Oh, no,
I'm sorry, Simon.
So, Justice Thomas, he's crazy. He's doing the interracial marriages and he's signaling a lot of things. But yeah, so I'm just gonna tip out. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, you're right. I didn't list all of them off, but we should, right? Also same-sex marriage, all these things, interracial marriage, like you said, fucking ironic. So fire. Well, you can work while you listen to me. So someone in the chat said, let's see. It fucking bugs me when people say that. Zach said, vote blue or get disconnected. That's not, no. I'm literally actively inviting people up here to disagree with me, and we're chatting about people's beliefs and stuff. I'm very open to hear people who disagree with me, but if you're gonna be a dick about it, yeah, I'll fucking boot you, because don't waste my time. Hi, Zayden.
Okay, so I'm a registered Republican, but also work on some Democratic campaigns. I have I guess my opinion of it is kind of what the Republican Party is supposed to stand for, and that's freedoms. I guess abortion and contraception and all that falls under a women's reproductive freedoms, which I kind of don't believe should get restricted. I mean, so I kind of don't disagree, but like just kind of figured as a Republican, kind of give my reasons behind why I agree.
I appreciate that. Well, and actually, I mean, I'm glad you bring that up because actually the Republican Party was basically pro-choice way back when. It was actually like the Democratic Party that back in like the 60s, I think it was anti-choice, and the Republican Party originally was the party of personal freedoms and stuff, and it was like, well, we're for small government and personal freedoms, but the Republican Party adopted an anti-choice stance in order to basically bring in the evangelicals that were not a big voting bloc. Like they didn't vote often, but they were a big bloc and a growing portion of the American population. So I believe it was either Nixon or Reagan that basically began adopting that as a Republican stance, when previously they had actually like mostly upheld this idea of like being the party of like small government and personal freedoms.
Yeah, the thing that really doesn't make sense to me is the Republican Party used to stand for less government control. Like we didn't want the government telling us what to do in our personal lives, and now the Republicans are trying to pretty much go back and restrict people. It's
everything.
It's not really the Republican Party anymore. It's more the Trump Party, which kind of just makes me mad because I'm like, why don't we just stand for our original values of freedom and less government control instead of...
Because that would make them Democrats.
Yeah, because the less government control is such a bad thing. Letting people have their own choices, dangerous.
Yep. Yeah. Yes. We had someone in here earlier who was saying like, oh, it's such a waste of time. Like, you know, you want to talk about things like your rights and stuff. It's such a waste of time. Or like Democrats, they always such a waste of time. They want to put stupid, like pointless things into legislation and ruin it. And I was like, I mean, Democrats are trying to just like protect some of the freedoms that are in place. Like you can't get mad when Democrats have to push back against Republicans trying to pass laws that restrict, people's ability to go to the bathroom, that matches their fucking gender and actually makes them physically safer and stuff. Like you guys are the ones who are trying to outlaw fucking personal fucking freedoms. The irony. So I agree. It's a waste of fucking time. Why are you guys, not you, I guess, but like, why are Republicans spending so much time and energy and wasting everyone else's time and energy trying to turn basic human fucking rights and freedoms into the issue and then calling us divisive when we fucking call it out for what it is?
I really want to see what happens to the Republican Party after this election cycle, because Trump's not going to run after this. Regardless of if he wins or not, he's done after 4 years, or right in November. But I don't know what
Trump?
Yeah.
Trump is done after 4 years. You think he'll be done? You think if he wins, he'll be done in 4 years?
He can't.
You think he'll actually step down peacefully? He already tried not to last time.
What I'm really thinking of is if he's going to call Biden old and not able to do his job, Trump's going to be the same age at that time. If he says Trump's too old to run for president, or Biden's too old to run for president, Trump's going to be that age in 4 years.
Right. And as we know, Republicans have never been hypocritical about anything.
Yeah, never. I mean, honestly, I think both sides. I think a lot of people are hypocritical, especially in politics. They say they'll do.
I'm not going to say anyone is perfect, but there's a hell of a lot more hypocrisy on the right that I see.
Yeah. I guess you can even talk about like, I'm from the state of Iowa. They just put in a 6-week abortion ban put in by my district so my Iowa House representative is who drafted that legislation. He thinks of restricting women's reproductive freedoms as pretty much a plan. Like he doesn't think about it as, oh, I need to protect the babies. No, he's thinking of it as a pro-life strategy on how to push this legislation through. he's on the Judicial Committee, or the Judicial Review Committee. He's on the Education Committee. So what he's doing is he actually put forth legislation to remove Iowa Supreme Court justices and nominated new people to fill their spots because they rejected his fetal heartbeat plan. So he pretty much changed the makeup of our Iowa Supreme Court in order to get his legislation passed.
That's so fucked. I mean, how is that not tyranny? How is that not tyranny?
Because he found the legal loopholes and did it.
Right, but that's tyranny. That's tyrannical. That is.
Yeah, they just don't want to, because we have a trifecta.
I agree.
We have a trifecta right now. So our House, Senate, and our governorship are all from the same party. So they pretty much can, and we also have a super majority in the House and Senate. So they can get away with most of those things without, because they have to, for something like that to be ruled like not okay, and them have to review it, and they'd have to put forth legislation to review and have committees to review it. And also our Supreme Court just got totally changed by that person. So there's not much the Iowa State Supreme Court can do about it.
Chrissy? Yeah, I agree. But I just want to address something. Someone is, Truthbolt is accusing you of not being a Republican. Truthbolt, you know that Republicans for the longest, most of what MAGA stands for, there's a hell of a lot of Republicans, old school Republicans. They're few and far between nowadays. Sorry. Who do not stand for MAGA bullshit, right? There used to be a time when Republicans, I mean, I think it's fucking weird to really, really give a shit about not allowing same-sex marriage and not allowing women's, right to choose and all that stuff. But there was like, most of the agreement was, was pretty like fucking basic, or most of the disagreement, I should say, was pretty basic between Republicans and Democrats. MAGA, like, I'm sorry, but there's a reason there's a lot of never Trump Republicans. And actually there's groups cropping up now of Republicans for Kamala, which is fucking beautiful.
Hey, JD,
there's a hell of a
Vance
lot.
used to be a never Trump guy.
JD Vance is a never Trump guy. He's a Republican.
But he changed because, he can get in a position of power. So it's just how politicians can be corrupted really easily. I think if JD Vance was really a never Trump guy and really a good Republican, he would have stood for his values and not been for Trump. But he's bought and paid.
Right. Republicans have morals. Oh, God, don't fucking make me laugh. Have morals? You guys don't even have principles. Definitely don't have fucking morals. You guys can't even stick to your own principles. I fucking shared this article the other day. Bethany Mandel, you guys know her. She's your favorite little anti-woke author who famously couldn't define the word woke and went viral for it. She just fucking wrote this whole ass article in Newsweek, which loves you guys, by the way, about how she's a Republican. She says, I'm a mother of 6 and I'm a conservative mother of 6. Democrats have a better record on family policy. And she spends this whole article being like, Republicans, like, we're for family. I'm a Republican. I'm so conservative and I have all these kids, but like, why are we so consistently bad on kids? And like pointing out JD Vance is running on a $5,000 child tax credit. Homeboy literally just blocked it in the Senate last week. So like, he's lying to you.
He didn't go.
He's lying to you.
He didn't go to the vote. Like,
he and like 6 other Republicans didn't go to the vote to block it, because that way it could not be passed because they weren't present. He blocked it. They blocked it.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
So, like, did they not have like a quorum because of that, or like why couldn't the vote?
Well, so part of it, I can actually look up if it was a quorum issue, but part of it was he wanted to vote against it. He didn't want to go on record as voting against it, but effectively by avoiding it, it's like the same as like he can't, like, it's him voting against it because without having to go on record as having having voted against it. Does that make sense? Because
So
it's part of
pretty
his
much
fucking, because it's part of his, he's campaigning on this. So he didn't want to go on record as having voted against it. So instead he just boycotted the vote. But It was by design. By design, they blocked the vote by just showing up and not voting for it.
Yeah, wasn't it a House representative or a senator, Democrat, that showed up in his hospital gown, getting out of the hospital?
Oh, I didn't hear.
Yeah,
about that.
this was like 9 months ago.
This is last week.
Oh,
Last
no,
week.
I'm talking about. They're talking about him not showing up for the vote. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But we literally 9 months ago, before I was Democrat, when I was independent, there was either a senator, somebody in Congress, literally was in the hospital when there was a vote that was going to take place, that he literally left the hospital, went to Congress, and voted on something that was so important that he
Al
showed
Green,
up. Thank you.
Texas
he showed
Democrat,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, he showed up in his hospital gown. If something is important, you show up.
Well, but it wasn't that it just wasn't important. Like, let's not act as though, he was busy. No, he purposefully avoided it because he wanted to vote against it. He didn't want to be on record as voting against it. So he thought, people wouldn't fucking look beyond that. And to his credit, yeah, a lot of people fucking won't look beyond it. But the point being, I'm just using this as an example, this like whole article, she goes through that. She also mentions like, oh God, what were the other things? She mentions like free lunches that, Republicans keep fucking opposing, free lunches for kids, for children. And she talks about the COVID masking policies that she has railed against, but were written under Trump. And like, she basically goes point by point, but instead of drawing the conclusion of like, hey, my beliefs are I am pro family and I want things that are good for my kids. And it turns out like Democrats consistently support those things while Republicans consistently like block them. Like instead she just is like, hey, Republicans, why are we so bad at this? Like, but like, it's a big part of it is they're selling you one thing while turning around and completely voting and not supporting the supposed things that you guys claim are your morals and your principles. But if you were actually principled, you would not, like, your only principle is your party. You know what I mean? Like, you are voting for your party, for the party consistently, despite the fact that the party completely goes against your interests and the things that you claim you are for. If the party consistently has a worse record on children, on family, you can't claim that it's your principle, that you're voting on principle for family and then vote against your fucking, like, you know what I mean? That's how you're going to come at me. The whole point is I was just clapping back at someone saying that we have no morals. Bitch, you don't have even fucking principles. I'm not even going to try to judge the morality of your principles, but you don't even fucking have principles beyond I'm going to support the Republicans no matter how much bullshit they do that harms me and other people. Don't come at me for morals. I have a hell of a lot more morals than you do. I'm fucking principled. I stick to them.
It's super funny how their argument for the free lunch program is, it's going to help rich people. It's going to help rich people who already paid for their kids' lunch. They're going to be able to, they don't have to pay for it. They're going to save money. Okay.
They're gonna save money. Yeah, so are like poor people's children. What the fuck is that argument?
The thing that really doesn't make sense.
It's gonna help the kids. It's gonna feed kids.
Do you know anything about the Iowa voucher program?
No.
So the state of Iowa has put out a voucher program for kids to attend private schools using public school money, so that public school is getting paid. Their tuition's getting paid for free, and they're taking that money out of the pool that normally goes to your public education. I'm not sure if you've ever watched West Wing. Have you ever watched that?
Yes. Yeah.
That issue was actually brought up. I can't remember what the guy is, the president in that show.
President Bartlett.
Yeah, President Bartlett. They talk about there's this voucher program that we need to have because we need this voucher program. It's going to help kids get a better education. But he vetoed that bill because and this quote is amazing and I love it every day. Why benefit the few when it's going to hurt the many? because it was the same plan as what I was doing is what they discussed in that show, which is crazy.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by some of the comments.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. I wanna let's respond to some of these comments. Sorry, I don't mean to like slightly pivot, Zayden. Thank you. And that is a great point. Yes, the charter school bullshit. So okay.
Has stolen valor. I'm like, he literally was in.
Yeah. Well, also, firstly, okay, so Tammany is asking, or saying, you know, Democrats vote blue no matter who, and suggesting that that's the same as me saying that, like, well, Republicans will vote, are so unprincipled, they'll vote Republican no matter what, despite the fact that Republican. Here's the thing, Democrats at least are working towards my actual beliefs and better on my beliefs than, like, Republicans are. So I believe I am pro family. I am pro, you know, I'm pro like feeding kids. I am pro universal health care. Now, are Democrats like coming into power and like immediately able to implement universal health care? No, but they are like making steps and getting closer to it. I'm pro women's right to choose. I'm pro like just fucking equality. So allowing same-sex marriage. I'm pro like protecting trans individuals and their right to be trans. So yeah, I'm going to vote blue no matter who, because the Republican Party does fuck all for me. Fuck all. And the alternative would be, okay, I could vote Green Party, I guess, is like, because we also, you know, I'm also big on climate change and stuff. I could vote Green Party, but the point of voting blue no matter who is like, okay, so if we're basically aligned on these big issues, let's vote blue to ensure that the red, you know, party doesn't fucking get into power. Well, but you guys claim that you believe something. You claim to be pro-family, and then you vote for the party that's worse on family shit. And then the other thing I wanted to, sorry, I know I'm just rambling, but like I wanted to also address this other comment I was saying. Where are you? Okay, that so was. Like, hold on.
I've seen some like Black Lives Matters, like the like our city.
Well, so wait, hold on. I just want to say, Bart, before
like,
we pivot to BLM, which we can, and you can do that in just a moment. Bart asked why can't parents pay for their own kids with regards to the lunch stuff? Listen, we could have a discussion about that all you want, okay? But in a world, in a country where some parents can't pay for their own kids, and we can discuss why and whatever. If you are supposedly pro kids and you're supposedly pro family, you should be supportive of feeding those kids. Whether, like, I'm sure you are a pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of person. I'm just willing to bet that, right? And so let's say, if we're following your logic, anyone who can't afford their own kids is a deadbeat. Is that's their fault. Fine, let's say it. But do you really want to tell me that you are pro family, you are pro children, and you want children to starve because their parents can't afford to feed them? See, like, you're fucking unprincipled, dude. You're not. Your only principle is that you want a bunch of fucking people to suffer unnecessarily. You want children to suffer because their parents are, according to you, deadbeats, whatever, you know? How the fuck is that how the fuck is that in line with your supposed pro-family, pro-kid principle? It's not. It's not. It's bullshit. All right. Sorry.
Shit happens.
Thank you. Go for it, Simon.
Shit happens. Shit happens.
And it happens. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We can talk about all the reasons why someone may not be able to afford feeding their kids. Happy to do it, but I don't think you even have to like litigate that part to acknowledge the fact that, like, it doesn't, even if you believe that it is completely their fault and like you can blame the parents, whatever, and like how dare, it's a moral failure, it's a parenting, even if that were all true, the point is, how can you say you are pro-family, pro-kids, and still want them to go hungry just because of who their parents are?
No,
make it make sense.
We got to take care of the kids.
Thank you, man.
We got to take care of the poor.
So just a second, I'm gonna have to go. It's like 4:22 in the morning where I'm at. So.
Yeah, it's 5:22 here.
Oh geez, well,
loving it.
Yeah, I want to get some sleep. So bye.
Thank you for hopping up, Zayden. Thank you for sharing your thoughts as a lapsed Republican. All right, sorry. Simon was also trying to say something. Were you not? Yes, you were talking about, you wanted to address some comments on BLM.
like even
sorry,
like sorry. So I'm in Minneapolis, so like people like do like the Black Lives Matter and like our cities like have burned to the ground. Yeah, we're totally fine, and also like just
We're fine. We're still here.
yeah. It's just,
We're not on
I don't
fire.
know. Yeah. And just like Tim Walz, like, you know, like he was like part of like, yeah, you know, we paid for kids him eating lunch, you know.
Yeah.
We have that money. We can do that. It's just fine.
You can have
And
everything
nothing-
against the parents. Like, honestly, listen, I like, just because I fucking hate Trump doesn't mean that I know his kids are all adults, right? But if he had kids, if his kids were going hungry when they were fucking kids, I mean, even as adults, I think they deserve to be fed. It's such a basic fucking thing that I think I support. I hate Trump. I think Trump deserves to be fed. I don't think we should fucking just let Trump starve or anything like that.
Can I just say, anyone
You know,
about
like
the-
why
my bad.
be like, fuck those kids, your parents suck, I'm gonna let you starve, and then call yourself pro children, pro family.
So I think like that was a big part of the walls is like actually his policy was like getting kids fed in Minnesota. So
Sorry, repeat that. I was reading comments.
so sorry, like part of the Minnesota policy was like getting kids fed, and like they went through the legislature and got that passed.
Yeah, which is great. I think it's great. I don't
And
I
so,
don't know
like-
why anyone would have something wrong with that.
Yeah,
Like, you know
I
what
don't
mean?
know. I don't get it either. Yeah.
Pukey. Pukey. You have joined recently. What would you like to talk about? Pukey. You have anything to say?
Are you there?
Are you there, Pukey? Do you have anything to say? Do you want to talk about something?
Are you there?
All right, apparently not.
Shit.
Disconnect. All right, let's see who else. I gotta get up and use the restroom, so if you guys can take this next person to start. Hi, Cole. Thanks for the follow, Explicit.
Hello,
Oh, I
everyone.
forgot that was. Hi, Cole. Do you mind if I take 2 minutes? And
go
you
ahead.
can start sharing your thoughts with these guys and let them know what, and I'll catch up. I'll use context clues. Thank you.
Okay, so just for a backstory, I am a single mom. I am a pastor's kid. But I wanted to address something that somebody said previously about keeping your legs closed and women's rights and all of that.
Right.
For me, I actually had a medical condition where I had to go on birth control. I had a cyst that was completely full of blood. And if it was to rupture, I would have been in serious trouble. I was put on birth control. I actually got sick, and I'm sorry because I'm 37. This happened when I was 24. But I got sick and got put on a medication that actually took the effectiveness away from the birth control. So I actually ended up getting pregnant. So this idea that like a woman just needs to close her legs or she needs to get on contraception, it's not always the perfect scenario. People get into situations where they get pregnant unexpectedly. Luckily, I had a family who was there for me and who encouraged me and said, we'll be here for you. But unfortunately, there's a lot of women out there who are in my same situation who don't have that support system. So they do have to make that tough decision.
We hear you.
Dude,
We hear you.
I wish there was this guy earlier that was talking about like, oh, that only happens in like 1% of cases or whatever. It's like you are the 1%. You know what I mean? Like I wish he was still here so you could.
And
talk
I
to him.
requested it when he
Know
was
what I
up here
mean?
because I really wanted to get at him for that. Like,
yeah,
that
that's
was
so.
H2K.
That's so disappointing. Yeah. No, I think it was the guy after him, but it was.
Oh, okay.
yeah, and
But
so
I'm-
I was very fortunate to have a support system. There's many women out here who do not have that. They have to make that tough decision, and to just have this argument of, oh, just put it up for abortion. The mental toll that takes, that you have to carry that child for 9 months. You have to go through the hormonal changes. It is once that baby pops out, a whole different thing happens for you.
Cole,
Thank you, Maddie.
Cole,
Yes.
you are loved. And your
Thank you, Cole.
decision,
Thank you
your
for sharing.
decision was your own decision to make.
Well, yeah, no,
You are
I still
loved.
have my kids. You know, because like I said, I had that support system, but I can't imagine not having that and then doing this argument of just give it up for abortion. Once I saw my baby, my entire life changed. But I also know how hard that would be to watch him walk out of a room and I never see him again. To ask a woman to have to go through that is heartless. That's not an easy solution. So people saying that really irritates me.
I agree.
Also, just
Sorry.
I will say, so I wrote the screenplay, and before the pandemic was popping off and was, you know, a whole thing, and then the pandemic hit and everything stopped. I've talked about it before. That was about that situation in the 1960s, women who were forced to basically, you know, take a pregnancy to term and then forced to adopt the baby out. And it was true. It happened to millions of women in this country alone, and you know, many more millions elsewhere. And yeah, and it hurts women so much to be forced fully robbing them of their autonomy, if you can imagine, like every step of the way, not just their body, but like using them as incubators and then forcing them to give the child up for adoption. Like they didn't even get to choose most of the time to keep it because they were unwed. So they weren't allowed to keep it.
Or
So
like
like,
join another year.
yeah, it was that sort of thing.
And then to ask
I
a
also
woman-
just think like it's so like I don't know, it's so like foolish for like a bunch of these men to just like come in here and like act like you have a child and then it's just like you're done. Like you're
right.
like your body doesn't change at all. It's just like you give it up for adoption and you're the exact same person. There's no like
Right.
after
And also,
effects or anything, you know.
as though men are the ones like jumping up to take on the primary fucking responsibilities of
Yeah.
childcare and stuff, as if they're fucking volunteering to deal with all the stuff after the pregnancy as well. You know what I mean? Like the fucking irony, like every step of the way, the toll is on women. Every fucking step of the way. And like, man, guys, if you want to encourage, it's, you know what's funny too? So I'm from Spain originally, right? Born and raised. Famously, we had a fascist dictator in charge for like 45 years, and who, by the way, set up a lot of our socialist systems, because they're not socialism, but he set up our universal healthcare, all this stuff. So, and he passed not that long ago. So there are a lot of people in Spain who are still quite proudly fascist, quite proud supporters of our fascist dictator, right? However, so I have friends, and I know that's going to sound weird, people I grew up with, right, who like love Franco, are very, very Catholic, very conservative. But I've had debates with them about this, right? About whether or not women should be allowed to, you know, make the choice, women's right to choose. And even my friend, my most conservative, you know, childhood friend, agrees. He thinks like women should not get the right to choose, but he's like, well, okay, but if you're not going to let women to choose, firstly, you have to provide healthcare for them the whole way through. Secondly, you have to provide actual support for children, for single mothers, for children as well. Like you have to, there, you know, like there has to be support, like incredible support set up for women and children separately. So no matter what she decides to do afterwards, like she is taken care of and the child is taken care of. And like in every sense of the word, and like even the fascists in other countries understand that if they're going to force a woman to go through with this, they're going to have to fucking cover a lot more stuff. You know what I mean? Not that fucking somehow makes it okay to take a woman's right to choose away.
No,
but there's at least some fucking principled stance there where I'm like, I get it. He's religious. He's Catholic, right? I get it. But he also understands, like, he also like can acknowledge, like, yeah, in a country where there is no universal healthcare, there is like no maternity leave to fucking speak of. There is no support for single mothers or even non-single mothers. There's no fucking systems in place to support parents in this country, really, truly. He understands, like, yeah, you can't really fucking force people to give birth in those circumstances.
And there's not a lot of good mental health care after a woman leaves a hospital.
That too.
I was a
Yeah.
wreck, honestly. Even though I had my family, I was a wreck. It took an emotional toll. Again, I was not ready, but here he was. I was not offered any mental services, any outlet to say, here's a number you can call. So I can't imagine a woman who gives her child up, what type of services is she offered before she leaves that hospital? And talking about the free lunches, my kids benefit from free lunches. It was a whole uproar here in South Carolina and where I am because people found out that the kids that had outstanding balances on their accounts were only allowed to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at lunch with a milk. That's all they were given. It became a whole news story and everybody had an uproar. The following year, we were given free lunches. Mind you, these free lunches extended to these children in the summer when there was no school.
Segregation.
That's awesome.
They picked up, they were able to go to the school or have a delivery service deliver these lunches to these children. It benefits them beyond just school. And we have to think of the bigger picture. If you are pro-life Republican, pro-life extends beyond the womb.
Yeah.
It's when they're in school.
Well beyond it.
But
also it should also extend to the womb, right? Like start with universal health care. If you're going to force a woman to go through a very taxing medical event, you got to pay for it. You got to pay for everything she needs. Everything.
And support IVF if you claim to be pro-life and pro-family as well.
Yeah, that too, right? Yeah. The fucking irony that they're against IVF too. It's like, Jesus. I had a post go very lightly viral. I don't know if it technically counts as viral, if it's only like 500,000, but where there was this article that came out a few months ago of like conservative women once the IVF stuff was happening in Alabama, was it? And it was like this whole article of conservative women being like, "Oh, how dare you? Like, you should respect my choice to do what I want with my body." And it was like,
oh my god, it actually affected me. Oh,
you're so fucking close to the point, babe. Like,
oh my god,
what the
Two
fuck?
steps away right now. We're right.
Yeah,
there.
they're like, oh, government should keep their hands out of my petri dishes,
Well, somebody in the
but
comments,
not your womb.
somebody in the comments said, well, what about the father's right to choose? He did have a choice of where his little swimmers landed. Unfortunately, he chose to have landed in me, and my choice is to do whatever it is after that. I'm sorry. I don't like that argument either.
And also, and I'm sorry, I've said this before, but like, I love when we get to this point, because the point is like, men and women, like we have different bodies, and I'm not trying to be transphobic in this. Okay. I acknowledge the existence of trans people. And obviously this is a very I'm using very binary language to talk about this, but if anyone out there is concerned about this, men and women, very fucking different, right? If men, here's the thing also, when a man gets pregnant, he has the right to choose. Right. And I'm sorry, but like, if more men could get pregnant, like I would also fight for your right to choose. And I'm very sorry that you do not have ovaries. I am very sorry. I'm very sorry that your dangly bits are on the outside and they're very sensitive.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. But that, you're a fucking man. Congratulations. Like, I mean, and you guys love to say, like the same people who say that, well, what about a man's right to choose, are also the people who will fucking spend hours arguing biology that like, biology makes men this and makes men that. It creates this difference. It creates that difference. And, biology predisposes men to get to do this or be better at that. But as soon as it's like, okay, well, the biology means that you don't have to make a choice about your body when there's a fetus involved, but these other people do. Like, as soon as that is like, okay, well, there's a difference here, then all of a sudden that fucking shuts down. And it's like, no, I have equal access to this, and I have just as much relevance in this discussion or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like the same fucking men will be like, well, men or women shouldn't get
Whatever
certain
somebody says
jobs because whatever. It's like, okay, so.
Well, somebody
Sorry.
said what I said was horrible. It's not horrible, though, because everybody has
Thank
a
you,
choice.
Maddie. Thank you for the roses.
The point in this conversation is I have a choice. You had a choice and I have a choice. Your body is not the one that has to change and go through everything that my body does. And so I'm sorry that we are at a crossroads and you feel one way and I feel another. But at the end of the day, I'm the one who has to do it. And a woman has a choice to make that decision for herself. If you don't like that choice that I'm making, then I'm sorry. We should have figured this out before this happened.
Oh, Cole, my heart just bleeds for you.
Also, for people who are confused, trans men can and have gotten pregnant. That's why I'm saying I'm like allowing for the couple of times it's happened, like just a handful of things, but trans men have gotten pregnant. But yeah, sorry. So, cis men, you guys don't get pregnant. Sorry. Tough shit, tough titties.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh,
They have, AK Big Brother. Okay. They have. Your facts don't care about your feelings. I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings that there are men out there who can do more than you can.
So
when it comes to fucking...
2 days ago, I spoke with my neighbor, male neighbor, who had sex with a girl that...
Careful, watch the language.
Oh, sorry. She had relations with a neighbor. She had relations with multiple people. She ended up getting pregnant and didn't want that pregnancy. And she took a ton of pills to get rid of that pregnancy. Okay, that's hard. I understand that's hard. Where do we go with that? Because you've got women like Cole and like my daughter and like myself where, I had an ectopic pregnancy, but you've got so many women out there that are having major issues and then the mental issues going along with that. Where do you go with that? I didn't know how to respond to him personally because I had a different experience. My daughter had a different experience. Like Cole's experience was different where, yeah, we're not at the coat. Well, there may be girls out there that are doing coat hangers. Who knows? But there are still girls out there that make bad choices that are popping pills. They could unlive themselves as well. Like, where do we go with that? I'm honestly looking for feedback on opinions with this because I'm not religious.
Well, I will say something I also wanted to say when Cole, you were talking about your mental health, like leaving the hospital after having your kid. Like studies show also that because a big thing that people talk about with abortion is they're like, oh, you'll regret it for the rest of your life and it'll give you like irreparable like mental health issues and psychological damage and stuff, when studies show that actually the opposite is true. Women that go through with giving birth actually have higher rates of depression and mental health issues following giving birth to a child than women who have an abortion, who terminate a pregnancy. Does it mean that like no person ever who gets an abortion ever regrets it? No, but there are also plenty of people who regret having kids. They're just not allowed to say. By the way, also, oh, sorry, Cole. Yeah, one sec.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's harder for people to even acknowledge that they regret having their kids because you will fucking shame them for it, even if you force them to have the kid in the first place, right? But yeah, studies show mental health suffers way, way, way more in women who have had children than women who have had abortions.
And to answer brother's question, yes, it was a boyfriend. He did not want a child at the time either. But we, again, had a great support system around us who encouraged us to continue the pregnancy. And they have been there every step of the way following that. But mental services is definitely important. I suffered what we call baby blues. So I was not in full-blown postpartum. But let's think about these women that go down the path to have this baby, don't get the mental services after, and then here they are hurting these babies, killing, unaliving these babies. And then we want to have this huge uproar about how awful she is. Well, what services and what things was put in place for her to not get to that point? Because as I said, I had baby blues. I had not one therapist, not one outlet to go to understand what I'm going through chemically. So this has long effects way after birth. These babies are being hurt by women who are not mentally all the way there.
Mm-hmm.
We have to think about these things. And if you are going to be pro-life and force, not want these outlets for these women, then we've got to come up with a program to protect these women and these children once they leave a hospital.
But we don't do that. We also don't provide them any protection while they're in the hospital, right? Again, this country cannot fucking claim, like, this country keeps insisting on forcing people to do things or not do things while refusing to provide any sort of fucking services or support in order to do them. Let alone, fucking survive, let alone do those things. Again, no matter what services, I believe that a woman's right to choose is fucking sacrosanct no matter what fucking you provide, like what the fuck you provide to her. However, if you're going to try to provide it, if you're going to try to force her to do that, there's a hell of a lot of things you got to provide first,
Yeah.
Support. Just various fucking forms of support.
Frankie, my family's version of getting me help was the church. And although I appreciate that, I was shamed in the church because I was not married.
Ain't no hate like Christian love.
I was actually forced to sit down with my pastor and explain to him why I got pregnant out of wedlock.
That's so fucked.
To answer your question.
That's horrible.
Cool. I feel it's interesting. Like, I feel like the screenplay I wrote is very similar in many aspects to your.
And I appreciate. I don't want to come up here and make it seem like all Christians are wrong, because they're really not. A lot of them have great.
No.
They're very understanding, but there's a lot of people in the church who are very judgmental. And like I said, I am a pastor's kid, so I had to go in front of my pastor because my parents were on staff. And they wanted to kind of eliminate the backlash that could come from a pastor's child in the church having a child out of wedlock.
Yep. Jesus. And I will say, by the way, I love, and I'm sorry to shade Christians, I will say, I think American Christians, modern day Christians, for the most part, there's a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of bullshit there. I love Jesus, personally. Fucking,
Absolutely.
Jesus was a homeboy. He's the OG socialist. He believed in taking care of the sick and the poor. I am 100% behind that. But find me a church in America that's actually doing that, and absolutely, I support them 100%. They can believe whatever they want to believe. They're out here doing the Lord's work, quite literally, helping the poor, helping the sick, volunteering and focusing more on that than enriching themselves. Great. But the vast majority of Christian, what's that? God?
Comrade Jesus.
Comrade Jesus. Love him. Love the guy. I fucking love the guy. I've said this before, but I have a friend who's religious, very good friend, and he has said to me, this has actually been said to me at least twice in like two different ways by two different people. I've been called like the most Christian non-Christian that they know, which I love, because I'm like, yeah, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in this fucking dogma. However, Jesus was a homie. Comrade Jesus was a fucking homie. I like the dude. So.
Well, whether you believe in religion or not, and I had this argument with my parents because they are very anti-abortion. And I'm not going to sit here and say that the Bible argues that, that's okay, because it doesn't. But yeah. I said that even...
Wait, doesn't argue. The Bible includes instructions on how to perform an abortion.
Oh, well, interesting. I'll have to look at that because, but the point that I'm making is even Jesus himself gave me a choice.
Mm-hmm.
I still have a choice. Moses 3:17 says, I have a choice for thyself, and it was given to me. So at the end of the day, I make my decision and then I meet my maker. Nobody on earth should be telling me my choice.
I love that. I'm writing that down.
I love that too.
I also, and I'm glad you bring that up, Cole, because one thing that part of the reason I ask people, like, why are you against women's right to choose? Is it religious? A lot of the times, yeah, if people are religious, I'm like, okay, well, so do you believe in free will or not? Like, what does your religion say? Does your religion say that, like, that someone will be judged in heaven when they reach heaven by God, who is going to judge that person for the thing that you consider a sin? Correct. And if you trust that God will judge someone who has an abortion, then you should trust that God will do that. And you should let God do his or her fucking thing and judge that person. You don't get to judge that person. You don't get to, like, you know, force that person out of free will that God has granted them. God will judge them. You can trust that. Cool. Let's fucking call it a day and let people make the choices they're going to make. You know?
Well, I don't even think that should be an argument, because I hear people all the time say separation of church and state. Well, then don't bring religion into the conversation then, if that's how we're going to be.
Sure. Well, I'll say, I mean, I agree. Yes, separation of church and state, which, by the way, is why, you know, like, you can't use your religious beliefs to fucking legislate my body, my choice. But if the reason you as a person believe it is morally wrong is because you believe that your religion says that, which, by the way, again, the Christian Bible includes instructions on how to perform an abortion. So let's fucking dispel with that rumor. Like, you know, if that is why you believe it's okay for you to strip women of their rights because of your religious fucking beliefs, then let's what are those beliefs? Those beliefs involve the judgment coming from God, not from you.
Not from man.
So if you're going to practice what you preach, sit the fuck down, believe what you believe, let the, you know, church be the church, the state be the state, and let people make their choices. God will judge them according to your beliefs. All right, bring someone else up. Yeah, we've got someone just hop down. I'm sorry. I feel like I kept talking. Coffee, we lost you. Are you still in here? I'm sorry if I just kept talking and I didn't give you.
I think she said she commented. She said she left. So just.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, Coffee. I'm sorry I missed that. Oh, so someone else can join. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Coffee. Thank you for your sacrifice. All right. Let's see. Who is this? Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'll probably hop off in like 10, 20 minutes as well. Just been on here a while.
All right, this person is not coming through. Dave, I don't know why it's not connecting with you. You can try me again. Aspen. Is it my internet?
Aspen, are you there? Can you hear us, Aspen? Hello.
Let's just hear some God for like, give me some crickets for a while. Let's do it.
AK Big Brother. What? I'm not ignoring you. There's a lot of things. There's more. Oh, you're okay. Cool. Let me drop this guy then, and I will allow you in. Disconnect.
Red State Internet, man. It's
There we go.
Oh.
Finally. Hi, AK. What's up?
Hi. You can call me Kyle. It's good.
Okay. I mean, I may forget that, but what's up?
It's all good. Either that or AK. It's whatever. Hey, I was just curious here. When you guys were talking, you talked about the whole, or at least some people in your chat was talking about not letting the father have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that that's a good idea, just because, you know, guys don't have the greatest of mental health. You know.
Yeah, you agree that men should not, the father of the fetus should not have a
Can we not
choice
call it
over
a fetus? It's a
a fetus.
When you
no,
think
it's a
about
fetus. No, it's a fetus. Scientific fact, it is a fetus. There is a scientific term for it. It is a fetus. We're not going to call it a child when it's a fetus. It's not. It's not, AK.
It's
a fetus.
really is, though.
Listen, you're allowed to believe that a fetus is a phase of childhood. You're welcome to believe that, but it is a fetus, and we're precise here with our language. And I'm not gonna entertain this idea that that a fetus is a fully formed child. I'm not gonna use your language, which is designed
I
to
never said it
muddy
was a
the
fully
issue.
formed child.
Great. It's a fucking fetus. It's a fetus. We can call it a fetus. And if that hurts your feelings, well, quite frankly, I don't care.
Nothing hurts my feelings. I was just saying that if you think about it here, aren't we all just giant clumps of cells put together?
Sure, yeah.
So, what's his face on here? He talked about how, oh, the baby's just a clump of cells. It's not an actual person. But in reality, we're all just clumps of cells. So, like.
Yeah. So that's a great point, AK. Listen, here's something I propose, right? If I have a clump of cells growing in my uterus, and I don't want it in my uterus because, listen, you know, hashtag don't tread on me and hashtag stand your ground, whatever. My body is my body. I am this clump of cells, right? And you say, well, that clump of cells, sorry, you're making a lot of noise. Can I mute you while I'm, yeah. While I am, you know, this is my clump of cells, that clump of cells, you think it's another person, fine. All I'm proposing is you can take that clump of cells and you can put it wherever you want to put it. You can put it in a petri dish, you can put it in an incubator. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that clump of cells. And if it survives on its own, congratulations, you are growing a human and you can deal with it, right? You can decide what to do with that clump of cells that grows into a human clump of cells. You can. But if that clump of cells can't survive like on its own, like without being attached to my clump of cells, like all I'm saying is my clump of cells is my clump of cells. You're welcome to take that clump. Do with it what you will. Incubate it wherever the fuck you want. You deal with the ramifications of having this clump of cells turn into a baby. That's fine. And I've long said this, by the way.
Okay. Well, here's my next question then, because I'm not what you would call an anti-abortionist. I believe that, like, there's 4 exceptions: rape, incest, injury to the mother, and in my personal opinion, under 18. Mm-hmm. Just because, you know, under 18, you screw up your life, and I've seen too many people I know completely ruin their futures. Let's put it that way. So,
but so you're okay. You're okay with protecting a teenager from not ruining your life, but you want adult women to ruin their lives. Like you believe that a fetus is a baby, which is that why you have an issue with abortion? Like, why are you against abortion?
I just have you ever watched a pregnancy or anything
I will
that?
say, AK, I'm sure you have seen videos that are quite propagandized. But sure, yes.
It's very graphic. Well, no, actually.
A lot of things are graphic. You know, I have tampons on my ears, right? And a lot of men seem to be uncomfortable with that.
It's whatever you can put on your body. It's whatever. I don't care.
Right.
No, my question was say you decide to have the child, right? And then you want to, or say one person doesn't want to have the child, the other one does, but to respect the ones, how to put this without it seeming horrible.
If it's horrible, just be horrible.
No.
Go for it.
Okay, so say the mother wants to have the child, right? The dad does not, but the dad wants to have an abortion. Should the dad still be liable to pay for the child?
Well, yeah, I think so. I think, and I know that there is a fundamental inequality there, right? There is, but that's biology for you.
So,
sorry.
Then why does the dad's opinion not matter? If he wants to have the child and the mother doesn't.
Well, again, and I'm gonna go back to my original point. If the dad wants to try to fucking grow a clump, the dad is not entitled to use my body as an incubator. He's just not. And if he wants a child, like, I'm sorry if he's attached to a clump of cells that is like still not formed into anything. Like, literally, we're talking like clumps of cells. Like, if he's emotionally attached to it, like, it's in my body. And I'm fucking sorry, but he doesn't. What?
A clump of cells is why you're here.
That doesn't like counter my fucking point, though. That doesn't challenge anything I'm saying. A clump of cells is why. Okay, cool. I'm a clump of cells. You're not allowed to use. AK, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to use my clump of cells to grow a different clump. Like, this is my body. A man cannot use me as an incubator. He just fucking can't, dude. How would you feel if I used your body? If I like started like using, you know, your organs to grow like fucking stem cell shit, and then like cut you open and pull that fucking shit just to like use it just because I feel entitled to something that is in your body. You would not be okay with it. I'm sorry that like that's, and the funny thing is that arguments like this reveal what is actually at the heart of the issue for you guys. Because you are telling me the problem you have with it. You have already said that you're comfortable with teenagers getting abortions because it's not about, apparently it's not fundamentally about the life of the fetus for you. Like, you want grown women to have consequences for their actions, but, you know, teenagers, no. Not because, again, it's like for some fucking reason you can rationalize that. You want the thing that the thing no AK you're no please get into them, please get into them, because
really
that's the point,
because it's personal.
Okay, so the point is, AK, like, the thing that you have returned to multiple times is this idea of like, should men have a say? Should men have a say if she wants to abort it? Should men have a say if she doesn't want to abort it? Should men have a say? You have revealed the game. The thing that is most upsetting to you, the crux of it, is that you want to control the choice. You want control over the choice. And I'm fucking sorry, but the body is not yours. It is not yours. Just like I can't control, just like I don't walk into the bathroom and use your fucking ding dong as a hose and have full control over it, just like I can't fucking tell you what to do with your body, with your organs. You cannot tell a woman what to do with her body. And that is why you get upset. And that is why you start making excuses of like, well, if it's a teenager, it's fine. But if it's an adult woman, I'm pissed because I want to be able, or I want a man to be able to control, have a say in the choices she makes. A teenager, I assume you're like, well, you know, she's still under someone else's control. She's fucking adult. I don't fucking know. But you're revealing it. It's not about the fetus itself. It's about wanting control and wanting a say. And I'm just fucking sorry, but that's not how life works. If God wanted you to have a say, he would have given you ovaries. And here's the crazy thing, AK. Another woman doesn't have a say over my ovaries either. It's not even just like all women have a say over all women. No, it's about, and you perfectly fucking understand the fact that a person has a say over their own fucking body. And that's it. That's it. That's it. I'm sorry. If God wanted you to have ovaries and have a say over, you know, whether a fetus grows into a baby, she would have given you ovaries.
Okay, let's bring up the next point then.
Thank you, Cole.
So say we cover a woman can have an abortion at any time, right? Well, not any time.
I mean, yeah, no one's saying anytime. I'm clarifying. No one is saying, no one is arguing for late-term abortion, by the way.
There are people that are doing that. That is a proven fact.
No, it's not. No, it's not. AK, no, I'm not going to let you spew misinformation here. Late-term abortion, AK. We fact check here. Just because you are believing, just because you're bad at fucking checking sources and you're bad at fact checking the bullshit you have been fed, does not mean I'm going to allow you to become a puppet for that bullshit on here. Okay? You can go do that in your own fucking space, in your own free time. You will not do that here. Okay? Late-term abortion, in the rare event is when the actual fucking fetus itself is like not fully formed. It is not fucking going to be born healthily. It's like no healthy fetus receives a fucking like you know, late term abortion.
I don't think guys what you get like you're gonna kill a baby. Like no, I don't think guys. Why do you even think that? Like
it's fucking bullshit.
It's like
also
it's an infant not compatible with life. Yeah, no, this is crazy. It's just
thank you, Fire.
I don't even freaking get it. Like, why do you even think that?
Yeah.
You think we want to kill babies? Like what? I don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like at a certain point, a late term abortion, like you're just removing the clump of cells out, right? That's, you know, basically what an abortion is. But if the clump of cells can survive on its own, then it survives on its own. And that clump of cells, which is now a baby, can then be put up for adoption or whatever. But ultimately, that's what an abortion is. You're just removing the clump of cells. And the thing is, for the first few fucking months, that clump of cells does not survive on its own. Because it's entirely dependent on the fucking mother to incubate it.
Like you've seen the baby, like it's horrific. Like it's just not good to watch. No, it's anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, right, Fire.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Alabasters. That's another great point. Literally not a single fucking woman has gotten to the last trimester and been like, after going through all that, I want an abortion. Like, boy, do you guys really think, you guys must think pregnancy is a fucking cakewalk if that's really what you think you think women are going through two trimesters, 2.5 trimesters of a pregnancy for an abortion just for fucking kicks? No. The very rare circumstance in which a late term abortion, and I'm doing this so that no one fucking like tries to pretend like I'm validating this idea that there are like just totally optional abortions happening late term. That is not true. By the way, in 0 states is it legal to have a fucking abortion past 24 weeks, which is only like 2 states, and most states that have like reasonable things end around 22 weeks. In no state is it legal to have an abortion after 24 fucking weeks that is not directly a result of like the physical fucking welfare. Like the fetus is like completely malformed and won't survive anyway, or is completely sick. Like it's just not going to survive. Yes, thank you. It's like that's in nowhere is it legal to fucking do that, and no one is actually doing that. So can we stop pretending like let's stop having arguments. Let's stop fucking arguing with these ghosts that you're making up. No one is arguing that. No one is arguing it.
My original point wasn't actually that, but my point was, should we limit when a person can have?
There are already limits, AK.
I'm talking about like actual laws that say like before 3rd trimester.
Dude, I am too. Like I just fucking said, not a single state, even before Roe v. Wade was overturned, not a single state allowed an abortion that was completely fucking optional past 24 weeks. And 24 weeks was just like 2 or 3 states. Most would go to a maximum of 22 states. That is not the third fucking trimester, AK. Like, there are no states that have ever allowed abortion in the 3rd trimester outside of the actual like deep fucking malformation or survival of the baby being in question. That is not a thing. So let's not pretend like that is a debate to have. No one is arguing that the law should allow that.
Okay, this is where I will admit I am wrong. I was miscounting when the 3rd trimester was. Yeah. So that's on me. I'll admit that.
I just want to say, brother, listen, in the hospital, I was given the nastiest looks because I chose not to breastfeed. So trust me, I can't imagine saying I want to abort my child in the 3rd trimester, because if I get a look just over breastfeeding, please.
Yeah. And also, and again, she wouldn't be allowed to anyway, even if she wanted to. Like, it's not even just like she would be pressured out of it. She literally would not be allowed to unless the fetus was literally just not going to survive.
That's help to the mother. That's in my exceptions.
Sure.
Like if it endangers the health to the mother, then I don't.
Right. So, but it sounds like AK, you support Roe v. Wade, because Roe v. Wade like, I mean, it sounds like the only circumstances in which you don't actually support a woman getting an abortion are third trimester, which has never been legal. So yeah, we agree. Congratulations. Except for the health of the survivability of the fetus and like the health of the mother. That's the only circumstance, which is how it's always been anyway. Or when the mother is a teenager, because you don't believe that she should have to deal with the consequences for the rest of her. You don't think that she should have to ruin her life because of something that happened as a teenager, which tells me that you're cool with a woman, an adult woman, having her life ruined because of a fucking mistake when she's, even like, so if she's 19, because you said the cutoff is 18 for you. So if the woman is 19, all of a sudden it's okay for the rest of her life to be ruined because of an accident.
What I'm saying is that if you are sleeping around willy-nilly, not paying attention to anything, and just randomly doing
but it's not. But sometimes it's but you don't have to be sleeping around willy-nilly to fall pregnant. You don't have to be.
And I'm not saying that if it's an accident, like, okay, accidents happen, but like,
okay, if it's an accident,
hold up one sec. If you're just sleeping around a lot and I'm trying to keep
right. So you think okay? Yeah. If you think a woman is a slut, you're saying that she should be forced to carry a pregnancy to term. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that yes, there are consequences to your actions.
Okay, so you agree. You want pregnancy to be a punishment. You want it to be a punishment.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are consequences.
You just said consequences. That's the
you
just said there should be consequences to your actions.
What if she has had sex exactly once with a boyfriend that she's been dating for a year? They had sex exactly once. She got pregnant that first time, which by the way was like the vast majority of pregnancies through a few decades ago. Yes. But like, because now we have better sex ed, but women would get pregnant the first time they had sex. What if that's what happened? Are you then more supportive if it was an accident, if like the birth control failed or whatever? Are you then supportive of her having an abortion?
Well, I can't really say much to that because I've got 3 friends who are actually
okay. But if you can have an opinion,
and one of them is about to have another child, they are choosing to have the kid.
Yeah,
even though they've only been dating a year.
Okay, but that doesn't. But okay, AK, those are their personal choices. I'm asking if you can have an opinion on whether a slut should be forced. Your opinion, not mine. And I'm assuming that that's your word that you were trying to not say on here. If you believe that you can have an opinion that a slut should be forced to carry a child to term because consequences, then I'm sorry, I'm going to push back on this idea that you don't have an opinion on whether a woman who has had who has consensually copulated once with a committed partner who did everything right and her birth control failed, I think you must have an opinion on that. You clearly have an opinion on every other circumstance. So what's your opinion on that? Should that woman be forced to carry a child to term? It sounds like
it would depend on circumstances.
What circumstances?
She just gave you the exact circumstance, dog.
Yeah. So I would love to know what the circumstances are. But so a woman, an adult woman, who is in a committed relationship for a year, has relations exactly once. She's a virgin, and then she has relations exactly once. She uses birth control, but the birth control fails, but she gets pregnant anyway. But she doesn't want this child. She can't support this child, whatever. Do you think she should be allowed to have an abortion?
If she wants to, and since it was a first-time accident, yes.
Thank you. So you just proved my fucking point. It is about punishing a woman for being sexually active. That is what it is.
It's not just punishing the woman. It's punishing the man as well.
Oh, it's about punishing the man as well. Thank you. Okay, it's about fucking punishing people. Thank you.
There is
fucking
it's
garbage.
It's not having a child is not a punishment.
But you want it to be one. You want it to be one.
Punishment.
You want it to be one.
This reward.
You said that's not what I'm saying.
Thank you. But it is what you're saying, AK. You
I'm
think
saying,
that the woman,
okay,
you
not
think,
every
no, no, no.
concept.
You think
Okay,
that the
hold up,
woman,
hold
no,
up.
I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to let you talk right now. I'm just going to reiterate. You think that teenagers should be allowed to get abortions. You think women up until the third trimester should be allowed to get abortions in certain circumstances, only specific certain circumstances. And we're investigating those circumstances. You think that women who sleep around, who then get pregnant should not be allowed to get an abortion. However, you just said a woman who doesn't sleep around, who's an adult, who has consensual relations exactly once in her life and gets pregnant from that first time, she is allowed to have an abortion. You just fucking confirmed that it's about how active that woman is. So you just confirmed that you want consequences for the woman just because you don't like that she has a more active sex life. Thank you for proving the point. This is fucking bullshit. It is not about beliefs. It is not about the fetus. It is not about like believing that it's a sacred life. You have just outlined all the circumstances in which you think it's okay. It's okay for a woman to have an abortion so that she doesn't ruin her life. But as soon as she is, in your mind, a slut, then it's not okay and she should deal with the consequences. Thank you. I'm fucking booting you.
Hold up.
I'm
fucking
booting.
I have one more thing.
Great. Let's fucking hear it.
So, do you believe in positive and negative consequences?
I mean, yes. But I also believe that there are ways of avoiding, like, I don't believe that we should create false consequences to people, like, just because, we don't like their sex life. You know what I mean? Like, commit a crime, sure, let's create some negative consequences. The fact that there are inherent consequences built into certain things, like, a problem arises, there are consequences. Obviously those exist. But yeah, I don't believe in punishing women for being sexually active. I don't.
Every action has a reaction.
All right, you're fucking this fucking garbage. I'm done. I'm so fucking done. I
I'm
won
so-
that
Bro,
fucking
really?
argument
I'm so
fucking
confused, though,
handily.
This
Even
guy
if the
says, I
parents-
support Roe v. Wade unless you're a slut. Like, all right, dude.
Literally.
But
Literally.
even if the parents are promiscuous, why is that the fault of the child? Because that's the argument that wants to be used when a person decides to have an abortion. Oh, it's not the child's fault that they were conceived. But then on the flip side, you want to punish the child when they're here.
Right,
I
AK
just
Big
don't
Brother, every action
understand.
has a reaction. Okay, but you're also the kind of person, so by that fucking logic, you're the guy who, if someone knocks over a glass of milk and the milk is spilled, you don't think anyone should clean it up, right? Every action has a reaction. That's the fucking consequence. The milk is spilled. So if a man spills his seed and it gets through the fucking birth control, you believe that he should not be allowed to fucking clean that up. Actually, no, you believe that the woman should not be allowed to clean it up. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for proving my point that none of this is based on any actual fucking moral premise. It's all about controlling fucking women. It's about controlling women. You hate women and you want to punish them because you are bitter that they might make choices that, make you feel excluded. That's it. It's ultimately that you don't like a woman to be sexually active because you're mad that she's not sexually active with you and only you. You feel excluded from that choice. And you're mad. You don't want a woman to be able to get an abortion if the man doesn't want her to let it, because again, you feel excluded from the power over that choice. It is all about control and power and being mad that you feel excluded. Do better, guys. Do fucking better.
Or create a policy that for men. If
Stop
if we're gonna
spamming,
control
dude.
this,
Thank you, Daddy.
then make a policy
I
for
didn't
men and
want to
let
call
them
you
have that
Daddy.
choice.
Damn. Fuck. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Maddie. Jesus. Sorry.
But
Ay.
to be honest, you guys, I think the most important thing, if we're going to have a real conversation, is this is why knowing your partner and knowing what your partner wants is key. So maybe we should just have more conversations with the person we're intimate with so that we don't end up in a situation where I don't want it and you want it. We should have had that conversation before we got into them bed sheets. So maybe we should start having conversations with each other and we can prevent these outcomes.
I agree, but I also want to leave room for someone changing their mind, right? Like someone might be anti-choice, and then once they get pregnant, they're like, "Shit, no, I actually can't." I mean, that is very common. You know, the only righteous abortion is my abortion is classic fucking cliche of the right. But there's also people who are like, "Oh, I'm absolutely pro-choice. I would not have a kid if I got pregnant." But then they get pregnant, and they're like, under these, actually, no, I want to keep it and stuff. And I want to like, there should be room for that as well. But I agree, people should be having these conversations. Unfortunately, men are the reason I'm wearing tampons on my ears tonight, like a fucking goofball, is because earlier the conversation was about how men are uncomfortable seeing tampons in a bathroom. And it's like, if men can't even see tampons without getting like weird about it, I don't trust them to have real fucking conversations about abortion. I mean, firstly, I'm in a relationship now, but I would not, get physically involved with someone who believed that they had a right to fucking tell me what to do with my body. Just absolutely fucking would not.
Just to add to the tampons, I was in another live with a panel, and one of the girls lived in Minnesota, and she was on a travel team, and she said that when she would visit a school to, do the sport or whatever, they would have to change in the boys' bathroom. The visitors would change in the boys' bathroom. So that was also important for them to have the tampons in the boys' bathroom. Not so boys could always use, it was more for instances like that. And so I think that's something also that people overlook in the conversation.
Yeah. Oh, I'm seeing, okay, someone, that's an opinion. Just because you can't comprehend doesn't make it my problem. What's going on?
I can't believe like that's a real. I'm speechless at that guy's take, dude.
Well, that's how it always is. And that's why, by the way, welcome. I know we've got some new faces in here tonight. This is what we do, okay? I fact check. I invite people to come up here, talk about their beliefs. I may agree with them, I may not. But if I don't, even if I do, and the other day, just last night, I had to boot someone who I agree with, but because they were spewing misinformation, and I demand like the right to fact check everyone and be precise. We are going to be precise with our fucking language, but also like I like to fucking follow people's logic. Let's figure out the logic. Where's the break in the logic? Because ultimately, 99.9% of the time, like, listen, I'm fucking neurodivergent, okay? My entire belief system is built on the logic of it, the math of it. And I have to break down every fucking belief I have and make sure it makes logical sense. And it's, that's just how my brain works. It has to be logical for me. And yeah, and so if someone's going to come in here and be like, either have different information than what I have, I want to know what the information is that's correct. But if they also like are arriving at a different conclusion, I want to let's trace that logic down to like every little building block that's at its root. And 99.9% of the time, the people who are out here trying to strip people of their fucking rights have an illogical fucking detail somewhere in there. The logic starts to break down because everyone who is trying to abridge other people's fucking rights, everyone else who's trying to limit other people's rights, ironically, is the most fucking fervent yellers about how people are trying to infringe on their rights and how they deserve more rights and whatever. And so, of course, this is what we fucking do. Sorry. I'm just giving you like a little pitch on this. We come in here, we break down the logic, we check the sources, and we find out where the fucking argument breaks down. And it always breaks down. It always breaks down. That's the problem. It always breaks down. Literally.
Was it the lady that was talking about Iz and Pal the other day, or did you kick someone out? Yeah.
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 I booted her because she started lying about what she had said, which bothered me, but also, she had misrepresented some numbers, and I don't appreciate
It's kind of interesting because that was one of the more heated debates too. So it's not just people not just we can have very spirited debates with people we might agree with too.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. And I try to be, I mean, listen, equal opportunity fucking debater, sure, sort of. I'm not going to hold back on my beliefs. If I think you're being a knucklehead or an asshole, I'm going to call you out. I'm not going to be kind, like, whatever. I'm not going to act like I'm perfectly neutral and everything. I am not. But yeah, I try to be fucking fair here, and I absolutely, and frankly, part of the reason is like, I don't want people I agree with up here spewing misinformation. I don't want to be caught out or someone say that I'm helping to spread misinformation in order to further my fucking beliefs. No. The reason I research my beliefs is because I want to make sure that I have all the fucking facts, because as soon as someone can poke a hole in your facts, in your information, like that calls into question everything else you use to validate your beliefs or your conclusions. And so I think it's super fucking harmful to be walking around using incorrect information to prove your point. And if I agree with you, and I booted her sooner than I would have someone that I wasn't agreeing with, because I think she makes me and the things I agree with look bad. I love someone that I disagree with coming up here and very clearly not having incorrect information. I love it. I love it when I can show it. I love it when the chat can see it, because that just makes me look fucking good. That makes their opinion and their stance look fucking bad. So yeah, if someone comes up here and they agree with me, but they're using bad facts, bad information to prove it, I'm going to boot them a lot sooner, because you're going to make us look bad. It did, AK. I'm sorry that you just don't understand the basic fucking logic of what just happened here. You got schooled. I'm actually really excited because I'm going to clip that. I'm going to clip that, and I'm probably going to upload it somewhere, because that was fucking great. Thank you. Thank you for playing.
And it was so crazy too, because like literally right before he joined, I think it was Cole was talking about like the slut shaming and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like he hops in, and you're like, hold on, here it is. Like this is like the poster boy for it. It's like,
yeah.
Maybe you could do a live on what is it called? Does body count matter?
Yeah, right. God, I don't.
Might be fun.
God, fucking garbage. I don't know if I want to deal with that garbage, really. Because the people who come up here are like, yeah, it matters. It's like, I mean, it does. It just doesn't. But like, okay, I can't make you a better person. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you fundamentally chose hate today. You woke up and you chose violence, thought violence. But you know what I'm saying. Hi, Sergio. I'm getting fucking hungry. Actually, I don't know how much longer I can do this without eating.
I'm getting hungry too.
By the way, guys, once again, my alt, please try to find. I cannot go live on this alt yet. I'm sorry, Sergio. Sorry to cut you off. I can't go live on this alt yet. I don't have enough followers on there, but I'm trying to just build it up just in case, because I have been banned from here. But I also this account, this is my main account. I use it. It helps, pay my fucking rent and stuff with my normal posts. I'm setting up just this alt to kind of as like a backup, and also so I can go live with some more daring things, riskier topics, without risking my main account. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Sergio.
I just don't want to I don't want to heat up the food. I just feel like I should just wait on that. I don't know. I ate at 11, around 6-ish hours ago, I think. So I don't really feel hungry though.
Yeah, I'm starting to get
would y'all say at this point it's breakfast or like a snack? You know what I mean?
Depression.
Question.
Breakfast.
Yeah, I guess
Probably.
Breakfast. But I eat dinner for breakfast all the time, and breakfast for dinner all the time.
It's called I can't sleep.
Breakfast for dinner is the best.
Breakfast for dinner is the best, and dinner for breakfast is also pretty solid, actually.
Yeah.
I've been eating a lot of pancakes lately. It's awesome.
Really, I really want pancakes, but every time I'm like, oh, I should make pancakes. I'm like, I don't want to put the effort in. I don't. I've been really bad about cooking.
Too much effort.
Cheap. I have the worst pancakes ever. I'm like, this bit's quick. I don't care.
Why would you choose pancakes over waffles, Simon?
Some
Waffles are
days are
superior.
pancake days.
I'm
sorry,
kidding.
God.
I'm just trying to start trouble.
I'm a waffle girl myself. You're just trying to start shit.
Yeah, I was just stirring it up.
All right, I'm done. All right. Fuck
You know what's funny though? Like I work at Waffle House, but I'm personally like a pancake guy. So it's like if I'm in the opposition, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do all liberals look like they live in a 42 container?
Does it?
What is a 42 container?
You mean like a 42
What
foot?
does that mean? What?
Why? Just you don't like my shelves? I mean, yeah, you're not the first person to come in here and give me shit about my shelves. I was just talking about it the other day.
Like a room?
I live in a fucking bomb ass studio apartment in New York City.
It's pretty tight.
Yeah, it's a studio apartment. It's actually pretty big for New York City, but
yeah, that's huge.
It is, you know, fucking expensive ass New York City, so. But sure, yeah. Why do all liberals look like they live? I don't fucking know. I don't think it looks like that when you're actually here in person, but sure.
I live in a nice house in Tim Hall's country.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. I
bought a trailer park. I bought a trailer with my cousin. And I thought it was a good deal. 15,000, and I got it. I got all my bills paid.
I don't know if you're telling the truth, but did you just try to give me shit for living in what looks like a double wide when it turns out you bought one?
No, I'm saying they do. I'm saying that's what they're like. It's like, oh, why can't you just live out in the country? It's like, oh man, some people live in cities.
Yeah.
How is that even like an option for people? Suburban people act like it's like the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why.
So
how is that even a point? That's a bigger question.
Yeah.
I live in suburbia. It's fucking boring and terrible.
Well, suburbia is one of the easiest places to leave, I will say, because suburbia is overpriced and like, you know what I mean? It's harder to live in the suburbs for a lot of people than it is to live in a city or like actual rural areas. I'm just talking out of my ass, but I feel like that's kind of a whole thing.
Okay. Right? It's okay. If you live in the city, you got to live in the 42-inch contain. What is he going by? Is it like inches or centimeters or feet?
My guess was feet, but even that feels a bit like
feet. That's large. It's freaking huge.
But inches, like you wouldn't like.
It's true, B.
Fit. So I don't know. Like, anyways.
Are you a liberal? That's my question, Brenna. Are you a liberal?
Yeah.
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 I guess I am too. But I never say that. I just say leftist, or I just say.
Yeah, I don't know. I was saying this the other day. Apparently, one of the words leftist, liberal, or whatever is no longer means what it used to mean, and I don't know which is which. And I'm a progressive. That's what I call myself. I'm progressive.
I just say I'm atheist, and then they know exactly what I'm like. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, like oh you don't. And I'm like, yeah, I don't believe in anything, so too bad. But
I mean, I don't not believe in things. I believe in. I have a lot of beliefs, just not religious ones.
Right, yeah, exactly. Are those tampons? What are they?
Yes, they are tampons. Earlier, some men were saying that they don't want to see tampons because they're scary. So I put them on my ears because I thought it would ward away.
It's because they're mad at Tim Walls.
Yeah, they don't like tampons being put in the restroom.
No.
What's that?
I'm not at godlike levels. You can't hear my tampon or my crickets.
Tampon. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I cannot hear your tampon. That is correct.
Crickets.
Probably for the best.
There was a fly in my room the other day, and I was recording something, and you could hear this fly like fly right in my microphone. Just I'm like, what the heck, dude? Can't leave the window open around these people, man.
Yeah. That happens to me more. It's really annoying.
Sparked my interest. Like, are there actual like tampon earrings you can buy?
I'm sure
There must be. I bet I could make some, honestly. Actually, I could just make some real ones right now. But all you need is to basically tie a tampon to like a stud. You know what I mean? I should start wearing these.
I don't know. And the
Can't
other,
wear them in the rain though.
I mean, I've been here like 3 hours. You've been wearing them the whole time. I respect the bit though.
I like dangly earrings.
the comments are going kind of like the one side versus the other kind of stuff.
Can
And
you engineering? Would you print me some 3D some tampon earrings? Some like little cute, demure, mindful tampon earrings? We gotta get straight edge on this. I want merch that's just tampon earrings.
What is the
Those
the
earrings are
origin?
bussin'.
What is the origin of
Wait, what's
that
that,
like
God?
phrase?
Those
Like,
earrings are bussin'.
Bussin'. Is that good?
Yeah, that's one of those new younger people things.
Cool.
That's a good
Are they
thing.
aura?
Yeah.
Are they aura?
Very very skibbity.
Hi,
Absolutely.
Ampiha.
But yeah, they be
Oh,
popping.
Ampila.
nonchalant completely.
I love. You know what I love about the word nonchalant? It implies that there is a state of chalant. You know what I mean?
Well, everyone's using it wrong now, and they're just using chalant as the nonchalant word. They're just using that. They're just conflating the two names.
Chalant would be like you're like stressed, no? Like, you know what I mean?
No, nonchalant. Wait, what? Sorry, I was reading.
But
comments.
if you're chalant, you would be stressed.
Yes.
No?
Yes. Chalant would be pressed.
I thought nonchalant was like, yo, I'm cool. I'm really like, I don't worry. But then like chalant, that would mean like you're outgoing, like you're kind of annoying, kind of like I'm up in people's
like a Trump reporter.
Well, nonchalant is more like, I don't care. I don't care
Right.
about it. It's fine.
Right,
Nonchalant.
but if you care,
But so
then
chalant would be caring. Would be like.
Wait, chalant's an actual word in French?
Chalant is not a word. Chalant is not a word, guys.
Okay.
That's why
We can
it's
make it a
funny.
word.
That's why we can debate the meaning of it, because it's an imaginary word that
It
gets.
doesn't exist.
It's a word now.
Yeah. I'm aura. Oh God, no one loves Trump.
I think, we gave Trump 4 years. Like we gave him a chance too. It's like, let's do it again, I guess. I don't think so. Doesn't sound like a good ride. We also gave Kamala 4 years too.
Oh my God, AK has spun into fucking conspiracy theory. He thinks Kamala can't get a real crowd to save her life. You believe the bullshit that it's AI? Oh boy, are you in for a fucking rude awakening, dude.
I feel like he got booted and he just like shifted to the far right.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
very
still waiting on him
subtly.
to explain, because he said that she's using her race for gain, and I'm asking him for a specific situation where she brought up her race for a gain and he can't give it to us.
Yeah. I think Trump is clearly just jealous that she is a mixed race Black Indian woman. He's so pressed that she's Black. It's so interesting. He's literally fucking jealous. He's like, I wish I could be Black. I'm running, and it's like,
Well, it doesn't take a lot. I don't understand him saying that she just turned Black. She went to a historically Black college. She joined an historically Black sorority. She in 2006 spoke at the Black America conference. She was a part of the Congressional Black Caucus. How do you people think that she just brought this up? She's
well, and also like, yes, and that's giving the like actual, the most generous interpretation of what he said, right? The most generous interpretation is, oh, he means culturally Black. She only recently became culturally Black. But I've had people in here night after night after night argue with me that she's not actually Black, that she's not genetically Black. I've had that happen night after fucking night. So I know that yes, we're being very generous if we are saying, oh, what he meant was culturally Black, and here are also like examples of how she has fully embraced her Black culture, heritage, everything, but no, they a lot of them genuinely think that it's like that she's actually not Black.
My thing is like if he said like African American, I could be like, okay, like maybe like that's a discussion, I guess. But he said Black, so it's like there's nothing to talk about with that.
It's
Dad
back
was
to the
Jamaican.
it's back to the DEI stuff where they believe that anybody, if they like want to like express themselves, that means that they're going to get better positions if they're openly like talking about their race. That there's DEI happening to like move them up and stuff. It's based on the liberal media like propagating only black voices. So now she wants to like approve of everything like that. It's made up stuff for sure, but they're saying it's like DEI stuff.
Well, and also I will say, sorry, excuse me. A big part of it, they're once again telling on themselves, right? Because I also have a lot of people come in here and who are like, "Oh, you're just voting for Kamala because she's a woman and she's black," and it's like, no. I am voting for her, and she is a woman, and she is black. I'm not voting for her because of those things. And some people sometimes they'll misspeak and they'll be like, "You're just voting for her because you're a woman." And I'm like, "Yeah, I actually am voting for her in part because I'm a woman, so my rights are actually on the chopping block." Yes, but it's not because she's a woman. But it's what's so clear is like they're saying, like they're making it clear if they look at Kamala and they only think someone would vote for her because of her gender and her race. Like that tells me, oh, you are making voting decisions based on gender and race. Like, are you only voting for Trump because he's a white man? Mm-hmm. Or are you only not voting for Kamala because she's a black woman, black Indian woman? Like, I've never fucking voted for someone just because they were blank or blank in my fucking life. Never. So where is this coming from if not you think that that's how voting works? And if you think that that's how voting works, that must be how you vote.
Well, her being a woman in black is just the cherry on top. It's not the reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I criticize her too? Like, I wasn't interested
we criticize
in
her plenty.
Yeah, it's like it's not even like about the normal stuff that everyone criticizes. I just wasn't interested in her at all. Like, she's the vice president. I'm not excited at all. I don't even know if I want to vote because it's like, what is going to change? It's not going to do much.
Even if best case scenario,
that's good.
Yeah, our rights are gonna. Here's the thing: the right now is literally trying to absolutely fully strip away, fucking dismantle democracy and strip away a lot of people's rights. So even if you're like, well, fuck the Democrats, nothing will change if I elect them. Even if that's true, that's a hell of a lot better than the changes that the right is pushing for.
Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
And I say this I say this also as someone who has bitched about Kamala constantly. She was not my first choice. I did not vote for her way back when. I have very real criticisms of her. But ironically, all my criticisms of her should make her a lot more of a candidate, a lot more of a desirable candidate to Republicans and conservatives. Mm-hmm. So, like, I am excited. Here's the like, I was not, I really wanted Biden gone. She was not my first pick. I was saying before, like, I hope it's not fucking Kamala. But now that she has been, like, she's the presumptive nominee. She has not technically been named the nominee yet. Next week, Democratic convention. It'll be a hoot. I can't help but get really excited and listen. And I've like researched her more. I like her a little bit more. I have plenty to bitch about, and I bitch about her all the time on here. But to compare her against Trump, the choice is fucking obvious. And it doesn't even have to be about Trump, the person, right? Like any Republican running on what Republicans are currently running on, and like Project 2025 being in the works, anyone, I will vote for anyone that is running against that right now that can actually win.
For me, like, I've too brutal. Go ahead.
Sorry, one at a time.
My bad.
Okay. It's just like, any Republican that even would like read that bill and then say, yeah, I think we can sort of spin this in any way. That's just crazy behavior. That doesn't. The Project 25 reading the whole like docket.
It's not a bill, to be clear. It's like a platform from an organization. But yeah.
It will be bills, multiple
Yes.
bills that they're going to pass, and it's just anyone who aligns themselves with that is obviously very deluded and just terrible, awful person. But I guess a first woman candidate, she's not the first woman candidate, and the first woman candidate did win by the popular vote, and she was white. So it's like that's where I'm concerned with, is that America is so deeply racist. Even the Democrats probably wouldn't even want to vote for Kamala because of some sort
Kamala.
of like held on
Kamala. Her name is Kamala.
Kamala. Because of some sort of held on racism that they would probably prefer even somebody as terrible as Elizabeth Warren or other
I like Elizabeth Warren.
Tulsi
That's
Gabbard.
all right.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard. So funny enough, so I like Elizabeth Warren, but also
She's Pocahontas, though.
What?
I don't like that she lied about her race that one time, but yeah, everything else
She okay, but she was raised being told that she was partially Native American. She was raised being told that. And genetic tests only became popular within the last 10, 15 years, that you could just get one to check your ancestry. She was raised being told that she was part, like, what the fuck did you expect from her? You know how many people were raised and told that they are something and they just have to accept that? Now we can check it. Now we can actually like do the thing. But like her parents probably
really
didn't even know, right? Like her parents didn't even know. Her parents were probably told, oh yeah, like we're part Native American. Like what the, I don't know. It's like, yes, it's embarrassing. You know, she shouldn't have done it, except also like, how did we expect her to know something that only became checkable within the last like 10 years, right? Really, let's be fucking real. But also, like, also once she found out, once she like did like an ancestry whatever thing, she stopped saying it because she was like, oh, whoops.
Yeah, I mean, her platform.
My family was fucking had false information or had incorrect information. Someone along the lines like thought they were Native American, claimed they were Native American, and that was passed down. And like, okay, so she corrected her information. All right.
Yeah, even with that, she has a better chance of winning to me. But yeah, I think
I disagree, Sergio. I have long held this, and I don't share this opinion often, but I have said it on here a couple times, even before Kamala became the nominee. I believe that a woman of color is going to become president before a white woman, because white women piss everyone off. White women are, you know, oppressed by the patriarchy, but also white women piss people of color off because of the privilege we have. And I think a woman of color is much more likely to win, like, which is odd. It's like that weird sort of, not to say that like, it's not because white women are more oppressed or anything like that. Not at all, not in the least, just to be clear. But white women are like, occupy this space where it's okay to hate them, no matter who you are. White women hate white women, white men hate white women, fucking black men and women hate white women. It's okay to hate white women. And
Karen.
Yeah, I don't think white women are gonna hit the White House
I
anytime
wouldn't
soon.
agree with that. I don't think
You
it's
don't
okay
think
to hate white women. I think sometimes, because a lot of my girlfriends, my very close girlfriends, are white. I think that the issue comes in when there's conversations. Sometimes I feel like it's like, well, we understand why, you black women can't keep a man because y'all don't know how to shut up. It's those types of conversations. And I've actually had that conversation.
Okay, but that's why I would say, okay, yeah, you should hate white women who say that. Absolutely.
But see, you know what? I don't hate them. I think it's ignorance. I think it's misunderstanding.
Yes.
And it's we have to be more open to having that conversation. I do think that sometimes people step in it, but and make it worse for themselves. But I just think it's more of an entitlement or they feel better in certain situations that turn women of color off, or black women.
Sure. Yeah, and I will say, and I think that that's part. I'm not even really thinking in like of specific conversations, right? Because that set of conversations will be different no matter what the context of like the woman who's like living in, but also raised in.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, like the one, like Karens, right? Calling white women's Karens. That's like, it's not a slur, obviously, but that is like one of the like the only like socially acceptable like insult that it completely applies to a demographic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That we have in our culture today. And it's like it is not okay to use slurs. There's like you can't use slurs or like demographic targeting insults against like anyone else without getting in trouble.
Because we get called ghetto.
But that's not
loud.
okay. But that is like called out. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, it's not that no one does it. I'm just saying that like that is still obviously in some areas people will like, yes, will allow you to say ghetto and you know, but I disagree with like a lot of people who are also comfortable with using the N-word unironically and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I get it.
But vastly like in polite society or however we want to put it, like Karen is the one sort of like demographically targeted insult that everyone's on board with using and we're all okay with it. Like no one's calling it out for being problematic, which again, it's fine. I am a white woman. I enjoy privilege, obviously. And part of it is because like white women, especially in the South and like in evangelical areas, like did not overwhelmingly vote for Trump, but I think it was like 51% or something voted for Trump. So it's like, we can point at that and be like, well, white women are the problem. They voted against their like own self-interest and da-da-da. That bothers me a little bit because I'm like, okay, but that's mostly evangelical women, like, you know, whatever. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I think there's like white women, we enjoy a certain level of privilege. We also suffer from a certain lack of privilege for sure. We're still women. But as a result, we're in this weird era where it's okay. Like the one, you know, everyone's okay. It's okay to shit on white women. It's okay to do that.
No, I see what you're saying.
Was terrible. She's like the worst white woman I've ever seen. Ellen DeGeneres. I fucking hated her. How could she do that shit? Like the tyrannical white woman on the prowl. I guess she really made a really bad name for all white women. Just being like in charge and also Hillary too. But that whole Ellen DeGeneres debacle is like. We all know that coworker that acted like her. Fuck, I hated that so much. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like a meme to say Karen, and it isn't a meme to be like that's ghetto. Like it's just so relaxed. Oh, that's a Karen thing to do.
Which is not okay, by the way. But it's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it bothers me, but I'm also like, okay, I'm just gonna wait out this era of like.
I get it, but
I
feel like there isn't like
I get it.
systemic like culture. Like you can't go back to like the 1800s and be like people weren't getting called Karens. You know what I mean? Like, so it's
Sure.
it's a different. Like I know.
Yeah, but that's also. But if you go back to the 1800s, white women also. I mean, yes, white women were also just deeply oppressed and being essayed and horribly mistreated for sure. But also, yes, enjoyed a certain level of privilege that like women of color did not enjoy. Of course, men of color did not enjoy. You know, yes, it's a complicated like history is is what brought us here. So like it bugs me. That's what I'm saying. It's like a bit of an unpopular opinion I have I'm very careful about when I say this out loud, but I have long stood by the idea that I'm pretty sure a woman of color is going to make it to the White House before a white woman does, because no one likes white women, not even white women. So,
I think it's
okay. It's okay. It's fine.
No,
it's fine. We'll fucking
like,
survive. It's totally fine.
And
it's fine, guys. I'm not asking for sympathy. Let's not like fucking twist ourselves into a knot being like, oh, but like it's, you know, oh, you're no.
I mean, it's good
fine.
to approach
It's fine.
everything with nuance, but I think it's also important to acknowledge like Hillary Clinton, regardless of her being white or being a woman, was
I
just
don't like Hillary.
a deeply, deeply flawed candidate, especially with running against Trump. You know.
It was hubris. It was fucking hubris. The whole campaign was run on
That was
hubris.
kind of what I was curious about, like, because you talk about white women, and I would just jump into Hillary, but so distinction between Hillary and like a white woman, like.
Well, Hillary is a white woman.
Well, exactly, but like, So Hillary, I think, was equally flawed as a candidate, but like using any white woman, would there have been a better white woman?
I mean, I don't think
I
all
think
white
well,
women are
okay, no,
real
here's
criminals,
I
first
think
of
there
all.
are I think Elizabeth Warren is a great fucking candidate. I like Elizabeth Warren better as a candidate than Kamala. Not as a candidate, but as I liked Elizabeth Warren's policies a lot more than Kamala's. And I donated to her campaign and everything. But do I think that it's more likely and this is just like a back of the mind thought I've had, okay? And I'm not saying it's like 100%. There's not a single like white woman on earth who could win the presidency before a woman of color. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I've had this sneaking suspicion that like white women are too privileged to not be seen as privileged and too unprivileged to not have that also work against them. You know what I mean? Women of color are underprivileged, but they are not seen as privileged by like a large group of the population. You know what I mean? White women are both underprivileged, but but also very privileged and seen as overprivileged. And it's that weird fucking thing, that like weird like space that they occupy, that I think is what would make it harder for a white woman to make it to the White House before a woman of color.
Dude, okay, first
But
of all,
this isn't like a studied thing, guys. This is just it was
But
just
it's
like
an
a thought.
interesting take because I've never.
this dude in the comments, by the way, we're not making everything about race. This is a conversation about perception, okay? So
Yeah.
like don't conflate those two things, bro.
Right.
And let me be clear. When I tend to go independent. I have agreements with both sides. And when it was Biden and Trump, or I'm sorry, let me take that back. When Nikki Haley was debating, she piqued my interest. Now, I don't agree with her. To be very clear. Then a lot of things came out after that I didn't like, but she piqued my interest. And so, I do think it's a good time. I'm excited about women now getting into this space. I think that's a lot of excitement with Kamala. It's not the reason that she is a woman, but it's the excitement of this is different. We haven't seen it before. And I think a lot of people are voting with, listen, we've had 40 some odd men have this role. Why not? Give it to a woman and let's see. You know what I mean? So
Right. I mean, I disagree. I think there are very few people who are voting for Kamala because
I don't
she's
think that
a woman.
either. I don't think that either. But I think that this argument that she's a woman keeps coming up. But even if that's the case,
Simon, mute yourself. Yeah. Sorry. Cool.
No, I'm not personally voting for her because she's Black or a woman. Like I said, I think that's just the cherry on top.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
feel like she has run she's had a really good campaign this last month too. Like I give her a lot of credit for that.
And I think, like leaning into and allowing the memes to meme, you know what I mean? Like, there's something also so beautiful. Have you guys seen that video of her? Like, the classic caption is like, Kamala, like the moment she figures out her campaign slogan. Do you see that? Like, we're not going back thing. So that video is beautiful, right? Because it's very much like, and this, by the way, this is also how I feel about, I was hoping it would be Walls. And this is kind of similar to how I feel about the difference between Walls and Shapiro, because a lot of people thought it would be like Shapiro and stuff. And I was like, well, it's Walls. There's something beautiful about Kamala stumbling upon that slogan, we're not going back, because it's natural. It's a soundbite. She said it as part of a speech. The crowd latched on. We're like, we're not going back. We're not going back. Like, yeah, that's a simple fucking thing. And it's a perfect like counter to Make America Great Again. Well, the weirdo thing too. But like, it's like we're not going back is the perfect antidote to Make America Great Again, which is also like a regressive sort of thing. And it's like, no, we're not going back, but we're also not going back to Trump. Like, and it happened organically. And that's so different from I'm with her and love Trump's hate, which, by the fucking way, why include your opposition's fucking name in your slogan? Like, did no one like stop and say, maybe we should come up with a slogan that doesn't include our fucking opposition's name in it. Like, I get it's a word, but like, love trumps hate when you're campaigning against Trump. Guys, like, whatever. But those both felt very like written. Those were someone sat in a fucking room and wrote, 200 slogans, and they went down the list and they fucking whittled them down with an entire fucking committee, and they picked the 2 ones that felt cleanest and best and whatever. I don't know what they fucking decided, like, used to decide that. Versus Kamala said a line at a speech that fucking hooked people, and the people responded, and that became, I don't know if it's like officially her slogan, but it has become like a thing, and that is so much, that just feels so much more real. You know what I mean?
I mean, that was, I don't know, that's why I always felt like Bernie certainly would have beat Trump in 2016, because his whole campaign was just like more organic than Hillary was, just in general.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, that was Hillary's whole campaign. It was just like, what are these buzzwords that are going to work with people? Like, let's find those in an office or something.
Yeah.
Well, she's very relatable. Say it to my face is very big in the African American culture. It's a saying we say a lot. Like, my mama used to say that when I would say something behind her back, and she's like, well, if you got something to say, you need to say it to my face. So that's why it stuck, because everybody in the culture could understand what she was saying.
Yeah.
And it made sense. And I think that's what you like in a politician. I need to feel like you're relatable.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
and also like something. There's something ideal to, like, the other thing that I love about Kamala, because I say it all the time on here, is like, I say a version of it, right? Is I'm speaking now. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking. And I think that originally came from her debating Pence at the time, where she was like, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking now.
Why?
I'm speaking now. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking now. Okay. And she like repeated it a few times while he kept like interrupting her. And it was like, and it was fucking perfect, because it's a simple phrase. Every fucking woman in the world has been interrupted by a man who continued to talk while she said, I'm speaking. And the thing is, like, a lot of women, we don't. And I've only recently begun saying, I'm speaking, or been like, you can talk later. And a big part of it is because, yes, I'm in this format and this is my live. So it's a lot easier for me to be like, this is my fucking live. This is a matriarchy. I'm going to make you be quiet when I want you to be quiet, and you will wait your turn. So, but in my real life, it's definitely a lot scarier to be like, I'm speaking now. Like, shush, I'm speaking now. But you see a woman do that on a fucking national stage to a man who is obviously very fucking rudely interrupting her and treating her like she doesn't deserve the respect to finish her own fucking sentences. It just fucking speaks to you. You know what I mean? As a woman, at least. I'm like,
yeah, she's like an attorney. She like knows, like, when she was like asking questions in the Senate, she would like she owned her time. Yeah, it was just like, I'm taking back my time. Like,
and the thing is too, like, all of that stuff you're talking about with Kamala, like the relatability, the like people can see themselves in her. That goes with Tim Walz as well, and that's why I was like, he's such a good pick.
Yeah,
and just his policies are amazing. But like, just it's both.
I love Walz so much.
I know. I'm from Minnesota, so I'll talk about Tim Walz forever. So like,
please, yeah. Oh, we fucking love him. I love him so much. I almost love him a little bit more than Kamala in some respects, which I know is bad. It's not that. I'm like, I want to take you home. You know what I mean? I want to put you in my pocket.
Yeah,
I want you to be my dad. That's what I want. I want Tim Walz to be my dad. You know?
That's what I've heard about. There was a story about that. Actually, like, a lot of people like thought, like, this is my dad. Like, before they went to Fox News, like, it was my actual dad, and then like they got turned somehow.
Yeah. Sorry, Cole, you were trying to say something.
Oops, go ahead.
Oh, no. So Simon, how do you think, because you said you're from Minnesota?
Correct.
Like, how do you think that he should tackle, because I think they're going to attack him for the riots and how he handled that, even though he was praised by Trump, but that's neither here nor there. You know, with you being there, how do you think, what's the best way for him to go about that?
It's kind of strange. Okay, so, all right, I'm gonna say I was in the military like when I was 18, 19, whatever. And he was also like National Guard. He was like the command sergeant major. I think he could have called out the National Guard like a day or two earlier than what happened. And I was like,
no, but I could be wrong.
I was here. I mean, like I was seen there. I was like, you know, trying to like just watching what was going on. Like I had like 4 or 5 streams, or I actually had like 10 streams going on. Like just seeing like people like what was going on. I don't know that he did anything wrong. Like, yeah, I'm kind of giving it a personal like situation, but no, I don't think he can be criticized, really.
Well, anyone can be criticized.
Yeah, I know. Like back in the day. I mean, I would say. Well, there's also like the kind of politics with the mayor of Minneapolis, like who was not trying to get. I mean, like they. Oh, all right. I'm kind of talking too much, but.
No, you're not. I go on for hours here. Go for
So
it.
like okay, so the mayor of Minneapolis, like they gave out the precinct, like they just kind of abandoned the police precinct.
Mhm.
This is kind of a strange thing to do. But then also like there's some like infighting. I'd have to like really look at like the report that was going on, because like he was like kind of saying like, hey, like he was again, Sergeant Major, like the National Guard, like, hey, we got 19-year-old cooks, like they're not going to be police, you know, they're just going to be on the streets, and you know, and I saw them. You know, the day later, they were deployed on the streets, and everything calmed down.
I know, Tim.
No, and it's just like I don't know, and people say like Minneapolis is burning. No, like it didn't really.
Minneapolis is not on fire right now.
No, it's not on fire. No, it was totally fine. Like some things, you know, Target got looted, whatever. It was fine. Yeah, I'm not giving the best representation of my thoughts right now, but
Yeah.
I put you on the spot. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's also early in the morning for most of us.
Yeah.
Enlightened. I don't know if you accidentally requested again this time, but you're on here. Last time around, he kept.
So yeah, I
accidentally
have some more nuanced thoughts about this whole thing, but I'm not going to give it right now. Sorry.
All right. Enlightened. Last chance. All right.
Cool. If you want
Sorry.
Oh,
No, sorry. You can keep
no.
talking. I'm also sorry.
No.
I also like sometimes thank the chat and stuff when people are talking. Just
Oh,
keep
yeah.
talking through it. I apologize. I just gotta.
No, but if you have
people.
any direct questions about Wallace, I will definitely answer. So that's politics or like.
I think it's interesting, like that call with Trump that was like leaked, because it's like,
Oh yeah.
Trump's like, they were going down like bowling pins, and Wallace is just like, yeah, it was like a very difficult decision for me. Like I felt like I struggled with, you know, whether to do it or not, because there's a lot of like genuine people out there. And it's like, it's almost like Trump can't even comprehend the fact that he could like care about his citizens at such a level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did hear that talk, and then he was in like St. Cloud, Minnesota, which is like kind of like 45 minutes outside of like Minneapolis, and he like claimed like I was the one that called in the National Guard. I was like, no, you were not the one.
Did he claim that at the time?
No, just like 2 weeks ago.
Or did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like, no, that's not how that. You can't. That's not how the president works. No.
Yeah, and obviously he knows that because he called Tim Wall saying he did it. It's like, you know what I mean? And there's proof. Like,
Yeah, Trump's just gonna lie. Trump's gonna lie. Trump's gonna lie. Oh boy. Okay, I just got hit by a wave of like actual exhaustion though. I think I gotta hop off been at this for about 6 hours now.
Oh, yeah.
5.5.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming up. Come up anytime, Cole, and Simon, and Luke, and of course
Okay.
God. Thank you all for coming and like lending your thoughts, your voices, your questions. Thank you for the rose enlightened. Enlightened, I invited you up earlier. You were up here on the panel. Did you just like wake up or something? You didn't say anything. Thank you all. Okay, yeah, so you were on here on voice by Enlightened, just so you know. Again. I thought you fell asleep because you didn't say anything. W's in the chat for our mods, please. God.
Good morning,
fucking-
everybody, and remember, try not to vote for people who have comb overs. Just saying.
That's it. We are
Have a good day.
we are discriminator. We discriminate against comb
Vote for
overs.
Well, this
Vote
hair
for
is
the
real.
best hair.
Vote for the best
There
hair.
you go.
Yes, we are
Have a
hair.
good rest of the day.
Thank you so much, God. Thank you for all the help tonight. And the facts you brought.
Coffee says your aura. That's very true. You are aura.
Thank you, and thank you, Coffee. Thank you for coming up here and being on here for so long as well. Thank
Sorry,
you,
I
everyone,
freaking
guys.
did,
And I
like,
appreciate.
interrupted you.
And again, last one. No, you were fine. You were fine. Last reminder. This is my alt account. If you wanna, I wanna try to get up so that I can live stream from this account. I'm still not there yet, but. And then this, if you'd like to send me some tips, TikTok takes 60% of what you send me. So, thank you for subscribing. Oh my God. Oh, you said follow. Okay, followed. Yeah, thank you. You can also subscribe to me, but you know, I don't guarantee I will be on at any specific hours. So, do it at your own risk. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the follows. Make a video on it. Wait, make a video at what? Look at Discord? Oh shit. What's on Discord? There's also a Discord if you guys want, but I don't run it. I get too overwhelmed with my text messages already. All right. Good night all. Thank you, Enlightened. You reached gifter level 15. Congratulations. Thank you for manifesting. Cry more. Engineering. I don't know what's going on in the chat right now, but I appreciate you guys still fighting the good fight. Yeah, don't worry about it, Coffee. Okay, I'm opening it up. Hi, Caglio. How long have you been in here? Caglio is another lovely, very, very helpful mod. Very talented, very demure, very mindful mod. Hi, Chihuahuan. Okay. Where am I looking? Where in the Discord is it? What? I don't see any like new things or anything. Navy tells Ericers to question inappropriate call signs after lewd flight meme. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. IDIC69. That's so stupid. Oh, sorry. Oh, Maddie's in the Discord. Yeah, if you subscribe, you get added to the Discord. Ecolers. Yay. Sorry, I missed so many of these. Oh, I love that you guys are chatting amongst each other. I love this. Okay, this is great. Thank you. Thank you all for... Oh my God. Wow, I can't believe I've been missing all of these Discords. I'm sorry. I get overwhelmed. All right, cool. Thank you guys again. All right, I'm gonna hop off.